Good morning. So students, today we are going to discuss the CSAT, and you all know that this paper 2 has 33%, its weightage is in the, you have, if you want to continue your journey for CSE, 33% you must score in CSAT. And I know that everyone must be aware of this fact that CSAT is quite, has taken quite a monstrous form. Very diabolical nature is there of CSAT. So almost 65 to 70% students are unable to clear CSAT paper. Not the reason being that this paper is invincible or so difficult, but a major reason is that the many students do not find time from their busy schedule, from the paper 1 and the main exam and optional, that they do not give much time to CSAT. Right, and as you all know that CSAT, by and large, there are 3 parts in CSAT. You have to work on, basic numeracy. Basic numeracy is actually the maths and data interpretation, DI. This is one major part of your CSAT paper. Second is reasoning. And in reasoning part, they give you LR, logical reasoning and analytical reasoning, plus they give you the questions of general mental ability, right? And the third part is my area, that is reading comprehension, RC section. So for CSAT, this is the whole syllabus, 3 parts are there. In reading comprehension section, a student can prepare a strategy to score more marks. One reason that this is not a new paper for you, you have done reading comprehension during your schooling. And second thing is that if you understand the nuanced approach for reading comprehension, it is possible for you to score more marks in this section in less, with a less investment of time. So this less investment of time, because mathematics and reasoning have multiple chapters, 15, 20 chapters are there in each topic. In RC, you just need to work on 3 basic dimensions. What are they? So, one thing is that you have to read a passage. Mostly UPSC is giving you single para passage, small passages, and then there is a question, and then you have to evaluate the options, right? So these are the 3 components present there. While reading the passage, what is the basic requirement, right? And then second dimension, that is the understanding of the question, and the third is that evaluation and elimination of the options. So in very short period of time, I will just give you a briefing on all these 3, and then we will start today's topic, right? So because just 2 days I have for RC section, today and tomorrow, and during these 2 days I will ensure that you get lots of new questions, and you get practice in the given time, you get the confidence and the accuracy level which is required. So in the passage, when you read, you must understand what the author is saying. So what does the author want to convey is the basic requirement. I have told this thing to all my students, that what does the author want to convey is the basic thing that you need to pick up. Whenever you start reading the passage, this thing you should never miss out, what the author wants to convey, because author always wants to convey something or the other, right? Sometimes it is very explicitly, in a very explicit manner, he mentions what he wants to convey. At times he does not openly say the points, but he said it in an implied manner. So whatever the case is, that there you must not miss out what the author wants to convey, right? Now different authors have different points to convey. Some authors try to prove something through their writing. They have a specific point on their mind, and they give the data and evidences in support of that. So they are trying to prove or establish a point. Some authors just want to share some their experiences on something. They are simply telling you about a certain incident and all the details there, a kind of narrative type of thing. Some authors write the passages to actually give the information to the readers about a certain thing. They are not merely reporting an incident or an event like a storytelling or narrative type of thing, but rather they give the serious information on something. Suppose the author is talking about inflation. So what inflation is? He gives the definition of inflation. He also, give you the what the various schools of economy. I mean, what they are saying about inflation. So that could be descriptive in nature, right? So different authors have different points, and a reader should never miss out what the author wants to convey. That is the main point. Second thing is that when you go to the question, this is a very, very important dimension of second dimension of RC section, that each question require a nuanced information, a particular piece of information, a very specific piece of information. Hence, your ability to understand the question and what does it mean is of the utmost importance. आप किसी भी सवाल का जवाब तभी दे पाओगे जब आप ये समझोगे कि सवाल है क्या बेसिकली. तो what the question demands. So that is the important dimension. So in today's class we will discuss about the different types of questions, and the material that I have shared with you, you must have seen there are two types of questions, two commonly asked logical questions, assumption and inference and conclusion, right? So that is the second dimension, that what kind of information is required by the question. So first one was what is the author want to convey. Second is what information is needed as an answer, or in other words I can say that, so that what is the meaning of a question. Third thing is when you go to the options, you must know something about the options as well. Something I mean that traits of the options, characteristics of the options. Examiners have some typical approach to the questions. So sometimes the right is very typical type of options conforming to the trend. So when you want to go to the option, your job is to find out which option contains this specific information. Yeah, which option is the best one which option is the best one as an answer to the given question. Or in other words, I can say that which option contains the information required by the question in the best possible manner. The best word is very important here, because you know that sometimes the right close options. So you are supposed to choose the best one, the better one. So three dimensions of your RC section. What does the author want to convey? Should not miss out. What is specific information required by the question? And then when you go to the options, evaluation of the options and which option contains the answer in the best possible manner in the given arrangement. So these are the three basic things, right? Now I want to tell you some a little bit about the type of question the UPSC has been asking. So in CSAT papers, we will come across that they mostly ask the questions which are logical in nature, right? And then they ask the questions which are based on main idea. Meaning 80% of the questions are of these two types. So logical questions, mostly they ask assumption or inference. Highest number of assumption and inference are there. And then you may come across another term, conclusion or corollary, right? And implication. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By conclusion, I mean that logical conclusion word is written there. In the main idea based questions, the terminology they use in CSAT papers is commonly used is find out the message of the author or message from the passage, critical or crucial message, key or central idea, Which option, can sum up the passage or encapsulate the passage? Right. It means all the answers here in the main idea must contain the gist or the essence of the passage. Right. So these two types of questions comprise of some 80% of the total questions, minimum 80%. Right. So in today's class, all those students who have done earlier the sheets, I'm going to give you some new questions today. So it will give you, kind of practice which is required at this juncture. So all of you have got the material, and I am suppose you must have got the printout, right? In case you have the printout, it will serve you in a better way, and otherwise you can follow it through the screen. However, I would recommend the printout, because when you read through the hard copy, it always enhances your efficiency. You can use the pen and you can focus more. So here I start with this first type of question, para 1 to para 3. This question is very specific in nature. And its speciality is that it demands both types of understanding. The kind of understanding you need to apply when getting the answer for main idea based questions and the answers for the logical questions. Whenever you go for the answers of main idea based questions, you need to understand the author in depth. Only then you will be able to find out what is the main point that he wants to convey. When you go for logical questions and answers, logical questions demand that how quickly you notice the question and its relevant part on the basis of which the answer can be given. So different options may have different stuff, different claims, and some of those claims made in the wrong options may not be backed by the passage sufficiently. So it, in a way, in a short form, I can say that logical questions demand that you should be street smart. You should be able to notice the word game played there, data evaluation, whereas the main idea based questions demand that you must be intellectually good, and intellectually in this sense that you should not miss out what the main point is. Alright, so this question, para 1, asks you to find out the most suitable, most appropriate last sentence. Last sentence means that author has written this paragraph. He has closed his paragraph at this point. Suppose, had he written one more sentence, which sentence would have been the most appropriate one to take the last place? Up to identify this last question, you will have to focus on what does the author want to convey, the basic thing, right? So that point plus उसका मैसेज आपको देखना पड़ेगा. What does he want to convey? Basic point क्या है? You will have to look at the keywords that he has used in the passage to map him. And when you are going to choose the last option, you will have to apply your understanding that the last sentence chosen from the options should be logically connected with the given last sentence. The given last sentence is here it is up to pay, ask to pay. It means the sentence that is going to take the place just next to it must have logical cohesion with it, logical connectedness with this sentence, right? Basic rule of writing, everybody knows that the sentences that come after, one after the other, they always have this compatibility, the logical connectedness. And second thing is that when the author has written this whole paragraph, you can eliminate the option on this ground that if the option starts a new discussion and some new element, because you know that authors generally do not write a new thing, a new dimension of the argument in the last sentence, because the last sentence is closing of the paragraph. So it will end on the same note rather than starting a new dimension. So generally the new dimension or new aspect will be discussed in next paragraph. So any option which is going for the next dimension, new dimension, has least chance to be evaluated. to be the correct answer. So in para number 1, while reading this passage, understand the author, which is required for the main idea, and evaluation of the option on this logical connectedness basis. Okay, so now the passage is, but there are costs that can be absorbed and those that cannot. This passage must have been taken from the middle of something. So there are costs that can be absorbed and those that cannot. The government will be aware of the political costs of making a deal with ASEAN. Will be aware of, notice the tense, future, will be aware of the political cost of making a deal with ASEAN that threatens the existence of domestic producers, particularly in agriculture. The ASEAN demand for unrestricted import of palm oil, for instance, would be politically very difficult to implement. Much as India would like to be a part of any new surge in Asian integration, it needs to be sensitive to the price it is being asked to pay. It is used for India here. So you see, notice here what the author wants to convey is that some demand from the ASEAN group is actually, this demand is in fact too big to be fulfilled. So the author puts the government on on guard. In a suggestive way, he wants to convey that this is very hard for the government to accept. Right? The ASEAN in demand for be politically very difficult to implement, much as India would like to be a part of any new surge. Okay, he acknowledges this, that India wants to be part of this ASEAN, but it needs to be, this is the recommendation, the suggestion here, to sensitive to the price it is being asked to pay. So on a word of caution is here, right? Now, options. Option A, you look at, in any negotiation with ASEAN, the government will try to safeguard its own interest. All right, making some sense, but you are looking for first for the weak options. Your approach to the RC question should always be, especially when you go for the options, that look for the weaker options and eliminate them. So the students should remember that evaluation and elimination will be the method here. So evaluate and eliminate. E and E. E and E. Remember this fact, evaluation first and then elimination. The weaker options first you look at, and you find that option D says, and to make matters even more skewed, ASEAN is reluctant to go beyond goods to other areas where India would have an advantage like services. It seems to start something new. A new dimension has been added here. And similarly in C option, India would also like to guard. This is a new dimension also, against an uncontrollable surge in imports by creating tariff rate quotas. Tariff rate quota has not been discussed in the passage, a new dimension has been added. So it means the C and D have weaker chances to be the most appropriate sentence, last sentence. A option and B option seem to be close. So when you come to the close options, you must be of course more cautious and look for that, that minute difference. Option A says, in any negotiation with ASEAN, the government will try to safeguard its own interest in any negotiation. So any negotiation means the author is a sort of taking a guarantee that whatever negotiation it is, in any negotiation, the government will do that. However, in the last sentence he has mentioned that it needs to be sensitive to the price it is being asked to pay. The government needs to be sensitive means author is giving a suggestion. So from this suggestion, suddenly he is going to this, confirmation that in any negotiation with ASEAN, the government will try to safeguard. It means option A does not fit in as the, as the last sentence, because it is not very logically compatible. B option in ASEAN is at the moment at least asking for too much. This too much is in fact talking about the price as mentioned in the given last sentence. The too much price is being asked to pay, hence option B is the most appropriate one. So this question in the given setup, option B is the best option. What you have noticed here that in this question we need to apply our understanding on what the author wants to convey and then evaluation of the options as the best as the most suitable one. So evaluation and elimination will be a very important thing. Before I take you to another question, I just want to let you know on one more thing here, that reading comprehension section actually depends on your language, how good you are in language. So language component is important here. However, it's not everything, but it plays a crucial role. Not everything, I mean that just don't assume that since you are good at language, so you will be able to solve all the RC questions. Because some of the questions demand that you have some specific pieces of information with you. So like understanding the question or evaluation of the options are equally important. When we talk about the language component, of course, one should be good at noticing the grammar part, so that he gets the idea about the time, the zone, the probability, or all other stuff. And then one must know the common vocab, right? These two things must be intact. Second thing is, when you solve a question, your contextual analysis ability plays a very important role. How you connect and evaluate. And one part of that we applied in the previous question was that evaluation and elimination. Evaluation and elimination of the options means connecting with the context of the passage and then evaluating the veracity of the option. उसका validity कितना है वो देखना. ठीक है. अब एक I just want to give you another question, passage number 2. Only 3 passages are given here. After that, I will start the logical questions, totally new questions. But before that, as a warm-up exercise to give you the idea about the main idea and the logical questions, this. Now, passage number 2, I want you to try. Again, the last sentence you need to supply. Which is the most appropriate? Go for second and third. So 3 minutes you have for these 2 questions. When you write the answer, mention the numbers, second and third. It's like putting yourself in the author's shoes. It means understanding his state of mind and through his words. Understanding obviously the state of mind of the author, you need to pay attention to the words given there. Okay, now I suppose everybody must have tried second, now third is on the screen. Okay, so second one you have given the answer. It seems that third one you are taking time, and I just wanted to see how sensitive you are to the given words in the options. And in the CSAT paper, they have not asked which is the last appropriate sentence. You know, this particular type of question. Purpose here was to give you an idea, to just evaluate your understanding and see how quickly you connect with the author, what he basically wants to convey. So I have seen in the second one, some students have answered option A. First look at the passage, what it talks about, and your sensitivity to the words will be very important for RC. I will write down the takeaway from this once I have discussed these two. Okay, so it talks about investigative reporting and crusading journalism. These two, right? Investigative reporting and crusading journalism have exposed scandals and helped promote causes. Right, it has helped. But some of this, a student of RC should never miss out the quantifiers. Similarly, the words for frequency like some or always or there or all or none or never kind of words. So some of this has also been partisan and self-serving, which is a negative thing, right? They have helped positive. इनका positive contribution क्या है? They have exposed scandals and helped promote causes. But some of this, not all of this, has also been partisan and self-serving. Right? Partisan means like when a journalist is acting like a party person. So a party person has a certain goal, right? Has a certain interest. This particular line goes against option A. So a student who has chosen this A as a last sentence, probably he did not notice that it is logically inconsistent to the author's thought. Nothing is right with the Indian journalistic approach. Nothing is right. It means 100% it is wrong. But author says some of this has been negative. So option A is weak option here. Logically incompatible. It means you should have understood the author's thought. That is called putting yourself in the author's shoes and then decide whether it aligns with the author's thought or goes against it. So option A is weak option. Then option, some students have answered option C for second one. Look at C. D is a weak option, I suppose. That's the reason nobody has written that. C option says journalistic values too suffer erosion. Now this word too should have been noticed. To is used when it gives, to always gives the sense in addition to something, besides, right? To, it means an additional or a new thing is being told here. As if journalistic values is a new element added in the last sentence. Journalistic values too suffer erosion. But you look, author has only discussed about the journalistic values. And you look at the second line, journalists and journals have come to scorn objectivity and balance as a value. Journalistic values include that there should be objectivity and balance. Option C says journalistic values too suffer erosion. So of course option C is weak chance because 2 is logically again not fitting in the paragraph. C is out. Option D is very weak because the very first word must catch your attention, good editors. When author is talking about journalism, the whole, this particular profession, why a certain professional, good editors is mentioned only, like reporters or others could also be there, but it's just say good editors have declined as market savvy proprietors and managers have taken over. Maybe, but it is talking about the ownership of the good editors. So of course journalism, and then it's a new kind of point, so D is not the most appropriate one. Option B is on the same line, which author wants to convey. So here he has mentioned in the third line that journalistic values are being compromised. None other than the Prime Minister him recently complained of hit and run journalism. There is certainly great danger when the reporter turns partisan or activist. So the author wants to convey that a journalist should remain objective, should maintain the balance, and should not behave like a party man, right? And option B is on the same line, hence B is the most appropriate answer. So, right, अब the student who has chosen nothing or who has not noticed word 2 in option C should notice that it is very important to excel in RC section, and there in the language component I would connect that your sensitivity to the words, especially the keywords, that should be very, very important. It is like at kind of cornerstone for your evaluation of the options. Para number 3 was comparatively easy, and some students have answered B. Third, B. Most of you have given the answer as B. Okay, so this one says athletes who carry one type of well-known fitness gene might actually push themselves so hard that they tire out their hearts. All right. It is generally, that athletes or everyone, they believe that if you work out, physical workout, if you push yourself hard, it will be beneficial for your heart. So, but this option says that actually if you push themselves so hard that they tire out their hearts. It means this physical exertion or physical exercises, too much of them can also have a negative impact on their hearts. So, how the author has found it? He says that is the finding from a study of individuals who competed in one of the most grueling races in the world, which was like very demanding, physically very demanding, and there it was noticed. Now, it's a kind of baffling news, right? Option B, those options which are weaker here is option C. It said trainers and athletes should work hard. Should work hard does not fit in that. In what sense they work hard? Of course, they should work hard, but the passage has a specific point. So, what the author wants to convey is a specific point here. So, C is out. Option D says, in theory, it cannot even be possible to specifically train heart muscle. We don't know that in theory it is possible or not. In the finding of the race, this grueling races is mentioned in the passage, so D is out. Option B, as most of the students have chosen, you did not notice the word here, but a few studies of athletes have hinted that the heart also gets worn down by many hours of extreme exercises. Grueling races, or if they push themselves very hard, it may have negative impact on their heart. Option B is saying the same thing, repeating the same thing, but with the word but. But is a contradictory term. After a contradictory term means जो पहले कहा गया उससे कुछ opposite आना चाहिए. तो but or however or in spite or despite are used to say something which is contradictory to the preceding thing. उससे पहले जो कहा गया उसके against. अब ये but का now you read this line, the rest part is saying the same thing which the finding has said, but it's preceded by this word but, which makes it logically incorrect. आप किसी की बात को उसी बात को as it is, somebody has said something and you just repeat that person's point with the word but, so of course it will be very logically it will be flawed, because after the contradictory term there's something opposite should be said. So if you had you reread this line carefully, you would not have chosen it. Option A is the best option. Exercise experts have long assumed that heart muscles, unlike those of our legs and arms, don't tire. That's the reason author is giving the finding of this research. And this research has shown that actually if the athlete exert themselves or push themselves physically to a great extent, then it tire out their heart muscles. It has a negative impact on their hearts. Finding from grueling races is given here, so which has a baffling or surprising element. Option A completely fits in because it is the long assumption. Long assume is something that you believe to be true, you have supposed. So it must have been supported, believed or supposed that heart muscles, unlike those of our legs and arms, don't tire. But here the finding is, so if you put this statement here at the end, it gives a completion to the whole argument. right? So students, even if you have got down all three correct, or both correct, or maybe one incorrect, or maybe both correct or incorrect, does not matter here. What matters here, or why I chose these three paragraphs, is just to tell you that when you are reading the author, you should not miss out what the author wants to convey, right? Be very clear about that. The moment he takes the transitions and he switches from one element, one aspect to another aspect, you should notice that. When you go for the question, though the question I explained there was the last sentence you were supposed to identify, to supply, and the last sentence must be compatible. Options, when you are reading the options, read the options to eliminate them. Find the error in them. And for finding error in the options, you need to look at the keywords there. So I'm going to write quickly some of the words that will be very helpful in this for RC section. So some keywords and their meaning. By meanings, I mean the mathematical value, because while evaluating them, you must be clear that how to, start, with which point you should start, or what should be the edge towards which you will start moving. So some keywords and their meanings. Like we know that the words which are, first thing you must know that the words that you come across and which are extreme in nature are generally wrong. Right? And extreme words are such words which are giving you that everything is there or nothing is there. So I generally mention them, that suppose something which says that there is 0% or there is 100%. 100% means everything has been included. So 0 or 100. All such words should be noticed. And such words, I give the example of such words which are, which are giving you the sense of 0% or 100%. We call them general extreme words. Words like all, always, complete, full, entire, absolute, invariably. These are commonly used by the examiners to make an option incorrect, right? So they are giving you the sense of 100%. Or if there are more words, of the same nature, you can deduce. So these words are generally giving you the idea of the 100%, that everything has been included. 100% I write. 0, like when nothing is there, you have just come across a word in the second para, nothing was written there. So nothing must be noticed. None, never, and similarly any other expression like no solution, no way out or something, 0%. These are very loud and clear words. ठीक है? तो एक तो ये, this is the first category of such words which must be noticed, and mostly examiners use these words to exaggerate. What the author has said, it will be distorted, and in this visible form, it will be distorted. Second type of such words are not as noticeable or as big as 0 and 100%, like this group, but they also are used for exaggeration, or to create extreme notions. So we call them contextual extreme, and in that given context that enhances the value. Contextual extreme. One such word, and the students already know that essential is commonly used, and when you have any other word equal to essential, such as compulsory or necessary, indispensable, or a word like prerequisite or mandatory, I'm not writing all words because all the CSE aspirants are aware. Prerequisite or any synonyms of this like compulsory or necessary or mandatory or incumbent. The new words I'm writing here. Incumbent also means necessary. Just it is incumbent on you. And some other words are used like great, like heavy, or like main, or must, or maybe some superlative degrees. Superlative degrees. Okay, so essential, indispensable, which is must for something to happen, or prerequisite or incumbent, all the same. Compulsory and mandatory are other words that you know. Great, heavy, main, must, superlative degrees. So take them, notice them quickly, and then evaluate the para. Chances are, I am repeating, there are chances that that option which contains these words will be wrong. But it's not like a formula that always they will be wrong, right? You already know about that. So I'm now going to write some other words, not just extreme words, which will be helpful, you know, as we proceed. Now, and then if you could, you know, other important terms. For example, if the author has used this word, not all, it means its value is not equal to 100%. You can start evaluation from there. Not all means that it is not 100%. Though there is no specific value, but you can start evaluating the options from this particular understanding that it's not 100%. Then we have words like some or often. Some and often means that they cannot be 0. It means you can start its value could be anything between you know, starting from 1 to 3, and then the upper limit cannot be fixed. Same here. Often word is given for frequency 1 to 3, no specific upper limit is there. So 1 2 3, you know, but it cannot be equal to 0. That is the point you will start with. Similarly, we use this word most, right, or maybe mostly. It means you know that it should be more than 50%. In any case, any number about, suppose the author says that there are, you know, in a company, employees are working, and in this company, most of the employees are male. So it means more than 50% of the employees must be males. Out of all the employees, if most of them are male, should be more than 50%. Right. So pay attention to these terms. Now we go to this exercise. So second one, nothing is right, should have been noticed at the very beginning. As we proceed to the, you know, the type of question asked in CSAT, the first topic is inference and conclusion, right? So I'm going to discuss inference and conclusion, and then most of the questions are new for you, right? So all the students must try to solve these questions in the given time. And after discussing some 4 or 5 questions, I will give you the idea about the time. Some and often are not extreme words, but some and often are other important terms, right? So extreme words I have written on this screen: general extreme, contextual extreme type of words, those who represent 0 and 100, and the other extreme. These are other important terms. Quite often you will come across these words in the passage or in the options. So you must know that what is the logical value that you can connect with that. Fine. So first thing here, RC question, inference and conclusion. Interpretation by the reader, evidence-based or data evaluation. Understand what a particular question means. That is a very important thing. And in today's class, I will discuss with you these two types of questions, and assumption, inference, and conclusion. These three types. Inference and conclusion I have clubbed together here, and it is like, evidence-based data evaluation. It's an interpretation by the reader. What an inference is? Inference is a logical conclusion that you arrive at on the basis of the given information in the passage. So after reading the passage, your job is to actually find out which option, and each option is a claim here, which claim is actually based on the passage. And based on the passage means that any part of the passage or maybe the whole passage. Any part of the passage or whole passage. It should be based on that, and then correct reasoning or logic should have been used to arrive at that point, right? So you are already aware about the inference. You infer, right? It's a term used in our day-to-day life. What do you infer from a piece of information? It means when you analyze it, what is the new information that you can deduce from it? So basically, inference is a logical conclusion. Everybody knows conclusion. Some very interesting questions are there to clear your concepts and give you, new challenges. So a logical conclusion, or in other terms, another word is there that we can call it a deduction. It's a deduction. When you deduce something out of something. So paragraph is the piece of information. On this basis, you have to choose the correct option. That is the inference. In conclusion is also an interpretation by the reader. However, the conclusion may also be the point that author wants to prove, and he might have written there. Inference, he does not write there. But what is the difference between the two? Conclusion and inference have a certain relationship that, conclusion is the final say, or the final, it's like from the author's side, the final say, or you can say it is a final summation, or it is the main assertion, what the author tries to assert or prove. That is called conclusion. So conclusion could be based on the entire paragraph. Author might have written it. However, a conclusion could also be something that author might not have written, and you are supposed to find it out. In that case, when the author has not written, you are supposed to look at the entire passage and then find out what is the the correct option that can be concluded on the basis of this whole para, like a main idea. So conclusion is either written by the author, or I write here mentioned by in the paragraph, mentioned in the para, or it may be missing in the para. When it is mentioned in the para, your job is to identify it. When it is missing, your job is to supply it. Supply it from the options. Author has already written, examiner has already written those 4 options, and which option collectively, on the basis of the whole para, it mentions the main point, the main assertion or final summation, right? Final summation. Sum up करते हैं ना, close करते हैं, तो sum up कर दिया, conclusion. तो final से या final summation कौन सा है, उसको supply करना होता है. When you are going to supply it, of course you have to think of in the passage, what is the information the author has given, what is the data that he has given, the points that he has said. On the basis of all, you have to come to this point. So in a way, in English there is a phrase called to connect the dots. So when you connect the dots, dots are given by the author, it means the information given by the author, and the final summation that is there. To identify it means that you just use your comprehension skill and identify that which point is actually the main point that author wants to establish through his writing, right? Whereas an inference is, if I go to the second part, the inference is something which is not written in the passage, but it is the reader's interpretation. So reader's interpretation, it is like more or less like when you supply it, right, on this side. However, the difference is that inference could be based on, not necessarily based on the whole para, like a conclusion is always based on the whole para. Whole para, I mean that the main point of the para. But an inference could be based on the unimportant point of the para also. The only condition is that it should be based on the para. So, inference is just a logical deduction. This deduction could have been made based on any part of the para. By any part I mean that is not necessarily कि सबसे important part हो. So any part of the para, or it may be, sometimes it may be based on the whole para, like a conclusion. However, it will never be repetition of the same point. Like repetition of the same point means the word-to-word copy will not be there from the passage. It is like the point has been proven by the author, that point is written in the passage, but you have to come to the new piece of information, a deduction. So example is, suppose the author has written, I mean I'm highlighting the difference between the two. Suppose an author has written this paragraph, and I have given this example, I generally use this example, that author has written there that A causes B, and then in the second step he proves that B causes C. And then he writes the next other parts. So his final point that he proves here at the very end is hence. Ab you know hence is a conclusion indicator, a conclusive term, and he proves that hence X. Ab you know that his conclusion is hence X, which he has proven at the end. It is based on the basis of the entire thing. That's why it's a conclusion. Because सारे का सारा discuss किया. But an inference is, it depends on the reader that he interprets. So these two pieces of information says A causes B and B causes C. It means a valid inference from, or a valid deduction that you can make is that A plays some role in causing C. That's a valid deduction. So A causes C. Right? So inference is a logical deduction, but it may be based on any part of the para, maybe a small part, maybe a significant, maybe a non-significant, but a conclusion will always be significant part. I hope that's clear. And conclusion will be written, might be written also sometimes, like I told you that it may be mentioned by the author in the para, but an inference is not mentioned by the author, and it is something for you to interpret. So all of you have understood the theory. In case there is some loopholes, you will be taken care of by the examples here. So here I go for the first question. You know, inference is this interpretation by the reader. इसका मतलब interpretation by the reader, एक तरह से आप ये कह सकते हैं कि inference क्या होता है? Inference is a kind of innovation. I'm just using layman language, please don't take it mathematically correct. यानी बस एक आइडिया आपको देने के लिए. It's a kind of innovation. कि नया नहीं था, it was not given by the author, however you arrive at it or you deduce it. कुछ नया बनाते हैं, that's called an innovation. So what author has said in the passage, on the basis of that you take out some new piece. ठीक? Whereas conclusion I have already told you that it is based on the whole para. एक दूसरा क्वेश्चन है, मैं उसमें यहीं पे आपको बता दूं, like just the difference. There's a second type of question that we'll discuss today is assumption. तो inference कैसा था? Inference was like an innovation. Assumption is what has been supposed by the author, the presupposition of the author that he has believed in. On that basis, You have to choose an option that what the author must have believed in, whatever he has said. So assumption is like a discovery. It was already there, but you have to dig it out, find it out. So assumption, the author has believed in it, though he has not written. And as inference is that as a reader, when you read, you interpret. More information about assumption I'll give you. If any student gets this कि ये sir ने नया question start कर दिया, why he has started the new. No, I'm not going through the new. As of now, just to give you the relevance and this with the inference, I told you that inference is like an innovation and assumption is like a discovery. These two words you remember. Rest of the details I'll give you as we proceed. So first I want to give you some questions. अब इसमें the challenge is that कि you have to evaluate the data to come to the correct conclusion or inference. So passage 1. Okay, all right. I have written here in this example, I repeat this because some students have the issue, right? As I mentioned that suppose the author has written this passage and there he, on the basis of the whole writing, he proves that hence X. अब this X is suppose a theory or a point that author has proven on the basis of the whole para. But while writing this para, somewhere he wrote that A leads to B and B leads to C. You can make a logical interpretation that A plays some role in causing C. So this is an inference. Because A leads to B and B leads to C is not the main point of this para. However, an inference is based on it. But the main point of the passage is what the author tries to prove or establish, like conclusion. So conclusion is here in this last point. That is a conclusion, right? Hence X. And A leads to B and B leads to C takes us to A leads to C. यानी A plays some role in causing C. अब ये logical interpretation or deduction है that you have made on the basis of the given data. So that was the point example to convey, to drive home the point that how they are different. So inference is only a logical interpretation or deduction. Conclusion is based on the whole point. That was a very simple thing, right? तो अभी आपको ध्यान में समझ में आ जाएगा. I don't know how many of you have seen this passage. Some of my old students are also, I mean, they must be attending the session. Some are new students. So I will start with a totally new question, right? I know some of you have tried, passage number 1 itself, but I'll take you, don't worry. I'll take you to the some relevant point. I mean, to convey this relevant point, I will take you to the most suitable passage. And the one passage number 5 you look at. The lifeline of Mumbai. Yes, some and often are not zero. It means there must be at least some case. That's why some is written, some quantity, some numbers, or often is about the frequency. So at least one time, at least I'm saying, though there is no fixed value, at least one time some occurrence or incident should have taken place. Inference on the basis of the passage you have to take out. Ab this maybe the whole para or maybe some piece of information given in the para. अब देखिए passage 5 को. Please discuss the answer for one. I will discuss all the answer. Actually, this entire sheet is for you only, and no question will be left. And all the students from, all the KSG students from different centers, they are aware that we have done the questions from the book, from, those exercises, worksheets in the classroom. But today it's giving you a chance to practice for CSAT. And in order to achieve this end, I have given you, I have selected these passages. So obviously I'm going to discuss all the questions. Don't worry at all. Somebody has written answer as 3A. There's no third. I suppose you have forgotten. Achha, if I make out my own inferences from your answers, agar main yahan iska evaluation analysis, if I start, I have noticed that some of the students have done basic error in this answer finding. It means their sensitivity to the words is still not up to the mark. Thoda sa bhi is pe brush up aur karna padega. So I'm going to give you 2 more questions, right? And then I will discuss 3. Ho sakta hai first mein aapne these too little data for me to comprehend anything. So that's the reason I'm giving you more. So all those who have done some basic errors should be aware and should make more concerted effort not to repeat that in passage number 3 and 4. Alright, so 3 and 4 ये दोनों भी अभी आपको सॉल्व करना है. Inference, yeah, logically concluded means inference. All are looking correct, no issues. कोई बात नहीं बेटा, you are here to learn, in fact, and rest assured that by the time we come to the other end of this class, you will have noticed the differences, those minute differences, the nuances, and वो आपको आ जाएगा. तो इसलिए my objective is that you must get 70-80% of the passages correct, and rest of the passages you can skip because they are going to take more time. In today's class, I will give you average plus type of questions to clear your concepts. And in tomorrow's class, we will focus more on a slightly more difficult questions, slightly more than this level, plus the PYQs. And there will be a test as well. So some new questions you will come across in the test. Hopefully the test will be given to you after today's class, based on the same topic that I am going to cover in the class today. Okay, so don't worry at all. कुछ लोगों को लग रहा होगा सारे correct हैं, कुछ को लग रहा होगा सारे incorrect हैं, या एक से ज़्यादा correct हैं. All these things are possible. So third one you have done, fourth one, quickly. And one recommendation, such a strong, recommendation from my side is, please get the hard copy. It always helps you. नहीं तो मैं ये ऐसे scroll up और down करता रहूँगा और आपको कुछ की स्पीड कम होती है, कुछ की स्पीड थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा होती है, reading speed. So obviously that will be not good. So passage number 4 is here. Don't just rely on the screen. Have the hard copy. कल भी आप यही करना. The material will be shared early in the morning and by 10 or so, and 11:30 since we start, so there is an ample amount of time to get it photocopied. तो print out लेके बैठेंगे क्लास में. Waiting for passage 4. So I'm waiting. Fourth passage, only one student has given the answer. There should be now, yes, the answers are now pouring in. You know, the speed of reading speed and the evaluation, how much time you should get per question. These are the elements I will discuss, but it is not good to discuss it at the very beginning. नहीं तो आपके ऊपर एक undue pressure is created on you and you start paying more attention to the time. However, in the beginning you should pay attention to the accuracy. तो इसलिए मैं जानबूझकर अभी आपको वो सब टारगेट बताए नहीं है. तो आई विल लेट यू नो maybe post lunch or maybe after 5-6 more passages. All right, so fourth, now everyone has given the answer, I suppose, and third, fourth and fifth, these three passages I gave you. Now look at this passage number 3. This passage says the vast bulk of new public spending announced in global economy it seems largely business as usual, major in cash injections being directed towards banks and car companies rather than renewable energy firms. So the author's observation is written here. What has happened, right? So new vast bulk of public spending has been again is the business as usual. This is the expression you should notice, and author says that. Then he explains what is business as usual. Major cash is given to the banks and car companies. Now, inference logical conclusion means that the data for the correct answer should be present in the passage. It should be always data based, evidence based. ठीक है? अब आप option correct option should be option D. The public spending has been expectedly biased towards certain industries. Of these certain industries like energy, renewable energy firms are mentioned here. Biased, how do you get to know? Because it is given that it is business as usual. It means it has been the practice there and the government has done the same thing again. That major cash has been given to banks and car companies and the renewable energy did not get it. Did not get it as much. So the public spending has been expectedly biased. The source for the answer, the data for the answer is business as usual. And the last word like renewable energy did not get that. So it has been biased towards certain industries. This biasness is clear. Now option C, car companies and banks will earn huge profits as they are the gainers. Now any student who chooses this must look for the data in the passage. So the data for this option C is given there that they are the gainers. Car companies are the gainers. They have been given major cash by the government. But apart from the data, the inference is like this option is a claim, right? This claim or assertion should also be based on the correct logic and reasoning. So two factors you remember, the data should be there in the passage and the correct logic and reasoning should be there. It means the argument should be foolproof. Those students who do not know must write it down that an inference should be chosen on the basis of two parameters, two benchmark. Number one, the relevant data should be given in the passage. Number two, whatever the option says must be logically correct. And the correct argument should have been used there. अब देखिए इसमें लॉजिक का एरर है. How do you know that the car companies which are going to get the cash will certainly convert it into huge profits? There's only a possibility. But if any company that gets the major cash from the government may convert it into profit, maybe loss or maybe break even. Break even is like neither profit nor loss. So three mathematical possibility will be there. So if they have given 100, if they have got 100 rupees, either they will make 110 or they will make it 90 or it could be 100 only. So break even or that. Now in the terms, if you, on this second parameter logic and reasoning, this statement is not correct because it is only a possibility. However, sufficiency of the data is not for this argument. So C is out. B says announcement of global economic stimuli was a much awaited action. It talks about past. Nowhere in the passage data support is given to infer that it was a much awaited action. The author has only mentioned what has happened, but whether it was much awaited or not, no data for this. So B is data inadequate. C was based on logic and reasoning incorrect. A is the new public spending will lead to decreased popularity of the government among masses. Will lead to. It is making a prediction for future. Again, you do not have data. It may lead to government's decreased popularity. It may lead to popularity, or it may be there is no difference on the popularity. I mean, it remains as it is, it remains intact. So, jitne bhi mathematical possibilities hai, you have to think of that. Out of them, the examiner will take one thing and write an option. So, option A is wrong because there is no data. Option B is wrong because we can't make anything about the past. Option C is wrong because it says will earn huge profit, and that is not the correct reasoning. So D is the right option. So inference should always be based on the given information in the passage. इसलिए आपने नोट कर लिया कि data must be there, right? और आप title देखिए इसमें क्या है questions का inference का. The new students must notice that interpretation by the reader, inference and logical conclusions are interpretation by the reader, and it should be evidence based. It means the data should be there. So the key factor is here the data evaluation. And plus along with the data, the correct logic and reasoning must be used to make the correct to write the correct option. So fourth pe aaye. Fourth talks about the terms of PPP, purchasing power parity. Rural households have more purchasing power than do urban and suburban households. Okay, so rural households have more purchasing power. Why they have more purchasing power? Author gives the reason. At the same income, from a person from the village area, from the rural area has more power than a person from the urban area or maybe a suburban area. Since some of the income urban and suburban households utilized for food and shelter can be utilized by rural households for other needs, which means that the food and shelter, the cost of it that an urban or suburban has to pay will be more than a person from the rural area has to pay. Option A, all the three types of households, urban, suburban and rural, spend more of their income on housing than all other purchases combined. We do not know that they spend more on their housing than all other. It is making some claim for which the data is not given. So it's DI case, data inadequate case. B, rural households have lower housing and food cost than do either urban or suburban households. Yes, because it is given here some of the income urban households is utilized for food and shelter can be utilized by rural. It means in the rural areas this particular expenditure on food and shelter will be less. So B is the valid inference based on the given data. Option C and D. See, the median income of suburban and urban households is generally more than that of rural households. We do not have the data for this income. Their median income is more than the... So any student who has chosen must have used his own data because he is aware, but whether it's given in the passage or not, that's the reason we have to find out the data from the passage. So it's again a data inadequate case because it gives nothing about the income. D says the average rural households include more people than does the average urban or suburban. So there are more people in rural households. Again, about the number you don't have any data. So it's a DI case. So inference means from the given para, within the para, what information, what data is given, on the basis of that you can make one safe, logically correct statement. So answer was option B. So for fourth it was B, for third it was D, and now fifth the answer is option D. How this answer? It says the lifeline of Mumbai is its train network. Okay. At one of the most crowded places in the city, a group of commuters of the Mumbai Suburban Railways called for a strike. Where? at one of the most crowded places they have called for a strike in response to the increase in the number of accidents on that route in the past 1 year. Okay, the number of accidents has gone up due to overcrowding. So the commuters want to continue the strike unless the authorities agree to increase the frequency of the trains on that route. Now option B, those students have chosen. I noticed that some chose B. Like, you are not supposed to give the answer on the basis of your feelings or on the basis of your prior knowledge. You are supposed to give the answer on the basis of thinking. अब the thinking demands that where is the data? Plus, is it the correct logic and reasoning that is used there? So be accountable when you choose the option. अब B क्या कहता है? The trains in the Mumbai suburban run overcrowded. How do you know? It has mentioned the point in a very general way. The trains in the Mumbai suburban run overcrowded. It talks about at one of the most crowded places this has happened. The story, given in the para does not cover all the suburban areas of the Mumbai. So nothing is given about whether the other suburban areas or the other areas apart from the given area, there the train is still crowded or not. We don't know. अब बाहर से आपको पता हो वो अलग बात है कि the trains in Mumbai locals are very crowded. We know that, but not given in the passage. So examiner has deliberately written it as a, and some people will choose it क्योंकि ये तो fact लगेगा उनको, but data passage में नहीं. Option C, the railway authorities are indifferent to the safety of commuters. Ab indifferent actually seems to be making sense, but you see that it's very generalized. Seems to be are indifferent to the safety of commuters. It's like putting an allegation on the railway authorities. At one crowded place this has happened. We don't know. In general they are indifferent. Indifferent means not concerned. So option C is weak. Option A and D are two good options. And now we come to a very interesting junction. B and C were the weak options, so already dismissed. Now look at option A and option D. Option D says the railway did not increase the frequency in proportion to the increase in the number of commuters in the past 1 year. Because in that route, the number of accident has gone up in the past 1 year due to overcrowding. This is given by the author, right? And what is the demand of the commuters? Those who are sitting on the strike, they are saying that the authorities, they will continue the strike unless the authorities agree to increase the frequency of the trains in that route. So more trains should be there on that route. They should ply on that route. When you connect these two data, you will come to D, that railway did not increase the frequency in proportion. That's why they are demanding. And due to overcrowding, there have been more accidents. And they say more trains should be there on that route. It means that the railway did not increase. Why option A is not correct? Increase in the frequency of the trains would lead to decrease in number of such accidents. The question is that how do you know? Because inference is your own logical deduction, reader's logical deduction. How do you know that if the railway increases the frequency, the number of accidents will come down? That is logically correct. Yani it is making sense. I'm not saying that just A is too wrong or as wrong as the other two weak options B and C were. But what I want to say is that you do not have the data for A. Option A, if you ask, option A is only an assumption of these people who are sitting on the strike. Those who are sitting on the strike, let's say that these people in this circle are sitting on the strike, and their dharna or strike, they demand that more trains should be there. More trains they demand on that particular route. It means they believe that if more trains are applied on that route by railway authorities, the accident will come down. Their belief, their assumption. So option A is not the correct inference, but D is the correct inference because the inference is the reader's interpretation on the basis of the given data. तो अगर कुछ लोगों ने A choose किया and after my explanation they are more confused, don't worry. Abhi as of now, just you get to know, you take, okay, D is the answer because the two data past 1 year is given and what they demand, more trains. So connecting those two, those two dots we have come to this inference. जिनको A में अभी भी क्लियर नहीं है कि ये कैसे assumption है और क्या है assumption, they will have to wait a little more. जब मैं assumption की डिटेल डिस्कस करूंगा, this at that time I will take you back to this, I will get you back to this particular passage and option. उस टाइम में ये आपको क्लियर हो जाएगा बिल्कुल. ओके Now the para does not have any India. बेटे आपने क्या, this student who has written the para does not have any India with respect to last year. How come the what do you mean by India here? Like just only Mumbai is given. You have written the word India. I don't know what you wanted to write. So the student needs to write his doubt again. Is that clear to everyone? Now passage 5, 3, 4, 5 you have done, and now we have come to a point where I just give you the idea about before you go to the other questions, that when you go for the options part, you have understood the question that inference you were supposed to find out, or maybe if the conclusion is written there, logical conclusion is written there, same thing. This thing is clear to you. You have the second part is that you have seen that option evaluation and elimination that you are going to apply there. You realize, or you should realize, the traits of wrong options for inferences. Traits of wrong options means what will be the characteristics of wrong options. So number one, if you come across in extreme terms, generally that option is wrong. Options with extreme terms. And we have already discussed that, all, always, and this kind of words. None and never, 0%, 100%, or heavy or great. Then you have many options for which the data is not sufficient. So DI case you have seen is a common phenomenon here. Then examiner writes some options for which data given in the passage will be distorted. Data distortion. Data distortion means the author whatever has said will be used by the examiner, but not as it is. He will make some changes. Distortion का मतलब होता है हेरा फेरी वाली बात जो होती है, तथ्यों को इधर से उधर कर दिया ना. So data distortion. जैसे some of the media houses do that. So data distort कर दिया to help you to come to some inferences, right? At times you come to know कि अच्छा this data was distorted. And there's one more, that is if you come across in an option that word to word copy is given, word to word copy is written in the option from the para. So the students need to write it down. These common traits of inferences, options with extreme terms, such options which make claim and the data is not sufficient, data distortion, author has said something and that has been changed by the examiner, and fourth one, there is just a factual repetition, word to word copy. The passage has said something, and the option will also have the same words, the very same sentence. That will not be chosen as an inference, because inference का मतलब होता है logical deduction. You arrive at some new piece of information. So these 4 points, in case you have noted down, I hope that it will be. DI case means data inadequate case. जैसे आपको मैंने I show you ना that in the car, in this passage, for example, this option B, the trains in the Mumbai suburban run overcrowded. You do not know that they run overcrowded because only one of the most crowded place, the story of this crowded place is given here. So it is not the best, and the data is inadequate for, in general, the suburban in Mumbai. And similarly here, like car companies and banks will earn huge profits. Yeah, announcement of global economic stimuli was a much awaited action. ये जो announcement हुआ था, it was awaited. You don't have any data for this. Now we come. I think I should give you now 5 passages, and you must solve these passages. Generally, you must take for one para one question. I have told you time and time again that one para one question setup, which is generally asked in CSAT papers. एक paragraph उस पे एक question. This should be done within 2 minutes. Right? Maximum 2 minutes you should take in the classroom. This is the time limit. So your speed should match this. And evaluation of the options actually get refined as you proceed. So now 5-6 passages I am going to give you. So passage number 1, Shikha was extremely upset. Passage number 2, Oxpecker. 3, 4, 5 you have done. So 6, passage 6 talks about Nepal, and 7th from 2005 to 2015. Now last is passage 8, dolphins. Right. So these are the 5 passages, 7, 8, 6, 7, 8, and then 1 and 2. Start reading it. Side by side, कहीं पर आप अपना एक वो भी maintain कर, you should also maintain somewhere when in your notebook that how many passages you solve, how many you got correct. So what was the ratio that you got correct? Right? So right and wrong, right, must be noticed. Their ratio must be evaluated. Since we have discussed some 4-5 passages on inference, 3 passages on inference, and there were further details. So of course the accuracy must go up. And you should try to stick to time also. So passage 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. Word-to-word copy is not chosen because a word-to-word copy will not be a logical deduction. Inference means when you arrive at some new piece of information. जैसे you are listening to me, you are present in this classroom, right? Virtually you are present in this classroom. So from this piece of information, if I say that at this time you are not doing any other subject but the RC section, because you are asking question to me and you are involved, you have solved and have just written something word to word copy and you are asking about that, it means you are with me, you are involved, and right now you are not doing any other subject. This is the inference. So inference means always you come to some piece of information, maybe new piece of information on the basis of the given information. तो वर्ड टू वर्ड कॉपी में क्या हो जाएगा, जो कुछ whatever the author has said, if it is only copied there as it is, it will be wrong because it is not the inference, it is a mere repetition of the fact. Got it? तो अगर पैसेज में ऑथर ने बोल दिया कि इंडिया इज अ डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री and then rest of the details about India is given, and inference you are supposed to find out, one option says India is a democratic country, तो ये word to word copy है पैसेज से, it cannot be an answer. I hope it's clear. Now go ahead with the passages. The student who wrote about this previous passage of railway Mumbai train, have you got your doubt clear? You wrote the question which was not clear to me. The para doesn't have any India with respect to last year. I explained to you, no? Kindly acknowledge. Passage 6. Passage 6 asks you which option best explains the situation described above. So of course the logical analysis of this context must be done properly, and option should be chosen on the basis of the given information in the passage. कोई भी चीज बाहर से नहीं आना चाहिए, something that is not given there in the passage. All right, it's clear. Very good. The students generally face problem in inference and assumptions. Passage 7 says which of the following must also be true. So students understand that must also be true, maybe inference can also be asked this way. It means what is the logical deduction or interpretation you do on the basis of the passage. Must also be true. Assumption के questions में भी यही language कई बार आ सकती है. The same language may be used for as questions of assumptions also. Very good. Somebody has answered all the 5 questions. The student who has just done all the questions should write his name. All right, Kirtika and Niharika, I will see how many questions you have got correct. So, Abhi, after this, you will let me know once I have given the answers that how many questions you got correct. Like 4 out of 5 out of 5 or 4 out of 5. All right, so I think most of you have done it. Passage 8 on your screen. about dolphins. One more minute you have. RC question demands practice. And with evaluation of each question, whether you get your answer right or wrong, with the evaluation, your experience, your knowledge, and your ability to notice the keywords or loaded words actually improve. So practice is very important, and everyone must solve the questions जो भी assign कर रहे हैं sheet में, and that's the reason I try to get most of the new questions for you. Alright, so first of all I'm going to write the answers. For passage 1, answer is D. So find the answers, let me know your score and then the doubts. Alright, so there are students who have got all correct. So 4 out of 5, 5 out of 5, very good score. If there is any new learner and he has scored 3 out of 5, not an issue. 3 correct out of 5, but you will have to look at the loopholes, at the important points that you missed out. So I'm going to the explanations now. And make sure that when I give you the next set, which I will, there you try a little, there you exert a little more, and I hope your accuracy will go up. So चलिए ठीक है. Passage number 1. You have to conclude here something from the passage. Reasonably concluded means like an inference it could be. But which option is valid, correct? Maybe based on the whole point, not a big issue. Very first option is wrong because it says Shikha has always received an increment during appraisals. We do not know because only this particular job is mentioned. Yani one job, the present job of Shikha is mentioned where she did not get an SRR. So one job is mentioned. On the basis of that, how can we say that she has always received? Because the past history should have been covered for that. So it means for option A, it was an extreme word, and you notice that data is inadequate for the A option. DI case. B, Shikha did not receive an increment because she failed to submit SRR. And another weak option I go to is the C option. Shikha has always performed better than most of the employee. Most of the employee means more than 50% of the employee. We have already discussed this word and its meaning, right? तो आपने अभी previous उसमें देखा मैंने, I told you the words and their meaning with the same for the same purpose. So if most word is given, she has performed better than most of the employees, it means more than 50% of the employees she must have outperformed. We don't have the data for D also. Shikha has done her work on time, but it is not given that others have not done it, So option A and option C are weak options. And option B, Shikha did not receive an increment because she failed to submit SRR. D, Shikha believes that she has not received an increment. Shikha believes is right because she concluded is given here. It means it was her own interpretation, so believes is correct answer. B option is written as B option, Shikha did not receive an increment because she failed to submit SRR, is written as if it is the fact or reality. But author has not given us the reality or the actual reason behind her not getting the increment. It's only mentioned that what was her observation. So she concluded and D. I suppose everybody is clear about that. So we have the data for D option. That's the reason, the correct answer. Passage number 2. Author has already mentioned that look at the options here. Option A, peckers and oxen have been thought to have a symbiotic relationship for long now. It's already given in the passage. Red bill found in Africa had long been thought to aid impala and oxen by picking ticks off their skin. It's an example of mutualism. So oxpeckers and oxen have been thought to have a symbiotic relationship. Mutualism suggests that. It means this particular option does not include that research done by an Australian biologist. That is missing from this. An option A, so that's why option A is not the best conclusion. Because the conclusion must contain the passage, the main point of the passage. Authors mentioning this research with this word but means the contradiction. It means this research is going to say something contradictory to the popular belief that they both have symbiotic relationship. It means depending on each other, cooperative. So option B, oxpeckers may be harming oxen rather than helping them, is the correct answer. Why? Because in this research, Australian biologist, what he did, that he had two groups of these oxen, and to one group the oxpeckers had an access, to the other group they did not have any access to. So the oxen were kept separately somewhere. What was noticed, author said that it is considered that ticks means small insects. Though these small insects are picked by these birds, oxpeckers. So when the oxpeckers did not have an access there, the number of ticks should have been multiplied, should have increased, but it did not happen. He said that the number remained same as it given here. Paul Weeks kept oxpeckers away from a group of oxen and found no change in the number of ticks. So there was no change here. It means that ticks did not increase, which raises a question on this particular symbiotic relationship that they pick up ticks. Second point is said oxpeckers picked at existing wounds, delaying the healing time on other oxen. So where they had an access, what they did that they delayed the healing time of the oxen. If you connect both these points, that picking ticks and their role there, and then the harming the delaying the healing process, it will lead you to option B. Oxpeckers may be harming rather than helping them. May be harming is the correct because the author has not clearly written that actually they harm, but the research suggests so. C, ticks multiply if not scavenged by oxpeckers, but it did not multiply. In their absence, it remains there was no change. None of the above is incorrect option. So option B is clear. As per the data, this is the correct answer. Okay, I was explaining that, so of course I was not here at was not reading your doubt. Will address your doubts. So all the students, whatever doubts you have, you can write here, and once I have discussed the question, I will get back to your doubt. ठीक है, तो थोड़ा वेट करना पड़ेगा. अब देखिए this question, Nepal contains many rivers that flow down from its high mountains. These rivers have been dammed to harness the hydroelectric power that can be derived from this source. More than enough power is generated. More than enough from these dams to meet in Nepal's energy needs. It means whatever is the requirement, need, more than that the power is generated in Nepal. Yet, citizens of Nepal often experience power shortages or even outages. Why is it happening though? Their supply, their production is more than what they need, their requirement. So which option best explains? It means contextual analysis must be done. A say the flow of the rivers is heavier in the spring than at other times of year. We do not know, no data is given about their flow of the rivers. B, citizens of Nepal rely heavily on electronic appliances in their houses. We don't know the heavily, notice the extreme, exaggeration on electronic appliances in their estimates. Again, we have the DI, heavily they depend, or it is normal use. तो normal or general balance weave से थोड़ा सा exaggerate करेगा, and you will have to look for the data. C says Nepal has not invested in alternate sources of energy. We do not know whether it has invested or not, because the passage only describes where the hydropower, hydroelectric power. It does not mention about the alternate sources of energy. So it has not invested, or it has invested. We do not have data. So again, C is the DI case. We are left with option D. This claim is valid. Some of the electricity generated in Nepal is sold to other countries. Of course, otherwise why there is outages and shortages of power? Though they have more production than the need. So of course D is the valid answer. Now passage 7. From 2005 to 2015, for this whole period that the data is given, total energy use in this country increased by almost 10%. Total energy use. However, the use of electrical energy in this country during the same period grew by more than 50%. As did the gross national product, the total value of all goods and services. The GNP has been described here, gross national product produced in the nation. Okay, which of the following must be true? It could be an inference or an assumption, but here is the question of inference. Obviously, we are doing this sheet. But in the exam point of view, I am telling you that if they say if all of them are true, then which of the following must also be true? Could be an assumption or an inference. Post lunch, we will discuss the assumptions, so you will be clear about that. A says most of the energy used in this country in 2005 was electrical energy. Year specific information is not given here. So 2005 to 15 collectively for this 10 years, 11 years period, the data is given. So we don't have data for A. Maybe, may not be. Any A, whatever says, is in the category of maybe, may not be. Option D similarly talks about 2015 only. Like A was talking about 2005. Electrical energy constitutes a larger portion of energy used to produce the gross GNP than did any other form of. Maybe, may not be, we do not know because the data is not given. And we are supposed to choose the option on the basis of the data. So both are DI, both claims. Now option B, from 2005 to 15, there was a decline in the use of energy other than electrical energy in this country. The question is that in decline in the use of energy other than electric, how do we know that there was a decline in the energy? Maybe it was stagnant and the electrical energy rose to 50%. It was stagnant, it did not decrease, means it went down. So you do not have the data to say it is went down, because the other possibility is that what it remains the same. So C, B is out, C is the right answer. From 2005 to 15, there was an increase in the proportion of energy use in this country. Yes, because it increases by almost 10%. In this country, that consisted of electrical energy use. Only this expression C is correct or valid inference from this given data. Alright, so 6, 7. Now passage 8. Dolphins are regarded as friendliest creatures. Okay, then dolphins are described in this passage. Option Dolphins are quite abundant in some area. How do you know that they are quite abundant? It talks about its number. Huge. So A, do not have data. B, communication is the most fascinating aspect of dolphins. We do not know that it is the most fascinating, or their other traits are most fascinating. We do not know. So B, again, superlative degree should have been noticed. And where is the data for the most? See, dolphins have skills that no other living creatures have, such as the ability to think. No other creature have, it means included human being. But the passage does not say it's like human beings, they also think. That is what written there. So C is incorrect. It was a word game here. No other living creatures like we have been included. D, dolphins have some social traits that are similar to those of humans. Absolutely correct. And the data for this is given in this line. The more we realize that either society is more complex than the people, they look after other dolphins when they are ill, care for pregnant mothers, and protect the weakest in the community as we do. It means social traits. D has the data. So these were the average type of inference questions where you were supposed to look at the given data. Now, I'll address your doubt. So I have explained question number 6. Then a student wants in passage 7 as per Q, passage 7. Okay. That was about energy. As per the question, D may also be reviewed correctly. For option D, you do not have specific data. The student who has written about passage 7 and option D should notice that you do not have data to accept or to deny it. So that's why DI case. In 2015, electrical energy constituted a larger proportion of the energy used to produce the GNP than did any other form of energy. Of this comparison, in particularly this year 2015, though you have been given data as a whole from 2005 to 2015, what happened during this entire period is given. No specific year based information is given. That's the reason D is not correct. However, if you say कि sir possibility hai, probability, maybe probability, but it is not reflecting the probability. It is saying it in a very sure manner, certain manner, that it constituted a large portion of energy. So must look at the language. ठीक है? So I hope this student has got his doubt clear about passage 7. Now 6 1, sir, I have doubt in 6. You mark C option. How can we assume that they give electricity to no other country? My dear student, you look at this option C. It question asks you that which option best explains the situation. The situation I have explained that there is more production than requirement, than the need, right? However, people are asking for power because people complain that there is a power shortage and outages. Which option is a possibility? You know it very well. To just apply that. So how are you saying ki sir some of the electricity generated in Nepal is sold to other countries? How is it correct? It is correct as per the given context because the other 3 options do not have the data. For example, Nepal has not invested in alternative sources of energy. How do you know? Only hydroelectric power is given. What if they have started investing or they have invested? Citizens of Nepal rely heavily on, look at this word, heavily on electronic appliances. Maybe, may not be. They may be normally doing it, like average. The flow of the rivers is heavier than in spring, and now in the season-wise comparison. So you have this only this possibility, right? So I hope you have got it clear. In the passage number 6, your doubt is clear. We are making inferences here on the basis of the data. So this is story and this Nepal case. Then option somebody has written about Shikha does not think it is because she did not submit her SRR. Logically, it could not be inferred as it. Question itself. Yes. Nepal, about this Shikha question. Nepal case I have already discussed, so I put it on rest. Option, that's why C is wrong in my way. C is already wrong. In case the student is talking about passage 6, C is already wrong. D is the right option for Nepal case. And the student who has raised the doubt about passage number 2, this Shikha passage, you have written, it is written that she concluded, right? If you go for option B, it says Shikha did not receive because she failed to submit SRR. The question is that how do you know? Has the author told you this? तो ये आपको कैसे पता कि because of this she was not given? Only the story tells you what happened with her, what she did not do, and what she observed. So observation is given, she concluded. It means believes. That's the reason D. We'll go for the data. The student who has written about C option for Nepal passage, you see, you have not been given the data. You are making your own assumptions here. Ki since Nepal has enough production of energy and hydroelectric power is given there, so they might not have invested in renewable energy. Dear, there is very much possibility that the Nepal is getting conscious about the environment, maybe. And that's the reason hydropower, electric, from there they want to make a shift to the other source, renewable sources of energy. So that's also a possibility. Please don't have this kind of logic in place, right? Because aapka logic, that is based on your assumption. So don't make that, rather go for the exact data. Yeah, other countries' data is not given, but in the given case of Nepal, only that is a possibility, because the question has asked you that which one explains the given situation. तो इसलिए ये आंसर हो गया. It seems that only the doubts, remaining questions I will have to take care after the lunch. Okay. I'll discuss how much practice is required, right? Post lunch. Yes. So why Nepal will invest in alternative sources of energy? I have given you the answer. Maybe they want to make a shift. Some countries want to make a shift, and they have to make commitments at the at climate summits. I think the student who has just written this doubt, because I was just scrolling down and came across your doubt now, who has written that option C and D have the same logic, where we are assuming, so it's confusing. I have told you that Nepal has not invested in alternative sources of energy. They have sufficient energy is given here in the passage. These rivers have been electric power and can be derived from the source. More than enough power is generated, right? More than enough power is generated. This does not give you the data that Nepal has not invested in alternative sources of energy, because I have told you time and again that what if the shift is required? The countries under their commitment and in this climate summits, they are asked to shift from that traditional to the new renewable energy sources. So that's also a possibility. So if a country has more or surplus energy, electric energy from the hydroelectric power, it does not guarantee, or it does not give you sufficient data to infer that that country has not invested or has not started investing in other alternative sources of energy. I suppose this point is clear to you, that why C is logically incorrect, because there may be a shift. D in this case gives us sufficient data, because where the extra energy, electricity has gone. If they are producing surplus, and still the people in Nepal are complaining for shortages and outages. I rest the case. I hope it's clear to you, right? Lunch करते करते सोचते रहिएगा इस question को. And जिन लोगों का भी doubt रह जाता है, like one student has just written, but Shika believes it is some indifferent behavior towards her and not due to SRR submission. भाई जिसको अभी तक शिखा वाले पैसेज में डाउट है, they are not going for lunch. They will stay with me. Shikha did not receive an increment because she failed to submit SRRA. The last time you please try to understand this one. Dekho, beta agar if you choose this option, then the question is that has the company told you or has the author told you this? Why she has not got the SRR? Usko increment क्यों नहीं मिला? How do you know? This option B is written as if it is the reality. It is telling you the real reason. But real reason is given nowhere. It's a very simple point, So neither the company's version nor the author has given you any information. It is only given what happened with Shikha and why she was extremely upset. So she concluded that not being granted an increment was unfair because other employees also did not submit, yet they got the increment. इसका मतलब वो उसका अपना interpretation और of the events है. Her own outcome, her own deductions are like this, ki it is unfair. Why unfair? Because she believes that others did not submit, yet they got the increment. But we do not know whether it is the right reason or not. Right? So Shikha concluded is given. That's why Shikha believes that she has not received an increment. For B option, you do not have the data. More number of questions and at short time, what kind of practice is needed? A lot of practice is needed, and this practice and more thing. There are certain things, do understand, that cannot be discussed at the same time. Abhi मैंने आपको start किया. Maybe the student who has just written it might be doing the inference and assumption question for the first time. And now at the same time, if you want to know कि अभी ये बताओ कि कैसे और आगे time का कैसे करेंगे, you will have to wait. Okay, so just it is already 40 by my watch. Post lunch we meet and then I will discuss it. Okay, तो कुछ points आगे discuss करने होते हैं. Please have patience to match the pace of the faculty. So students, before I give you another passage, there was a couple of doubts that are still lingering on my mind, and like some students ask, like in this passage, when you are going to find the answer, of course your job is to find out the best option, right? The best option. It means the examiner has written the options with this intention that the student should go for always the best one out of the 4. So a situation was described here. Most of the students had issue with this Nepal passage. So which of the following best explains the situation described above? The situation has been given that where they have the sufficient energy, and yet citizens of Nepal often experience power shortages and even outages. So which option best explains? ये जो गुत्थी है, this puzzle, which option gives the best explanation of that? You were supposed to find out that. So some students chose option C. Nepal has not invested in alternate sources of energy. They have gone for the investment in alternative sources of energy, assuming that since Nepal is already sufficient energy is there, more than sufficient energy is there, then they would not go for investment. When you evaluate the options, you are supposed to evaluate the options in the real world scenario. By saying the real world scenario, I am talking about this world which is made up of this time and distance dimensions with these constraints. It means we have to consider the reality. When Nepal's case being, in spite of being energy reliant, more than sufficient energy, yet people are complaining of the shortages and outages, it means what is the possibility? In that scenario, you have to think. So when you say not invested in alternative sources of energy, the question is that how do you know? Because this statement fails when you think of shifting the sources of energy, because that's also a reality. When I said that you have to think in this real world, you know that the countries are, though they have heavily, they are banking upon the traditional sources of energy, conventional sources of energy, generally the developing countries. However, there is a pressure that they should shift. So what if Nepal has invested in alternative sources of energy? right? Renewable energy sources. So that's also a possibility. You were supposed to consider that. That's the reason C was not the best option. But some of the electricity generated in Nepal is sold to other countries. That's a possibility. They're exporting it, and that's the reason there may be shortage of the electricity. So more than at times it happens that some governments, take a call for export of something, and later on they get to know that there is a shortage of thing. So I suppose this particular doubt is clear. And there was another doubt related to passage number 1, which was talking about Shikha's energy. Your answer should have been based on the passage, the data. And I told you that concluded word was written there that gives us the logical connection, leads us to logical connection to D option, because Shikha believes. This belief is correct because B option has been written in such a manner as if it is the reality. Why she was not given, SRR. If you read only the first part, you will not get the answer unless you go to the second sentence. So first says Shikha was extremely upset. Why she was upset? When she did not receive an increment, okay, in her salary during the year-end appraisal, because she had completed all projects, attended all employees, everything she did, every other thing she did correctly, except for submitting SRR. So she concluded that it is unfair, because there were other employees also, that not being granted increment was unfair, since there were colleagues who have received increment even though they had not submitted. So it was her own interpretation, which is correctly written in D. And B option is written in such a manner that the author has given you the reason. Some authors give you the reasons, give you their own idea, their own thought. We call such passages as interpretive passages, right? Interpretive passages may author will always interpret the point, the thought, the opinion, and will give his course of actions, will be maybe giving you some way out, some solutions. So interpretive and prescriptive passages which have the solution as well. The author's own knowledge will be given there. He will interpret the topic on his own. But this author has only told us what happened with Shikha and why was she upset, without giving us any real reason. I hope this is clear to you. Now, when you go for the, in the prelims session, I have discussed with you this question of inference. There's a question that how much time you should spend, how many questions you must try. The questions, the target number of the questions I will discuss on the day 2, tomorrow. Target number of questions, how much time should be given, and how much practice should be there. These are some basic, points that you must be thinking on. I have told you that maximum 2 minutes you should give per question. Per question, which means it includes reading of the passage, of course reading and understanding of the question, and also evaluation and elimination of the options. It means your reading speed must be good. And about the reading speed, I must tell you that at least 200 words per minute should be your speed, 200 WPM. If we consider 25 passages, on an average, 25 passages are asked in RC section. Sometimes, maybe one here or one there. कभी 24 भी हो सकता है, कभी ये 26 or 27 भी हो सकता है. But on an average, 25 passages are given. And if you are going to solve out of 25 passages, let's say some 18 or 20 passages if you are going to solve, which you believe that they are within your reach. However, you will have to read the remaining 3, 4, 5 passages also to decide. So this word limit is the minimum word limit, 200 words per minute. The students who do not understand how to measure their WPM, let me quickly tell them about it. That to measure your speed, your reading speed that we measure in words per minute WPM. So you must select first five different articles or different paragraphs. 5 different paragraphs. This different is very important here. Don't read the same thing again. So different paras are required or different articles are required. फिर आप क्या करेंगे? You will set the timer for a minute and you will start reading that article or para. The moment time is over, this timer is for 1 minute. You will count the words, right? Count all the words that you have read, including the article, prepositions, everything. And then go for the second reading, for the third reading, fourth, fifth. Once you have done all the 5 reading, you have got the number of words you have read, then add them, right? Add all these words. So suppose you have got 130 here, 128 here, maybe 145 here, maybe 150 here, or maybe 129 here. So you are supposed to add all these WPM and then divide them by a 5. Right? So you get average WPM. You should do it today itself or tomorrow, but you must cross check whether you are reading up, your reading speed is up to the mark or not. 200 words per minute I have told you. How to increase it? A couple of times you practice and it will go up. You use pen. Other points I must tell you, though practice is the most important thing. The first point is that you should always read with the pen, and second point is that don't read it loud because that takes time. So if you have this habit, cut it down. Third point is that when you are reading, don't read every part of the para with the same speed. You should increase the speed when you are reading the easy part. Easy part, I mean that when author is explaining, after giving his idea, his thought, his theory, when he is giving for the elaboration, for explanation, for example. So that part must be read very fast. Idea, when the idea gets complicated, complex, you can slow down a bit because unless you understand, there will no benefit. So you must read the passages as per their paragraphs, different parts of the paragraph as per their merit. So this is called customization of reading. Customization as per the need. आसान पार्ट है, एग्जाम्पल है, उदाहरण है और सब, तो तेज पढ़िए. कॉन्टेक्स्ट की बात कर रहा है, सिर्फ बैकग्राउंड में रीड फास्ट. When you come across something which is crux and complicated, you can slow down. ठीक है? तो customization will help you a lot. तो use pen for reading. Don't read loud. Any vocalization don't read loud. And third is that customize. Customization of reading. Reading speed as per the passage. 2-3 times you practice and I think you will get this word limit. 200 minimum should be there. How in the classrooms, you already know that I have asked, and there are students who are reading 250 plus or 300 plus. So you in order to achieve the target, your speed should be there. I hope it's clear. Right. The practice part. You know how much practice is required? You know, as much as possible. In this one, I am telling you, you know, all the question that you are solving with me in today's class itself, somewhere around 30, right? 30 or 35 questions we are going to discuss. If there is a time, we will discuss more questions. So this practice in these 2 days. However, once you know the basics, you must embark on this journey and can go for the PYQs. So make sure that you must have solved the PYQs from paper 2015 to paper 2023. This is the practice you need. And once you have got to know the basics, of course your accuracy rate must go up, your speed should also increase. In the beginning, don't be so fussy about the speed, because then you will be compromising on other stuff. Accuracy is more important than the speed. Okay, and so now we come so I have discussed this part, right? The student who asked me about the amount of practice and all, have you got it? Target number of questions and these things, this particular topic I will discuss in tomorrow's class. However, we suggest the students to go for at least 40 to 50 questions. Alright students, so we have done up to passage 8, right? Let's first finish this sheet of inference questions, and then I'll go for assumption questions. So passage number 9 onwards you are going to start. You know, 9th is asking about the author is arguing that. So it means what is the author's main point? It means this question is going to ask you, like, what is the author's conclusion if he has written, by and large what he is describing. So you will focus on the main point of the author, and passage number 10, Australian researchers have discovered, yes. Another question of inference. Then we have 11 and 12, need of any deep observation. This question is asking about the theme of the passage. So it's again a main idea type of, yani conclusion type of, what is the main point of the author in the passage. And last passage is one of the legacies of the French. It simply asks you the infer. Okay, so these 4 passages you are going to solve now. Yes, your time starts now. For 4 passages, 6 to 8 minutes you have. Alright, so only one student has got 9C. You will come across slightly more challenging questions now, because some 8 questions you have already done. Passage 10 on your screen now. So some of you have given the answers. However, I give you 1 more minute because there must be some students who are doing such passages for the very first time and they need more time to analyze. So, so before choosing the option, you must be clear of this fact that the answer should be based on the passage. So which part has the source for the answer and whether the part holds sufficient data or not. This will be the key part. Alright, so I'm going to write the answers now. Passage 9, option C. 11 option A and 12 option C. So answer C, B, A, C from passage 9 to 12. Now your doubts. All right. Like question number 9 and 10 were more confusing here. And in the 9 passage, I'll start the discussion with. अब जिसका भी wrong है वो the person should look at that author has mentioned here the clean air proposal. This is a new clean air proposal. What the government has decided, right, is given there by chemical plant. Then author says the stated purpose of this proposal is to reduce cancers caused by air pollution. Yet the chemical industry rather than the government is responsible for monitoring the implementation of the proposal. So if the past actions of certain polluters in the chemical industry are any indication of future behavior, it means in the past it has happened. And the net result of the new proposal will be an increase rather than a decrease in carcinogens released into the air. Now in this passage you see author has mentioned if the point that the government giving the chance to the chemical industry to monitor this emission of harmful chemicals or toxins is not going to not going to achieve the target. Because something has happened in the past also. That leads us to option C. Option A is wrong. No chemical companies can be trusted to follow the clean air proposal. Author has said that the self-monitoring is not good because the government should have done so. But he says that yet the chemical industry rather than, but author is not saying that no chemical companies, it means zero. In a way, you know that no chemical company can be trusted. Author is not so specific about this. So it's an extreme case. And I suppose everybody must have noticed this, that examiner is trying to befool you through an extreme extreme term. No chemical companies can be trusted. B, the chemical industry is responsible for releasing the majority of carcinogens into the air. We do not know about, maybe it is correct, but sufficient data is not given about the majority of this. It means majority means most of them, right? So option B is you don't have the data. Option A, you don't have the data. Option C and D. D says to ensure effective implementation, the government should always monitor the execution of its proposals. This makes good sense. However, the word always is also mentioned there that you should notice. Option is author has mentioned if the government, and he's only talking about the chemical industry, right? And he says if the past actions of certain polluters in the chemical industry, even in the past incidents, he has not spoken about other sectors. So he is only talking about the chemical industry. That's the reason option D cannot be chosen over C. C is the valid deduction, allowing self-monitoring for the new clean air proposal will result in the opposite of its intended consequence. From this line, we get to infer this C option. So I hope C is clear to you. Right? So that was passage 9. Now we discuss passage number 10. The student who has asked the doubt about the 12th passage needs to wait. Right? I'll take one by one. Don't worry. Australian researchers have discovered, this is the passage I have noticed that some students have missed it. And maybe the reason is that this is like a bit technical. So Australian researchers have discovered electroceptors clustered at the tip of the spiny anteater's snout. Snout, here you can understand that long nose that they have. Electroreceptors were found on them at the tip of a spiny anteater. The researchers made this discovery by exposing small areas of the snout to extremely weak electrical fields and recording the transmission of resulting nervous activity to the brain. So through extremely weak electrical fields, they discovered electroreceptors. It means electroreceptors will be, stimulated, will be affected, or will respond to even extremely weak electrical fields. That is the valid inference from here, that they can do that because they found it when they were exposed to extremely weak electrical fields. Then he says they also discovered means additional discovery. Also discovered tactile receptors. Tactile is something which is related to touch. Another kind of sensory organ on the anteater's snout. They also discovered tactile receptors can also respond to the electrical stimuli. Such receptors do so only in response to electrical field strengths about 1,000 times greater than those known to excite electroreceptors. So it means tactile receptors will react when this electric field is 1,000 times greater to the to that limit of to that limit when it excites the electroreceptors. Uska 1,000 times. So it means that tactile receptors will respond to a strong electric field 1,000 times more stronger than what electroreceptors are required, and electroreceptors can respond in extremely weak electrical fields. With this information, you have to proceed and choose which option is best. His researchers found that the level of nervous activity in the anteater's brain increased dramatically as the strength of the electrical stimulus was increased. The question is that where does it come from? Dramatically it increase. Dramatically means it's like quite fast, more than anticipated or expected. This specific information is not given. You do not have the sufficient data whether they found this, right? So in the brain they responded, only that part is given, but dramatically there was an increase in the strength of the electrical stimulus was nervous activity was dramatically increased. We do not know. Option B I have chosen as correct answer. I'll come to B, but first you go to C. It says researchers found that the anteater's tactile receptors were more easily excited by a strong electrical stimulus than were the electroreceptors. Now understand this is very convincing. However, you need to look at the word carefully. It is making a comparison. Researchers found that the anteater's tactile receptors were more easily excited by a strong electrical stimulus than were the electroreceptors. Were more easily excited. Now, this particular option, as many students have chosen, it hinges upon this point. It depends on the point that anteater's tactile receptors were more easily excited by a strong electrical. It is given here that they only response when the electric field was 1,000 times greater. Only respond in that case. So more response, easily response does not make sense. It means they will not respond to an electric field which is not 1,000 times greater to this limit of electroreceptors, because the word only is given. So focus on this line. Can also respond to electricity. Such receptors do so only in response to electrical field 1,000. It means less than 1,000 times greater, less than 1,000 times, and they will not respond. So there is no question of easily responding and all. So that's why C is the wrong option, and many students chose this. So here the examiner played a word game and more easily was added. It was just trying to evaluate whether you notice a word only in the passage or not. Now D option. Researchers tested small areas of the anteater's snout in order to ensure that only electroreceptors were responding to the stimulus. Small areas of the anteater snout in order to ensure that only electroreceptors were responding to the stimulus. Now again, this is not correct, right? Because they tested small areas of the anteater snout in order to, what was their purpose? To only ensure that only electroreceptors were responding to the stimulus. It is not given that they were only doing to stimulate or to notice the response of the electroreceptors, because in the discovery electroreceptors were found, and then also given that tactile receptors were also found, and to which type of electric field they respond to is given. So we are left with option B, in fact, which says researchers found that some areas of the anteater snout were not sensitive to a weak electrical stimulus. Yes, some areas were not, and that area was the tactile receptors, which was also found on the anteater's snout. So on the snouts of the anteaters, both types of receptors were found, electroreceptors as well as tactile receptors. Electroreceptors were responding to extremely weak electrical fields, but the tactile receptors do not respond to that. They only respond to when the field is 1000 times greater than the field that actually stimulate the electroreceptors. So option B is the valid inference and the correct answer. Passage 11. This question asks you about what is the theme of the passage. So main point of the passage, option A, modern warfare has resulted in civil strife. Author throughout has discussed this thing that there is no need of any deeper to say that today's war has changed from large scale clashes of armies to suppression of civilian populations. Right? Chemical agents that do their work silently appear to be suited to such warfare. And regretfully, there exist people in military establishment who think that chemical agents are useful tools for their cause. Now, he has used the word regretfully. It means author does not want that civilians should be suppressed or chemical war should be used. That's why he has used the word regret. It means B cannot be the answer, which says chemical agents are useful in modern warfare. Useful is a positive term. Wrong. C, use of chemical agents in warfare would be desirable. Again, according to the paragraph, it does not match. So B and C are weak options. D says people in military establishment like to use chemical agents in war. But the main point of the passage is that this D is also a subset, is also a sub point of the passage's main point. So the main point theme means that you have to find the main point of the passage, and that is option A. Modern warfare has resulted in civil strife. So no more it is confined to military, army to army fight, but now the civilians are also targeted. That was the theme of the passage. Passage number 12. All the students who are now attempting inference must have realized by now that where this option has come from, where that option has come from. Of course, this will be the basic approach to the questions. लेकिन उसमें फिर आपको सोचना भी पड़ेगा ना कि where is the data. अब if you are expecting directly the same thing will be written in the passage which is given in the option, then you are mistaken. You are solving CACs, right? तो ये CSAT के standard में don't expect a state type of questions here. You have to apply the language sense on your. This passage says one of the legacies of the French legions was discipline. Legacy word is given there. A valid inference you were supposed to find out. So dear, option C, discipline was the army's inheritance from their seniors. What else legacy is? Legacy means the same thing. So that's why C has the base present in the passage. What other options have done? A says through thorough regimentation was the main reason for all the victories of the French legions over their opponents even in adverse circumstances. Legions means army, group of soldiers, battalions. So was the main reason for all the victories. So much specific information you do not have in the passage. Author has mentioned that there was strict discipline. In the legions, military law prevailed and discipline was brutal. Discipline on the battlefield kept units obedient, intact and fighting, even when the odds and conditions were against them. But it does not say that this French army won all the victories on the basis of the discipline. It was important, right? Supporting them. So A option, all the victories, main reason it was, you do not have. Whether arms were main reason or discipline was the main reason or the bravery, valor of those soldiers were the main reason, we do not know. So A के लिए data नहीं. B, the legions were treated inhumanly as if the men were animals. No, nothing, no option is talking about that. No, no part of the para. D says the harsh discipline to which the religions were subjected to led to the adverse circumstances. It is the distortion, which I wrote earlier, wrong options and their characteristics. I told you extreme options are generally wrong. I told you that word-to-word copy will be wrong. I told you that DI cases, yani some claim made by the option and sufficient data will not be there. And fourth, I told you that some of the information given in the passage by the author will be distorted. Look at D option. Harsh discipline to which the religions were subjected to led to the adverse circumstances. Harsh disciplines caused the adverse circumstances. But the option author says discipline on the battlefield kept units obedient, intact and fighting even when the odds and conditions were against them. Even in adverse circumstances they maintained discipline. That is the point said by the author, and D is the distortion of that. I hope it's clear to you that where C has come from, right? So legacy, inheritance and seniors. So in the inference questions, don't expect that the same thing will be written. It will always be based on the passage. So those who have got 3 out of 4 correct or 4 out of 4 correct, good job. However, there was some technical questions like passage number 2. Now I want to tell you that, about the amount of practice I have told you. PYQs you must try, like inference questions we have discussed today, and you must go for those more and more inference based questions. There is a test also and it will be forwarded to you, hopefully I think tonight itself or maybe, and then tomorrow we'll discuss the answer of those. The questions will be based on assumption and inference. Before I take up another question, I want to bring to your attention that we have discussed till now that if the author has given you some passage, some information here, this firm line means the para or the statement or the data that the author has given you. Based on this para or information or data, what else you deduce is called inference. This arrow means that based on this, where you come to, what you deduce is called inference, logical deduction. This logical deduction sometimes could be very simple, very directly connected to the passage and easily you can find the correct answer. At times it is quite difficult because author has not written the same thing or even near to the same thing. He will rather go for a distant thing. जैसे अभी आपने last passage किया, French and legacy was given, inheritance was given, so you could connect it with the seniors. That was easy to establish. In some of the inference questions, you will find that a totally new piece of information will be there. For example, in the before that question, we solved that question of electroreceptors, tactile, right? So there we were supposed to find out something which was based on the passage but not directly connected. So in the inference, you have to be ready that the correct option should be based on the passage. Connection could be immediate, connection could be distant. But connection will always be there. It will always be based on the passage. Your job is to find it out. Okay? While finding it out, I told you that you must be mindful of the data given and you must be mindful of the logic or reasoning used to write that option. Whatever the option says must be logically correct. So these 2 points we have discussed, right? The data should be given. Now we proceed to another type of question, and that question is that when you look at the other side, discovery side, inference was more of innovation. Innovation is that finding a new thing on the basis of the things that you have. The scientists consider the natural phenomena and then they innovate something new. They use the raw material and then they innovate something new. Whereas discovery is something that already existed. So here, what is the presupposed or preconceived notion of the author on the basis of which he has written something? So the arrow is on this side. It means now you are going to find out the assumption. Assumption means it is the author's belief or author's supposition, as the word assume suggests. So what the author who has written his argument will obviously not write the assumption, but he will give us some clue. I mean, he has written something. From that we can reach to the correct assumption. That if he says so, what else he must have assumed or must have believed in. So a very simple example for that, and in classrooms I generally use this example, that if it is said that that Alia is an IAS aspirant, and then author says so she must be hardworking. HW, hardworking. Alia is an IAS aspirant, so she must be hardworking. The author has concluded about Alia. It means that author has not written here something that he has assumed. By dot I mean that something is there within the fold of these two sentences, these two parts, that he has assumed, supposed to be true. So when you are going to find out the assumption, you are going to actually find out the statement, that option, which is in the category of must be true for the passage. Yani that must have been believed, supposed or considered by the author to be true. On the basis of that, he has written his argument. So that aspect you need to find out though. Case in point, this one, Alia is an IAS aspirant, so she must be hardworking. It means a valid assumption has been made here that IAS aspirants, all IAS aspirants are hardworking. That's why this author, after knowing that a particular person is an IAS aspirant, he has jumped to the conclusion that she must be hardworking, because he believes that, or he in this aspect, that all IAS aspirants are hardworking. But this aspect was not written. So assumption will not be written in the passage as it is. It will always be hidden. But you can easily find it out by just looking at what the author has proven and what is the data that he has used in order to prove that. Is that clear? I give you a couple of more examples that I generally use, some standard examples. So example number 2. An author says that it's hot tonight, so the day must have been cloudy. It's hot tonight, so the day must have been cloudy. This is the conclusion. After saying this, he comes to this conclusion. And now assumption is something which is actually the missing link between the two. It is in the fold. So this valid assumption for this statement is that cloudy days, so if I write short form CD, cloudy days lead to hot night or hot nights. If this assumption is not correct, the author's argument will fail, will deflate. So assumption has this nature that if it is contradictory, if it is going in an opposite direction, saying something else which the author has said, will never be correct. It means on this basis you can identify the options, evaluate the traits of the options. So if any option which is going opposite to what the author has said, contradicting what the author has said, will always be incorrect. Right? So if cloudy days do not lead to hot nights, how the author is saying that it being hot tonight, the day must have been cloudy. It means he believes that cloudy days lead to hot night. Okay. If the author has said that Mr. X must be a good doctor, as he has years of experience. So Mr. X must be a good doctor. Reason is given as he has years of experience. It means the author believes that years of experience makes one a good doctor, right? So experience makes one a good doctor. But if the statement is written experience makes one a good pilot, that will be doubtful because author has spoken strictly about the doctor. So he might believe or may not believe in that assertion about the pilot. इसलिए you will have to look at the data as well. When you are going to choose an assumption, also look for the data just like you were doing in the inference questions, whether the sufficient data is given or not. Alright, so I have given you some idea about the assumptions. Let's take up a few questions. So now you will realize presupposition of the author. Assumption is the presupposition he has believed in, and discovery by the reader. We have to discover it on the basis of, whereas the inference was that it is the interpretation of the reader, his ability to evaluate the given data. And now this statement is written. Statement number 1. Can you write the correct answer for statement 1? You have to find the assumptions for Mamta. Look at her audacity. Smriti has not replied to my letter. Audacity means, is in a negative way it is used when somebody shows, you know, a kind of obstinacy, a kind of rigidity. So उसको कहते हैं audacity. हिंदी में जैसे कहते हैं ना उसकी हिम्मत तो देखो, तो ये हिम्मत वाला पॉइंट, लेकिन ये हिम्मत तारीफ करेज वाला नहीं है, this negative one. How did you dare? So look at her audacity. Audacity. Smriti has not replied to my letter. Mamta tells Maya. Mamta assumes. Very good. Yes, everybody has written option A. She has not replied to my letter. It means Smriti has received her letter. Alright, Smriti has received her letter. Smriti did not receive her letter, going against. So second is going against. The letter was sent by post by through somebody or to courier or something. We don't have the data for that. There is no data, so it's a DI case. So in assumptions also you will have the DI case. Did not receive her letter. It is contradictory, opposite to the to the author's point. Author's point means A's point. तो contradictory वाला सही नहीं हो सकता. The correct answer is option A, as most of you have chosen. Good. Now who has written D? D only second and third are implicit. Second is not implicit. Dear, implicit is something which is inbuilt, not openly said, not directly said. So explicit is directly said. Like what directly Mamta has told Maya? She wrote a letter. We get this explicit information. Implicit is inbuilt, not directly or openly mentioned. तो आपका only first is implicit. जिस स्टूडेंट ने D choose किया है, have you understood? The assumption cannot go against the passage. Okay, find out the correct assumption for statement number 2. Yes, it says implicit. I have explained implicit and explicit to you. Explicit is something which is openly directly mentioned. Implicit is something which is not directly said, but you deduce. You take it out by applying your logic with the help of reasoning and logic when you deduce something. Everybody has chosen D option. Now, anyone doubtful? सबका आंसर सेम आ रहा है, वेरी गुड. Put a notice on the board that all the employees should come on time to office. An officer tells his assistant. So when you are going to find out the assumption, of course you are going to find the assumption for this officer. This officer who says this point, what he has assumed or believed in. Number one, all employees come late. No, we can't say all employees come late. Even if 10%, 20%, 40, 50%, kitne come late aate hain, we don't know. Right? So, or maybe no one is coming late, but the officer is taking a precautionary measure. तो एक के लिए कुछ आपके पास डेटा नहीं. Second, employees read such notice on the board. Of course, otherwise why the notice is written there? Why is he asking to put the notice if nobody reads it? So employees read such notice. Employees will follow the instruction. Yes, this is the valid assumption of the officer. Otherwise, why he is asking his junior to put a notice in place. So remember, when you are going to solve the assumption questions for notices, for circulars, for any directives or instructions issued by the authority, what the authority have already assumed, they have assumed that these instructions, these notices, whatever is said in those circulars and to the subject to whom it is being issued to, they will abide by it, they will follow it, and it is their duty. Whose duty? The issuing authority. It can also be assumed that it is their duty to issue such notices, to pass on such directives or circulars, right? So valid assumption will be that if the readers will be they will be influenced by that. I mean, they will abide, and it is the duty. If it is not issued, of course there may be some harms to the organization. That will also be correct. Right? Similarly, if advertisement is written, then you have to assume that advertisements, whatever advertisements highlights, they generally highlight a product and they say that buy this product should be purchased. Why? They also mention the reason. Like ये cream खरीद लें क्योंकि गोरे हो जाएंगे. I mean, buy this cream to improve your complexion. So it means that the complexion, fair complexion is desired. Read this book for success in IAS exam. It means the success is desired. Buy these shoes for durability and for comfort. It means comfort and durability are desired. So these are the valid assumptions connected with the issuing authority or the author. So assumption always, एक दो point note कर लेंगे. Those who do not know, first point they write down that we are supposed to find the assumption for the author. That is the point number one. Because it is a discovery, ना जो आपको करना है. अब discovery is something which is already there. So just write down point number one, that we are supposed to find out the assumption for the author. Or if the question demands ki okay, find the assumption for XYZ and the XYZ character is mentioned in the paragraph, then it is like XYZ's assumption. So author's assumption, okay, that is the first thing. Don't try to bring in your own inferences based knowledge, here. Inferences it was the reader's interpretation, which was based on the data. It is the author's assumption. Point number two, you must write down that the correct answer for assumption, the option should be, अब ये कैसी कैटेगरी में होना चाहिए? It should be in the must be true category. Must be true Must be true category means sufficient data must be there. No such option should be chosen which is in the maybe category. Maybe category and must be category. Maybe category is like sufficient data is not there. The option you have entangled with, जो आप choose करने जा रहे हैं या आप जिसमें उलझे हुए हैं, you just cross check whether it is a possibility only, maybe correct, maybe not. So that should not be chosen. In the given data, which option has certainty, yani the must be true category. Sufficient data for that option is given. So that is the second point, right? Generally, the questions for assumption will have conclusion in them. It means the main point of the author may be written. So C means conclusion. Better I write main point. Is given. Generally given, right? Because in some of the UPSC CSAT passages you may not come across a conclusion at one place. Conclusion is generally given. So you should first notice where the conclusion is written and what is the evidence author has given. Evidence means premise, right? P for premise. Premise means the reason or evidence. Reason or evidence, and on that basis the author will prove C option. जैसे author ने बोला था, a previous example I gave, that Alia is an IS aspirant, so she must be hardworking. So conclusion was she must be hardworking, and the premise was she is an IS aspirant. So being that aspirant, she must be hardworking. It means this the premise was, and the conclusion was. When the author says that it is hot tonight, that was a premise. On that basis, he comes to conclusion that the day must have been cloudy. The premise was that Mr. X has years of experience. The conclusion was that he must be a good doctor. So ये notice करिए, and you will find that the assumption will be connecting P to C. So P to C, this trajectory will be there, and to this equation you may write that C, it means the author's main point depends on the evidence that he has written and the assumption that he has not written, but it is part of his thought. It is part of his premise, though it's a hidden premise. So C is equal to P plus A. This is the equation. C for conclusion, P for premise, A for assumption. Assumption is not written. So assumption is generally like foundation of a building, which is not seen from outside. So assumption is also not written, but in the whole argument, the author's C and P will be there. Like in the building, you can see the pillars and then the building, the rest, head of the building rest on it, but the foundation is not seen. So it is just like that. Okay. Before I give you more points, I want you to attempt a few questions. So first and second statements we have seen. Now I want you to try passage number 1, 2, 3. One more minute you have. Some of you have got your answers wrong. And point is that which option is in the must be true category. तो इसलिए आइडेंटिफाई करिए C, where is the conclusion? And I have given you deliberately those questions where the conclusion indicator is written. Then author, what the data he has used, the correct option assumption will actually bridge the gap between the two from P to C. It will be supporting and it will be in the must be true category. So there may be another close option, but you have to go for so there is a certain frame in which you are supposed to think. If you do not have the idea of that frame, chances are the incorrect options will draw your attention towards them, and you may not be in fact evaluating the data behind those options. तो कौन सा बेस्ट है, किसके लिए ज़्यादा डेटा है, you will always, you need to focus on that aspect. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. Most of you, I suppose, have given the answers, so let me start the discussion, the answers for this, right? So I'm going to discuss the third one first. The third passage, where is the conclusion? The author has said here, nurses should therefore, this is a big indicator of the conclusion, perform initial examinations in hospital emergency rooms to determine which patients merit immediate treatment and which can wait until the emergency physicians have more time to see them. Who should play this role? Nurses should play this role. This is the author's assertion or the main point or conclusion. So conclusion or assertion is this. What he has said before that, first sentence, because most hospitals suffer a chronic undersupply of physicians, patients must sometimes wait hours in the emergency room to see a doctor. From this premise, first sentence, he goes to the conclusion in the second sentence. Nurses should therefore perform. Option A, hospitals should expand their medical staffs. Sounds very good for those students who have not paid much attention. Dear, you need to be careful. थोड़ा सा enjoy करके करिएगा ना इसको. देखिए, it is talking about medical staff. Passage is only talking about that there is an undersupply of doctors, so the nurses should do this duty. But medical staffs include others also. Ward boy, even drivers of ambulances, other people who are there to take care of logistical stuff. So A is not correct. Trap हो गए आप. देखो, आपको अपने trap नहीं होना है. And your approach should be to the option is that what is wrong in that option. You should look for the wrong part. Evaluation means looking for the wrong part and then eliminating it. So your approach to the options will not be that anything that sounds good and you have chosen that option. Don't do that. Rather look for, orientation should be that which part is wrong. मैं क्लास में ऑलवेज बोलता हूँ कि जैसे जस्ट लाइक मेन एग्जाम्स जो होता है आपका, व्हेन यू सबमिट योर कॉपीज एंड दोज एग्जामिनर्स, दे ऑलवेज लुक फॉर द रॉन्ग पार्ट इन योर आंसर. दे डू नॉट लुक फॉर द पॉजिटिव थिंग्स, but they are looking for the errors. It is taken for granted that yes, you are supposed to write the correct things. So no credit goes to that. So similarly, when you reading the option written by the examiner, he has played some game with you. Some traps are set. You need to look for that. The hospital should expand their medical staff, should have been noticed quickly. B, physicians cannot be trained to perform initial examinations. Cannot be trained, that is not said in the passage. There is an undersupply, that is the reason. C, emergency rooms will run more smoothly if initial examinations are performed. Dear it is another googly given by the examiner. Of course, emergency rooms will run smoothly, and that's why author has said nurses should therefore perform initial examination in hospital emergency rooms if initial examinations are performed. But by whom the initial examination should be performed? That is the argument. Because the physicians, there is an undersupply, so nurses must do that. It means B, C, baat kehte kehte reh gaya, and it has not given you the perfect answer. D is the correct answer. Nurses are competent to judge the severity of patient's conditions. Yes, must be true category. By must be true, I mean this. If nurses are not competent, use this denial method to cross-check your answer. If nurses are not competent, then why the author is saying that nurses should be given this responsibility? They should do, therefore. It means he assumes, he believes that nurses are competent enough to judge the severity of patient's conditions. So D is the right answer. I don't know how many people chose D. I can say A, B, yes. There are some D's also. But very interesting question, right? To identify, I will repeat, identify your C, where what the author has concluded, on what basis, in that given setup, which option is in the must be true category. अब जल्दी से review कर लें अपने passage 2 और 1 को. Some students have got incorrect answer for second passage. And if they want to change, they can. बहुत अच्छा question है. Some confusing options are written there, but your job is to find out the most appropriate answer. Must be true category. So, this author, after telling you the premise, the detail, inorganic pesticides remain active on the surface of fruits and vegetables for several days. Inorganic pesticides. After spraying, while organic pesticides dissipate within a few hours, means end, they die within a few hours after application, leaving the surface of the sprayed produce free of pesticide residue. So pesticide residue remains when inorganic pesticides are used, but they dissipate when it's organic pesticide. So the premise is given here in the first sentence. Then author concludes. Conclusion. C. अब P to C की जर्नी में क्या must be true होगा, ये you have to find it. If in case any student want to change his answer, can do that and can mention that what was his earlier answer and now which option he has chosen, because you have to gauge how you are proceeding. There's an upward mobility in terms of correct accuracy or not. So therefore, when purchasing from a farm that uses inorganic pesticides, one must be careful to wash the produce thoroughly before eating it to prevent the ingestion of toxins. Okay, this is the author's point. You must wash it so that toxins, yani inorganic pesticide that remain on it, do not remain on it. So wash it. But one need not worry about ingesting pesticides when purchasing from farms that use only organic pesticides, of course, because they will dissipate themselves. So author's claim is that wash the fruits or produce from the which have inorganic pesticides. Wash them. Option A, consumers are aware of the origins of the produce they purchase. They are aware of the origins of the produce they purchase. We have to choose the best option. May be correct. A option may be correct, but must be true. देखना है कि कौन सा है which is serving as the foundation of the conclusion. It means the base. Even if the consumers are not aware of the origins, are aware of the origins, yes, it makes sense if somebody has chosen. That's the reason I'm not saying it is incorrect, but I'm saying you have to choose the best one. Now B says produce from farms that use organic pesticide reaches the consumers within hours after it is picked or harvested. Does not matter. Hours or not, because they themselves dissipate after some time. C, no farm uses both organic and inorganic pesticide. There may be some farms, author has not given the detail. D is the answer. No pesticide is capable of penetrating the skin of fruit or vegetable. This is the must be true answer, because if they penetrate, what the author has said, he has concluded, wash them to remove the inorganic pesticide, the residue. If it penetrates, then washing is useless. It means the author has assumed that they cannot penetrate the skin of the fruit. They remain on the surface itself, hence washing has been recommended. So D is in the must be true category, not A. Right? So from this journey P to C, option D works as the correct assumption. Alright, so your job, notice which option is giving you the must be true kind of data, and that must be chosen. Now, passage number 1. अब इस passage में author has concluded, therefore the scientist must have discovered the butterfly at night. Why he comes to this conclusion? Therefore is written here. He gives the data that scientists have discovered a new species of butterfly that lives only in a small region of Central America and is active only at night. During the day, it rests in treetops where its green color matches the foliage perfectly. Foliage is that collectively, that leaves and, the trees and plants and vegetation, जो है उसको हम कहते हैं foliage, जो collective leaves and all that होता है. तो where its green color matches the foliage perfectly. Therefore, the scientist must have discovered the butterfly. The author is very sure that it must have been discovered at night, not during the day. Again, must be true. The newly discovered butterfly is not related to any other species of butterfly. Nothing has been said about this. So option A cannot be the answer. May be related, may not be related. B, there is no way for the scientist to detect the butterfly during the day. Yes, because he has concluded that at night it must have been discovered. It means he is very sure, or he has assumed this, that there is no way of detecting, finding, discovering this during the day. So B is the best answer. C says no other butterfly species lives in this region. Again, it's haywire. A and C are weak option. D gives some challenge. The foliage in the butterfly habitat is completely green. Look at the word completely green. Author has not emphasized on this thing so much. He has said that it matches the foliage. This butterfly is green in color. During the it rests in treetops where it's green color. It has green color. Matches the foliage. But he is not very particular or about that the foliage is completely green. Right? Like I want to say that if the green leaves are there, maybe some 1 or 2 are brown also there, reddish maybe there, but he is saying by and large, in general, it matches the foliage. So about completely you don't have the data. However, it poses the challenge. B is the best option. This is in the must be true category. So I suppose it's clear to you. Now to assumption questions, and you must pay attention to the data given, and the job becomes easier if you follow the disciplined approach. So the approach is, if you want to write down, identify the conclusion first, if it is written. Identify the conclusion, because generally the conclusion will be written. So identify that conclusion, see how the author has arrived at this conclusion by writing his premises, any the data. The correct option will be bridging the gap between this P and the C. So 3 steps I have told you. Identify the C first and observe how the author has arrived it by reading the P from premise to conclusion when he goes. The correct option must be bridging the gap between P to C, must be supplying the missing information, the missing link from P to C. It is given the butterfly is clean, but foliage is completely green is not is not as good as the other option is. See, your job is to find out which option is in the must be true category. That's why I am emphasizing on this point, must be true. For others you do not have the exact data. तो किसके लिए आपके पास ज़्यादा data है? अब there is no way for scientists to detect the butterfly, because he said the scientist must have discovered at night. It means he strongly believes during the day. But this one is saying foliage butterfly's habitat is completely green. So it's like maybe, but it is not that the sufficient data for this option is that. The whole conclusion depends on option B as an assumption. Yes, must have discovered is given there. So of course it means there is no way to find it during the day. तो आपको ही बस ये वे करना होता है ना assumption options में that which option has more weightage, has more backing by the data. So I suppose that basics of the assumptions is clear to you, right? I want to give you now some 5 passages. This second slot when I give you after discussing the basics, introduction, then the basic 2-3 questions and then the 5 set. This set of 5 should give you the finishing touch. तो यहाँ पर आपके कितने करेक्ट होते हैं? I believe that you must get at least 4 correct. Though it's challenging, but you will have to raise your level and meet the challenge. So take it, mental conditioning होना चाहिए, take an interest in it. Like you are going to solve a puzzle. Some hide and seek has been done by the examiner. How can the examiner hide the correct option from me if I am going to, follow the objectivity in my analysis? Objectivity means that I look at the functional part of sentences, which is the main point, what is the data, and then bridging the gap. So that's the reason it's very important for you that your mental conditioning should be done properly. Plus, you should be in the driving seat. By driving seat, I mean that do not have hesitation or some apprehension. Okay, what will happen? Will I get it correct or not? So with this, with these motivating words, I want you to now go for passage number 4. 5, 6 and 7. So passage number 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the set of 5. Try to score 4 at least. What it seems to you a bit radical or normal or this, you see, please understand that how, in what way the author has concluded. So he said that it must have been discovered at night. It means he actually dismisses the possibility of any other time. So in the same way, what he must have believed in, तो आपको बस ये काम करना है ना, as per the language used by the author. If the author say there is only one way to solve this problem, इसका मतलब कोई second problem नहीं हो सकता. Whether it sounds abnormal to you or not does not matter here. You see, I have asked you, and this message was deliberately shared with you, that get the print out of this. ठीक है ना? So that's very important. अब if in case you are following it through the screen, then some options are फिर ये scroll up and down करना पड़ता है ना. तो passage number 4. So make sure that tomorrow you have the printout. If it is written at daytime, it rests on treetops. Does not mean that if anything is there at treetops, it cannot be researched, cannot be found out. Scientists sometimes go on treetops. If you don't believe me, watch some Discovery channels, how they follow those eagles and all on the treetops. I'll explain passage 2 option A later on. First you solve these 5, 6, 7. I mean the given 5 passages. The student who has asked about the doubt in passage number 2A must weigh whether A or option D for Delhi, which option has more support in the passage. किसके लिए आपके पास डेटा स्ट्रॉन्ग ज़्यादा है. तो जब वो कहता है wash it off, it means it cannot penetrate in the skin. Otherwise, what is the point of washing? There are challenging questions. You need to be careful. You need to analyze carefully. So I'm going to write the answers. I suppose all of you are done. The student who had doubt about this butterfly and option passage, discovery at night, is your doubt clear or you are still, suspended? Because in today's class, you must address the basic doubts so that tomorrow we can take up the PYQs and the questions which are a bit more challenging. So passage 8, right, I have got answers from some 4-5 students only. What the rest of you are doing, I don't know. Are you still doing and need time? So the answer from fourth passage. Most logical assumption you were supposed to find. So here are the answers. First, you are supposed to write down your score. The questions were a bit diabolical. However, I told you that the paper setter has these shenanigans to change the incorrect options and write in such a way that they sound correct, and they try to trap you. So it has been worked upon. Hence, analysis and approach to these options should be based on, caution and objectivity. Where's the data? Right. So the 4 out of 5, very good score. If you have got 4 out of 5, I'm really full marks, because some 1 or 2 questions were really very challenging. 1 out of 5 is a concern. 3 out of 5, ठीक है, so okay, but 1 out of 5 is a major concern. It means you have missed out the more part of, the general part of the passage. 2, 1, these scores are concerned. Let me take you to passage number 5. Passage number 5 first. Passage number 4 first. अब देखिए, this passage says when a company refuses to allow other companies to produce patented technology, the consumer invariably loses. Invariably means always loses. The company that holds the patent can change exorbitant prices, because he is now explaining this point, how it loses. Can charge exorbitant prices because there is no direct competition, right? When the patent expires, other companies are free to manufacture the technology and prices fall, right? So when there is a monopoly, because it has patented it. So now author concludes, companies should therefore allow other manufacturers to license patented technology. They should allow other manufacturers, means other companies, to license patented technology. That is author's assertion, main claim. So from P to C, P part is the beginning part, right, prior to this line, and then conclusion is that companies cannot find legal ways to produce technology similar to patent technology. Obviously, this whole conclusion hinges upon option A. Companies cannot find legal ways. If there were legal ways, why the author would have requested the companies to allow other manufacturers, other companies to license patented technology. It means A is in the must be true category, and ये तो बिल्कुल सही होना चाहिए for the given conclusion to hold. So that's why A. Now, there is another very good option like option B. Companies have an obligation to act in the best interest of the consumer. Author has mentioned in one of the lines that so that consumer invariably loses. So it means the author has the concern for consumers. In passage number 4, second line, the consumer invariably loses. And that's the reason he says that company should allow, because the prices will fall. But it is talking about the money part, that the consumer should not be at loss. So companies have an obligation to act in the best interest of the consumers. Ab now it has author has the concern for the consumers, that is obviously clear, but companies have an obligation to act in the best interest of the consumer. This obligation is not as strong as option A, because he says companies should allow means without the company's permission other manufacturers cannot make the same medicine. So that's why he asked the companies to allow them. It means there is no legal alternative ways, right? So B was also a good option, but you have to find the most logical assumption. It means it was like a clash of the titans, first among the equals. तो ऐसे ऑप्शंस आपको ज्यादातर मिल रहे हैं कि किसका वर्चस्व है, कौन ज्यादा बढ़िया ऑप्शन है. तो अब ऑप्शन नाउ सी, too many patents are granted to companies that are unwilling to share them. Up now we do not know about this number. D says consumers care more about price than about quality. How do you know that consumers care more about price than about quality? Nothing has been mentioned about the quality. So the author, hang on. So you see here, so in this passage, the screen will be back in a second. Option D, which says about mentions that consumers care more about price than about quality. Nothing is mentioned about the quality. So the student who has got only one question wrong and has got chosen D option is quite it's quite paradoxical. कि आपने इससे टफ क्वेश्चन किए और in the passage number 4 you have chosen an option D, which does not mention the quality at all in the passage. Had you said option B, which says companies have an obligation to act in the best interest of the consumer, author's assumption, it matches, with this point. Because he has said that the consumer loses. So it means the author has a concern. तो आपने ये जो option choose किया, which was not up to the mark and was slightly challenging. Surprising. ठीक है, I hope it's clear. The doubt is clear. Give me a second. Give me a second. Chalo. All right, so in this after passage 4, now 5. Passage 5 now. Most logical assumption. In this passage, author says, talks about the, this was an interesting one, and here you see, a second. So author talks about this give me a second only. Yes. So in response to the increasing cost of producing energy through traditional means such as combustion, many utilities companies have begun investing in renewable energy sources, chiefly wind and solar powers. Right. Chiefly they are hoping someday to rely on them completely and thus lower energy costs. The utility companies claim that although these sources require significant initial capital investment, they will provide stable energy supplies at low cost. As a result, these sources will be less risky for the utilities than non-renewable sources such as gas, oil and coal, whose prices can fluctuate dramatically according to availability, right? So these companies, utility companies, what they are saying, that the prices can be, there will be initial cost, but in renewable energy, renewable energy sources like wind and solar power will be beneficial for future because the prices like the combustion based energy, which is fluctuating, right? This will not fluctuate. So initial cost will certainly be there, but it will not be risky in terms of the price. After that, the cost will be low. So the utility companies claim that although these sources require significant initial capital, but after that investment, they will provide stable energy supplies at low cost. Fine assumption. The public will embrace the development of wind and solar power, maybe, but it is not the best assumption because author is not using it about the public and their habit or embracing or not embracing is beyond the passage. B says no new deposits of gas, oil and coal will be discovered in the near future. Again, nothing is given that it will not be discovered. D says the necessary technology for conversion to wind and solar power is not more expensive than the technology needed to create energy through combustion. Initial cost is there, has mentioned, but nothing is specifically mentioned about the necessary technology for conversion. So C, weather patterns will remain consistent and predictable. Please understand that author is saying, these utility companies are saying that wind and solar power, renewable energy sources, will be less risky. They will have initial cost, but then their supply will be cheaper. It means it relies on, and those wind and solar depends on weather patterns and will remain consistent and predictable, obviously, because only then they are making this claim. It means they have assumed that weather pattern will remain same. That's why there is an advocacy for renewable sources of energy, wind and solar. So C is in the must be true category. Passage 6. The conclusion is written in the last sentence. Therefore, we should restructure the workday to allow people flexibility in scheduling their work hours. First, author talks about sleep deprivation, which is the cause of many social ills, and ranging from irritability to potentially dangerous instances of impaired decision making. Most people today suffer from sleep deprivation to some degree. After telling you all these premises, number 1 plus number 2, author goes to the conclusion, and the conclusion is in the last line. Therefore, we should restructure the workday to allow people flexibility in the scheduling their work. It is not saying that cut down their working hours. Rather, it talks about flexibility in scheduling. So, flexibility is only represented, author believes in option B. Employees would get more sleep if they had greater latitude, means laxity, freedom in scheduling their work hours. Option A, the primary cause of sleep deprivation is overwork. Overwork has not been mentioned. Passage talks about sleep deprivation and scheduling and the flexibility in the scheduling. It means if somebody wants night shift, he should get the night shift. Somebody is comfortable in early morning shift, he should be given that. Midday shifts, he should be given that. That's the flexibility. Now, cutting down overwork or number of working hours is something else. So option B was the right answer. Like option C says individuals vary widely in the amount of sleep they require. That may be a fact, but it has nothing to do with the passage. It's not a valid assumption. More people would suffer from sleep deprivation today than did in the past in the average number of hours worked per week. You see the makeup done by the examiner over here. He has written some facts. However, is not a valid assumption because author is not talking about the cutting down, curtailing or cutting down the working hours. So the correct option is only option B, Bombay. Passage 7. Now, I suppose there is no doubt with passage 5 or 6, 4, all they are clear. Passage number 7 talks about a court order. The research shows that adolescents who play video games on a regular basis, talks about adolescents. Such children who are in the growing age and from the, now they are going to be adult. So in that transit mode they are. From being child to being adult, we call, in this process they are, so they're called adolescent. Who play video games on regular basis are 3 times as likely to develop carpal tunnel syndrome as are adolescents who do not play video games. 3 times chances ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं उसमें, right? The court's recent order that prohibits the sale of video games to adolescents, would help curb this painful wrist condition among adolescents. The author believes that this will help to cut down this painful condition, this particular syndrome. What will cut down? He says court order that prohibits the sale of video games to adolescents, not selling them. Just like in our shops here in our country, we say like tobacco is not sold to under 18. It's written there. So similarly, the court has passed the order there. Best assumption. Option A, not all adolescents who play video games on a regular basis suffer from carpal tunnel syndrome. Not all adolescents suffer. It means 100% of them do not suffer. But passage is talking about those who play on a regular basis. What is the chances of having this carpal tunnel syndrome? So option A is not the valid assumption, right? 3 times they have more, and who do not play video games, fine. So B says playing video games is the only way an adolescent can develop carpal tunnel syndrome. It is not saying anywhere that it is the only way. There is just one way. It is only telling you that there is a higher chances. It has 3 times more chances. The more chances mean that even those who do not play video games, even they may also have this particular syndrome. But the chances increases, 3 times it increases when somebody plays video games. But it is not saying only video games is the reason. So people playing video, so right, so this option B is wrong, and that's the reason option A was wrong. Same reason. Option C, most parents would refuse to purchase video games for their adolescent children. Yes, that is the right answer, because it authors conclusion that this court order will help to contain this problem author's conclusion hinges upon this point that the sale of video games to adolescents will be stopped. It will not be sold to the. So it means that he has assumed that most parents would refuse to purchase video games because the parents are not adolescents, they are adults. So if they go legally, it's not banned for them. It's only adolescent to whom it will not be sold. So option C gives us the best assumption. D says the regular playing of video games by adolescents does not produce such beneficial effects as better hand-eye coordination and improved. Now this is going beyond the passage. Right? The argument set like premise to conclusion, assumption is connecting the dot between the two. So this one, regular playing of video games by adolescents does not produce such beneficial outcomes. We don't know hand-eye coordination and improved reaction time or not. Right? So option was C. And the last passage, number 8. Of this passage, author has said like any other difficult pursuit, music requires intense study and practice in order for one to become proficient. Fine, a fact is given, a premise is given. But many school music programs encourage only children who demonstrate early aptitude to continue studying music, while children who are not especially musical are directed towards other activities. Now author establishes his point. Having learned to think of themselves as musically inept, these children do not devote any time to music and thus deprive themselves of the opportunity to develop a latent talent. Latent means hidden one. It means the talent is there, but it has not been seen at the early age, right? And that's why he highlights this flaw in related to music at schools, that those who do not exhibit these musical talents at an early age do not get a chance, right? Because they are at first place rejected by the schools. So most logical assumption, everyone has the potential to learn. Please notice everyone to learn music, author has not said. He has said latent talent. It means the person already has the talent, though it was not exhibited. B, talent is not always apparent at an early age. Yes. Children are particularly sensitive to criticism from nowhere criticism is mentioned in the passage. Right? It's just given that many schools programs encourage only those children who demonstrate early aptitude. But it is not saying the others are criticized. So criticism is a different thing. It's not always encourage those. That's the point written there. So that's different. D says all children should study music. Author is not saying all children should study music. He has discussed about the hidden talent. टाइम तो पहले ही हो गया. अब वॉइस जा रहा है? All right. So the student who was looking at passage number 7, who has asked the doubt, of course parents are not written anywhere, but you have to see that whether is it logically connected to the passage or not. For example, I gave you while introducing the assumption question, I told you that if it is said that Alia is an IAS aspirant, so she must be hardworking. So the valid assumption is that all IAS aspirants are hardworking. But you can say, sir, in a statement about all IAS aspirants, nothing is given. It means you have to find out something which is hidden there, which is within the fold, the person's belief. So if you go for this option C where parents can buy, yes, the author says the court order will help to curb this disease of this syndrome. Why? Because the court has said that video games won't be sold to the adolescents. So legally the adults are allowed. It means author assume that the parents will deny. So because if the parents purchase it on behalf of the children, then the court order is actually and so the author's conclusion will also fail, will collapse. So option was That's the reason the correct option was chosen. So within that, what is the logical connection that we need to establish? All right. So dear, 2 passages are left, 8 and 9. 9 and 10, and we'll continue on this tomorrow, right? And you are supposed to just revise the points that you have learned and the questions that you have got correct or incorrect. Always go through those questions, because the option evaluation helps you to reconnect the points, reconnect the dots, and it gives you in turn lots of insights, right? And that is what matters. See you tomorrow, and you will be given a test. I suppose that the concerned person will forward you, and tomorrow we'll discuss other types of questions asked in RC section, plus the test that you wrote for this assumption and inference. First of all, a couple of questions were left in the yesterday's sheet, so let me just take care of those last two passages. And to those students who might have been absent yesterday or have joined today, or as a for the sake of revision also, I'm just going to discuss this passage number 9 with you. So passage number 9 is supposed to, this passage was left yesterday. You are supposed to find out as valid assumption here. And so I told you that when in the question of assumption, always notice what is the main point that author wants to establish. We call that main point as a conclusion of the author. So that conclusion author will establish, and he will also give the evidence for that conclusion, which we call as premise. So notice conclusion and premise given in the passage. And assumption is something that author has assumed but has not written. However, if you put that assumption to with this premise, I mean, in other words, if you add them, you will get the justification for conclusion. So an assumption will always support the conclusion, will always be strengthen the conclusion, and it will be kind of giving you a kind of justification for conclusion. So in this passage, let's first find out where is the C and the P. So Mariam won this year's local sailboat race by beating Usha, the winner in each of the 4 previous years. So Usha is the winner in each of the 4 previous years. So author says we can conclude from this that Mariam trained hard. Author has come to this conclusion on the basis of Mariam's performance in terms of beating Usha, who herself was a champion, and she was the winner of the 4 previous years. So you find that C is given in the second sentence and P is given in the first sentence. From the option, we are supposed to find out the assumption for the author, what he must have assumed. So, and if more than one option are making sense, then you have to find out the one which is in the must be true category, right? So option A says if Usha did not train as hard as Mariam trained. Maybe it makes sense when you look at it. B, if Mariam trained hard, she would win the sailboat race. And she defeated in the sail. If Mariam, now it is saying if Mariam trained hard, right, she would win the sailboat race. Not exactly on the same pattern, because author has concluded that she must have trained hard because she has beaten Usha. And this one is putting a condition if she would win the sailboat race. C option says Mariam could beat a 4-time winner only if she trained hard. Only if she trained hard. And D, Usha is usually a faster sailboat racer than Mariam. This usually is wrong here because in terms of arriving at the conclusion, the author has not taken this usual factor, So Usha was a champion. We don't know whether Mariam participated earlier against Usha or not. So D is a weak option. 3 options make some sense, but option C is in the must be true category. Mariam could beat a 4-time winner only if she trained hard, because author's conclusion is that Mariam must have trained hard. Mariam trained hard. So he comes to this point on the basis of this, that if she beat a 4-time winner. So C is the best option in terms of expression, right? Option A says Usha did not train as hard as Mariam trained. Of course, author has emphasized on this that training must have been the reason. Training hard must have been the reason behind Mariam's win. But author is not talking about Usha's case, that whether she trained as hard or not as hard. So this option loses out. However, this option is in the category of may be true. तो आपको ऐसा ऑप्शन मिल सकता है जो you do not have the material to say that it is false. However, it is not as appropriate as the other option. So that's why remember may be true and must be true kind of options. All right, so passage 9. And before I take you to passage 10, I will show you, yesterday we did a passage, though the question was about inference, but I told you at that time that we will come back to that passage. It was on page number 2. Passage number 5 asks you about an inference. And yesterday I told you that one of the option was not an inference but an assumption. We now look at it. It talks about the lifeline of Mumbai is the train network. Is its train network. And then at one of the most crowded places in the city, a group of commuters of the Mumbai Suburban Railways, this group, called for a strike in response to the increase in the number of accidents on that road in the past 1 year due to overcrowding. So they are on a strike due to this hike in the number of accidents in the past 1 year. The commuters want to continue the strike unless the authorities agree to increase the frequency of the trains in that route. Unless they increase the frequency. Up here, option A says increase in the frequency of the trains would lead to decrease in the number of such accidents. This is a valid assumption for this group of commuters. They must have assumed, because somebody who is sitting at the dharna, the strike, must have assumed this, and since they are demanding a certain solution, it means they are of this view that if their demand is met, it will have the positive implication. So the number of increase in the frequency of the trains would certainly decrease the number of accidents. That's what they have assumed. But we are supposed to find out inference. I told you that inference is like our innovation on the basis of the passage. It means you find out some new piece of information on the basis of the given information. So for the past 1 year, the number of accidents have gone up due to overcrowding, and then the demand of the strikers is, the people sitting on strike is that railway, if they should increase the number of trains. If we connect these 2 points, we get to know that the railway did not increase the frequency in proportion to the increase in the number of commuters in the past 1 year. In that proportion, right? They might have increased, but not in that proportion, because if we write this option like railway did not increase the frequency of trains in the past 1 year, it will be questionable. They might have increased maybe one more train, they might have increased 2 more, but however, it is not in the proportion to the increase in the number of, because the passage says that due to overcrowding there are more accidents, and option says ki if the authority need to increase the frequency of the trains in that route. So it means the proportion is the important point. So D is the valid inference, but A was the valid assumption for the people who are sitting, for this group of commuters who are sitting on the dharna. Right, so inference and assumption questions demand that you look for the relevant data in the passage, and then you see whether the correct logic has been used or not. So let's go to the last question left. This passage number 10. Read passage number 10. Or have you solved it? All right. I'll discuss the difference between the three. You try this question first. Yes, class. Write the answer. I suppose you all must have taken the printout. Only one student has answered. So should I assume that most of you are still doing or struggling? चलिए. You have chosen B. Now, simple formula, where is the C and how the author has arrived at this C, the premise. So if something would have been justifiably regretted if it had occurred, then it is something that one should not have desired in the first place. Okay, it should not have been desired at the first place. What should not have been desired? If something would have been justifiably regretted. तो जिसको लेकर के पछतावा हो, ऐसी इच्छा करनी ही नहीं चाहिए. This is what the statement is saying. ठीक है, ऐसा डिजायर जिसको लेकर के बाद में पछतावा हो रहा है, and that is justifiable, that regret, then it should not be desired at the first place, right? Option 10, author says it follows that many foregone pleasures, now he concludes, follows that many foregone pleasures should not have been desired in the first place. Many foregone pleasures should not have been desired in the first place. Because there must be some regret attached with them, some justifiable regret. Because author has come to this point that many foregone pleasures, foregone means earlier, for wherever comes means earlier. The foregone pleasures that one has enjoyed earlier, such pleasures should not have been desired in the first place. So there must be some connection between this justifiable regret and the foregone pleasures. That is given in option C. Many foregone pleasures would have been justifiably regretted. That's the reason author has said that they should not have been desired in the first place. So it means this premise, this reason is not written. However, it has been used, and from the given premise we can judge this. So this is the valid assumption, the best assumption. Option C. All right. Option one should never regret one's pleasures. This is going beyond the passage. Similarly, D, nothing that one should not have desired in the first place fails to be a pleasure. Nothing is, not given in the passage, so it's again a weak option. Option B says foregone pleasures that were not desired would not have been justifiably regret. Now, this does not give you any idea about those pleasures that were not desired, because the passage is only talking about those that were desired. So that's why B, you don't have the data. C, many foregone positions would have been justifiably regretted. Because if they had not been desired, it means there must be some connection with the justifiable regret with this. Alright, so you have solved some 12 questions of assumption in this sheet and 12 questions of inferences. And before I proceed to to other types of questions, I must discuss with you some of the common differences. So difference, and these differences among conclusion, inference, and assumptions. This difference is very important, and such students who want to make some notes based on the differences can write the points. First, let me explain this. Once you have understood, only then you should proceed to pen and paper. The differences among conclusion, inferences, and assumption. You see, first you understand this visual. Yesterday I told you about this, that through this firm line, I want you to take it as a para or take it as a statement. Okay? Para means the data which author has written there. So whatever author has written, yani the mentioned part, the written part, the data part, on the basis of this, what you conclude, so that is conclusion, maybe on the basis of the whole, main point. So this C stands here for conclusion. So this C is the main point that you conclude on the basis of the whole passage. And on the same side we have inference. Inference is not necessarily the main point, but it is any logical deduction that you make. A student who does not understand deduction should understand it as a conclusion. So any logical deduction or conclusion that you make. Of this any means that it could be based on any part of the passage. That part may be not the most important point, not the main point, but the conclusion will always contain in it the main point. If the author has not written the main point, but what he tends to say, he will give you the data there. So that is conclusion, the main point. Inference is any logical deduction. Yes. The difference between the two is clear, that conclusion will always hold the main point, the final summation, or the main claim. So a conclusion will always contain the main claim. Main point means it will contain the main claim. Claim on the basis of the whole para, or final summation, summation of the author. अब sum आप जानते हैं ना, you all understand sum. So summation is like when you take the whole passage collectively, what is the juice of that passage? Juice means उसका पूरा निचोड़. The passage is like an orange and the juice that you want to take out of it. So that is main claim or final summation. Whereas an inference is only a logical deduction. So it could be based on any point of the passage. This point may be most important point, or this point may be an unimportant point. You can't say inference as crux of para. Crux means the main point. You can say conclusion may be the crux, but not the inference. Inference is that just the information is given, what else you deduce from it. So before I proceed, let me give you the second point, and then I'll take you to one question of conclusion and one question of inference based on this. The first point is clear to everyone. Conclusion is always the main claim, main point, or final summation of the para when you consider the whole story. And inference is like any logical deduction that you make out, which will be based on any point of the para, maybe the main point or maybe the secondary point. It is not the main point as it is. Main point may be there in the para, but on the basis of that main point, what you infer, what did you deduce, that is inference. Clear? Second difference is that the conclusion may be written in the passage itself. Yesterday I told you that conclusion are either missing from the para or written, mentioned by the author. So when the conclusion is written, but you will never come across that inference is written in the para. When the question of inference is asked, you need not to just identify it, but you have to take it out, deduce it from the two given pieces of information. Like the Mumbai train passage, the two different parts were given, and from those two different parts, you come to this final conclusion that, you came to the point that author must have, as a reader I can infer this point. So here, this point, this passage. Now you see, let's take this passage 5 as an example here for Mumbai train. Whatever the main point of the passage is, the main point of the passage is that there is, due to these accidents, there is a strike going on and the commuters have a certain demand. But that main point is not written here. D is the interpretation of two different parts. Like for past 1 year, due to overcrowding, there have been more accidents. And then they are demanding that the authorities need to increase the frequency of the trains. So when you connect these two underlying parts, you deduce this D part. Right? So it is not asking you that go for the main point. It is any logical interpretation. Fine. Any other question you take that you solved yesterday? For example, this passage we solved yesterday, passage 4. Passage 4 tells here that in terms of PPP, purchasing power parity, rural households have more purchasing power than do urban and suburban households at the same income level. Why rural households have more power? He gives the reason for that. Since some of the income urban and suburban households utilized for food and shelter can be utilized by rural households for other needs. It means that at the same income level, if the rural have more purchasing power, just because that urban and suburban at the same income level, the resident there in suburban and suburban areas, they have to take care, they have to utilize their money on food and shelter, which means that in the rural areas, the food and shelter is comparatively cheaper. That's why at the same income level they have more purchasing power, because they can save money on those two factors, food and shelter. Right? So a person, let's say that this person A lives in a rural area, and there is another two persons, B and C. B and C, B is living in an urban area and C is living in a suburban area. All the three ABC have the same income. However, author says that at the same income, A is able to save more money. A has more purchasing power parity. Why he has more purchasing power parity? He gives the reason that because B and C have to spend more money on food plus shelter. It means the money is saved on that part by the rural area. It means that food and shelter must be cheaper here because they all are earning the same amount. Suppose 5,000 rupees per month, all three have the incomes. So option B, rural households have lower housing and food costs than do either urban or suburban household. This is the valid inference. So inference is the logical deduction on the basis of the passage. A logical deduction. It has nothing to do that what the main point is. There is nothing, there's no condition for it. However, when you go for a conclusion question, you are supposed to find out the main point. So let me show you a passage from today's sheet. Today, I suppose you all must have got the printout. So, this is the main idea based question where the conclusion type of questions you come across. इसमें आपको एक passage है, I'm showing you passage number 7, and I'm sure none of you have done it because if you do not have the hard copy, you can follow it from here. I'm going to give you the example of a conclusion. Main point. So the question, which of the following will encapsulate the argument made above? Encapsulate means will contain the main point of the para. Author says by denigrating food work. Denigrating is like when you belittle something. एक होता है कि like you one point is that you belittle something, मतलब किसी चीज को छोटा कर देना, कुछ कम कर देना उसकी वैल्यू को, छोड़ देना उसको. तो by denigrating food work, what food work is? Everything involved in putting meals on the family table. We have unthinkingly wrecked one of the nurseries of democracy. So by denigrating food work, we have done this harm. We have wrecked means destroyed one of the nurseries of democracy. Then he explains what the nursery of democracy is. The family meal. Okay. This is the so the family meal is the nursery of democracy. Okay. Now he says it is at, now author explains how it is nursery of democracy. It is at temporary democracy of table. The children learn the art of conversation and acquire the habits of civility. What are those habits of civility? Sharing, listening, talking, taking turns, navigating differences, arguing without offending. And it is these habits that are lost when we eat alone and on the run. So author has said his point that nowadays food work, which is like when the whole family sits on the table and eat together, that is a nursery of democracy. And nowadays we have denigrated it. So the harm we are the harm that we get, that we incur through this way, is that the children do not get a chance to learn the art of civility, the democratic values and the, the art of conversation and all. तो एक आपको बता दिया गया benefit उसका क्या था, cause and its effect, right? So cause is that we have denigrated the family eating together, and the effect is, the negative effect is that the children are not getting the chance to learn. This is the passage. You are supposed to conclude from the passage. So option A says dining together is losing its appeal. When we are supposed to encapsulate means conclude, main point of the passage should be there. You see that option A is not complete. Dining together is losing its appeal is a valid inference here from the passage. However, this option does not represent the passage as it is, because it is not 100% correct. In the passage, there is something else also given which is missing from option A. देखिए क्या कहता है, डाइनिंग टुगेदर इज लूजिंग इट्स अपील. लेकिन इसका इफेक्ट कहाँ है? डाइनिंग टुगेदर इज लूजिंग इट्स अपील, फाइन, बट इट्स नेगेटिव इफेक्ट इज ऑल्सो टोल्ड इन द पैसेज, विच इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एलिमेंट, like said by the author in the last line, that these habits are lost when we eat alone and on the run. So here you see that effect is missing. That's why A, in spite of being a valid inference, is not a valid conclusion. I hope it's clear to everyone. Look at option C. It says children learn values at the dining table. All right, they learn values. That's also correct. given in the passage. So it's again a valid inference, valid interpretation. However, does it represent the whole passage? What is missing in this is option? Just pay attention to that. Children learn values at the dining table comes from the passage. It is based on the passage, however, does not represent the main point of the passage. The main point, the missing element from C option is that what is happening nowadays? Children learn values, but what is happening now? The family the family meal is not taking place, which is the nursery of democracy. And because of that, of course, the children do not get the opportunity to learn the civility and other skills that author has mentioned, other attributes. So C is again incomplete. So in spite of being both A and C, in spite of being valid inferences, however, they do not represent the main point of the passage. Hence, they do not encapsulate the passage. Capsule मतलब is small और उसमें पूरा passage आना चाहिए. अब look at option B. So option B says, in today's jet speed world, it is more than food that is at stake. Yes, this is the correct option. In today's jet speed world, it is a jet speed word. Yes, this fast word because of that the denigration of food work is taking place because we are on the run. Okay? It is more than food that is at stake. Yes, and that is more than food is that children are not getting the chance to learn the art of civility and conversation and other such skills or values. So B is the best option. To encapsulate or main idea demands that you look for the option that holds the main point of the passage. I'll show you one more passage as an example for conclusion. And so students, the most important thing is that as we proceed, your concepts must be clear and there should not be any confusion left there. Now look at this passage. A small para, so I suppose everybody will be able to read it through the screen. And right. So you read the para. Alright, so I suppose you all must have read and chosen your option also. Look at this. Rising GDP is by no means enough to create a truly prosperous nation. So it's not enough. But author does not dismiss GDP. He says that alone it's not sufficient. Why it's not sufficient? He gives the reasons. Alone not sufficient. Increasing inequalities in income can lead to social tensions, erupting in crime and violence. Only when the vast majority of people share the benefits of growth will peace and prosperity coexist. So he is highlighting the equality. That's why GDP alone is not sufficient. So one element, that GDP alone is not sufficient. Why alone it's not sufficient? He says the equality is very important, otherwise there will be chaos in the society. Last point, he says equitable distribution is important too. Important too. TOO2 is used for addition of something. So when you look at option A, GDP growth is impossible without the efforts of the vast majority. Author is main point, conclusion. He is not saying that whether GDP is possible or growth impossible. His main point is something else. So A has totally missed it out. B says A is not even an inference, because for inference you should have the data present in the passage. So it has not been mentioned that its a vast majority can do it or not. So A is out. B says benefits of economic growth are unfairly divided between the haves and have-nots, which leads to social tension. It's a valid inference interpretation, because the author has mentioned it leads to tension, crime and violence. It occurs, you know. So B is a valid inference, valid deduction. C, GDP growth and equitable distribution of benefits are not the correct measures of prosperity for many nations. We do not have been given any idea about what is the criteria in many nations. Hence, C is not even neither a conclusion nor an inference. But D option, GDP growth and equitable distribution of benefits are required for a country to be truly prosperous. It actually holds the main point of the passage. जिसको कहते हैं ना, you like in a nutshell the main point, encapsulation of the main point. So D is the correct answer because it is the valid conclusion. GDP was mentioned and then equitable distribution was mentioned. Both have been accommodated by option D. दोनों को जगह मिल गई. तो ये गागर में सागर वाली बात D में है, जबकि valid inference इसका B option B है. A and C are neither valid conclusion nor valid inference. तो आपको, I hope that you must have got some idea about the ongoing topic, that the difference between conclusion and inference. Now a student asked me, many students have got D option, very good. एक बच्चे का सवाल है ना, एक स्टूडेंट का कि what will be the conclusion of para 4? Dear, very quickly I give you the answer. You know, para 4 you mean that the PPP purchasing power parity वाला जो passage था, उसमें he told the author told that rural households have more purchasing power than do urban and suburban, right? And he says since some of the income urban and suburban household. So the main point should contain in it that due to this increased spending on the housing and shelter by a resident of an urban and a suburban area, they do not have equal PPP purchasing power parity as the rural area people have. यानी एक सारांश जो summarized form, that will be the main point which should cover, which should encompass through all the dots, all the data given there. तो फिर main point आएगा इसका. लेकिन deduction आपने क्या निकाला? Deduction was that जो करेक्ट ऑप्शन चूज कर लिया कि लाइक इन रूरल एरियाज द शेल्टर एंड सेफ्टी पे कम खर्चा हो रहा है. तो ठीक है, द फर्स्ट पॉइंट ऑफ कंक्लूजन एंड इन्फ्रेंस क्लियर. मेन पॉइंट, मेन क्लेम शुड बी देयर, जस्ट एनी लॉजिकल डिडक्शन. However, some inference, so conclusion may represent the main point, but an inference may be based on the main point, a logical deduction. Based on any unimportant point, a logical deduction. तो इसका रेंज कुछ भी है. अब आते हैं दूसरे पॉइंट पे. कंक्लूजन समटाइम्स इज रिटन बाय द ऑथर इन द पैसेज इटसेल्फ एंड द इन्फ्रेंस इज नॉट रिटन बाय द ऑथर. इट हैज टू बी फाउंड आउट बाय द स्टूडेंट, बाय द रीडर. ठीक है, तो दिस फर्स्ट पार्ट इज क्लियर. आई हैव शोन यू 2-3 एग्जांपल्स, दैट्स सफिशिएंट. लेट्स गो टू दिस पार्ट, assumption. अब this arrow shows that something that author has assumed, something that he has believed in and he has not written is called assumption. So whatever author has proven, whatever the para has in totality established, which part is also important or correct supporting this para, that must have been assumed by the author. So that's called a valid assumption. अब देखिए valid assumption का I give you an example. For valid assumption, I'm going to give you an example. You see, means what the person must have assumed. So the arrow on this side. We have solved many questions, right? And one small question is here. Like this person says, look at her audacity. Smriti has not replied to my letter. Mamta tells Maya. So what Mamta has assumed? Mamta has assumed that Smriti must have got the letter, must have received the letter, because that's the reason she says that look at her audacity. Smriti has not replied to my letter, right? It means that Smriti has received her letter. This is the valid assumption. So assumption is something. If this assumption is not correct, authors यानी Mamta's claim will also be illogical. कि अगर receive ही नहीं किया letter, then how do you say that she is audacious, which is a negative term. अब अगर आपको इसका inference निकालना हो, student has asked to give another example of inference from the same question. You pay attention. अगर इसका inference निकालना हो तो क्या inference आएगा? Since Mamta has said something about Smriti and she has mentioned this word audacity, which is a negative term, इसका मतलब होता है ऐसी जगह पे कोई अपनी हिम्मत या boldness कर दिखा रहा हो जो उसको नहीं करना चाहिए, something which is negative, right? So it means that Mamta does not like Smriti's reaction to her letter. Or Mamta is not happy with Smriti, especially with this thing, So the audacity word gives you this idea that is Mamta has mind something? Yes, she has, and she is not very happy with Smriti. So inference होता है उसी data से, from the same data, what is the logical deduction that you make? That is the reader's deduction. अब this inference you make every day. You make all the time. It's not a new thing. So जैसे बोल गया कि there is a water in the bottle. So it means valid inference is कि it is in liquid form because water is being said. So any logical interpretation, deductions that you make, and these deduction will be based on some logic and reasoning. ठीक है. So assumption. अब here an assumption and one more example I'm going to give you. I have, suppose A says to B, and what he says, I have used this example a couple of times in the classroom also. You are Indian. So those students who know the answer should not write down, should not write the response. You are Indian, and it says you must be honest. You are Indian, you must be honest. So this is the first case. And now X says to Y, they are two different persons, and what he says, you are honest. After the comma, the conclusion is written. You must be Indian. And here I'm writing two assumptions. Your job is to tell me that which is the valid assumption for A and valid assumption for X, because they are saying something. They have assumed something. You need to identify what is the C and P used by A and B and X and Y. So first assumption is what the person must have assumed to say is no. So from his words you will dig out what he must have supposed. Only Indians are honest. All Indians are honest. Jaldi se write down your answer. For the first one, A, you have to find out the assumption of A first. So whether the A's valid assumption is 1 or 2. Yes, conclusion is a type of inference. That is the definition. It's a logical inference. But all inferences may not be conclusion. Very good. So for A, the valid assumption most of the students have written, because he says you are Indian and then he concludes you must be pakka honest hoge. It means A assume that all Indians are honest. So for the first one, second is the valid assumption. All Indians are honest, because once he comes to know okay, B is an Indian, he comes to a conclusion that he must be honest. It means he believes that all Indians are honest. So if there is any Indian, that he must be honest. But the second one, since X says to Y that you are honest, you must be an Indian, right? So it means he believes that only Indians are honest. So if any person who is honest, he must be Indian. That is a valid assumption. Good job. Alright class, so you understand that assumption is what the author has believed in. Inference is what the reader has deduced from the point. So that is the, so assumption is the author's supposition or belief, and inference is the reader's interpretation. Now the question is that conclusion and inference is a subset of conclusion. So I can say that inference is like, only here I just I write here. Inference is a subset of conclusion. Suppose this circle represents conclusion. So inference is like this. That all inferences are a type of conclusion. Conclusion, which is a very big term. Logical conclusions are inferences. Whereas other main points which are based on the whole para may be out of this. But an assumption is on another axis. It's totally different from them, because it is the reader's conclusion or inference that they deduce. Sometimes the conclusion the author himself has written or what he tends to say. But assumption is what he has believed in but he has not written. So he must be supporting that. So when you go to the assumption, the interrelation between conclusion and assumption is that whatever the author has written, author's supposition it is. And the equation you need to remember is that C depends on P, the written premise, plus A. This is the equation. C is equal to P plus A. It means one can arrive at the conclusion by following the author's written reasons, premises, plus what he has assumed. So if you connect both of them, you come to the conclusion. That is the interrelation. So now in a simple terms we can say that C, conclusion, will always be supported by assumption. C will always be supported by your assumption. So while reading the paragraph, your job is to identify what the author is thinking, which way he is going, what is his orientation, what is his inclination. ये सारा मैप कर लेते हैं आप while reading the passage. You get to know his attitude, you get to know his, from the words he has used, whether he is appreciating, criticizing. So you get to know author's inclination. Based on that, you have to evaluate the assumptions. Whether a valid assumption given in the option is supporting the author's thought, supporting his inclination, must have been assumed by him, and on that basis you can choose. So from here itself you can make out that any option that you come across which have the following traits will be wrong for an assumption. Traits of wrong options for an assumption question. क्या traits होंगे, उनके characteristics क्या होंगे? Number 1, if it contradicts the author's point, always wrong. So this is a very good test to evaluate the assumption. If it is contradictory to author's point, to author's C. If it is irrelevant, in the option something is being said which is not connected to what the author has said, that will be wrong. If the option says something which is, contradictive is like opposing, and irrelevant is not talking of the same thing but rather changing the topics. And the third one is that if you come across just a word to word copy, again it will be wrong. Number 4, if assumption makes some claim for which the data is not given, so data inadequate, maybe thought is supporting the author but the data is not supporting, data inadequate will also be wrong. Or if in any option examiner has written something for which he has taken the data from the passage, some support from the passage, however he changes the data given, so data distortion will also be incorrect. The data, suppose author has said that there are 30 cases, an examiner in the option has used the word 30, some number of the cases, but he has not written 30, he has written let's say that most of the cases. So we don't know the whole number of cases, so most means that more than 50%. Author has only told us 30 cases exactly. We don't know from that number that what was, if the author has not given us the exact number, the total number, we can't say whether 30 is most or not. तो इसलिए data distortion. ठीक है, तो ये सारे आप attributes identify कर लेंगे options से, and this way you will dismiss the options which have this. अब I give you a simple example. I have again this example will help you. Suppose a statement is given to you, just this is statement which says, where author says that small is beautiful. This is a very famous line, name of some book also. So small is beautiful, right, was used for Japanese, that whatever Americans make big, they made it small. So small is beautiful. Up from this, suppose and you are asked to find out the valid assumption. So if one option says the same thing, that is small is beautiful, it will be incorrect because it is word to word copy. If one option says big things are beautiful, or they say big things are not beautiful, can you choose B or C? Of course not. Data inadequate for both. We don't know because the author has only told us about small things. So we don't know whether big things are also beautiful or not, or big things are not beautiful. Or an option says big things are ugly. We don't have the data that whether they are ugly or not, because between beautiful and ugly lies other, other grades as well of beauty. So all these options will be incorrect because only it is given that a small thing is beautiful. The word to word copy means, I have given the example, small is beautiful. As it is, some line, some part of the para is taken. Word to word copy is also wrong in the inference questions. So I will show you, so that is the traits of the wrong options for an assumption. And in the questions of inferences now, all those students who are making notes should remember that in the questions of inferences as well, you are supposed to dismiss such options which are, word to word copy, data inadequate for them, data has been distorted, and extreme words are used. Actually, extreme word is an evergreen. Wherever extreme term is used in the option, that option has least chances to be correct, या higher chances of being incorrect. ये आपको पहले से पता है सभी को, लेकिन always don't assume that कि always the option with the extreme word will be incorrect, because if the author has accommodated it in the passage, like he has spoken something where the extreme sense can also be is also the part of his argument, then in that case extreme will also be correct. So not always extreme options with extreme notions are incorrect. So do remember that here 3, 4, 5 are also used, plus extreme notions are also used for inference as a trait. But contradicting and irrelevant points will always be invalid for an assumption. Fine. So you have got the idea about the differences between assumption and inference. If I get time somewhere, I want to start another question, and if I get time, I will write one more example to show you the difference between assumption and inference. However, I want you now to take up today's sheet, right? And we give this assumption and inference some rest, and here we have main idea based questions. In the yesterday itself I told you that UPSC asks logical questions and they ask main idea based questions, and these two types of questions are actually these two types of questions are generally there. Okay, one more example of inference, you will have to wait. Okay, like from your line that give me one more example of inference, I can infer that the theory of inference is not clear to you. तो बस डेटा का इंटरप्रिटेशन कर लो यार, है ना, इतना आप पढ़ोगे. You must have read something, yesterday after the class, कुछ passages देखने थे. But don't worry, I'll give you the example, not right now. I want to start this main idea based question. अब in what form the main idea based questions are asked? Yesterday I have told you that they will ask what is the crucial message or message from the passage. They may ask the same word, they may use what is the main idea of the passage, what is the central idea, or maybe they say key idea, all the same, right? What is the theme of the passage? If they ask what is the title of the passage, but title UPSC has not asked, but if the title is asked, it's also kind of, because the title should reflect the main point. Fine. So without telling you anything, because I'm going to give you some questions now, and you are supposed to solve passage number 1 to passage number 5. Okay? In all the cases, you have to find out what does the author want to convey, what is the main point, and which option holds the author's main point. वो होना चाहिए उसमें. देखिए इसमें एक आध 1 or 2 passages have been repeated because they are taken from the PYQs. Otherwise, you may come across some new passages as well in this sheet. Most of the passages are new. 1 to 5 may you may come across 1 or 2 passages that you were earlier. You have done it. You have done them earlier. So start from passage number 1 to passage 5 for main idea. The time is 7-8 minutes. Passages are small. Students, when you write the answer, mention the passage number. Okay? First you solve all the passages and then write the answers 1 to 5. Alright, so I suppose most of you have given the answers, though still 1 minute is left. Yes. So the answers to passage 1 is option A. Some students must have chosen B for second because it is giving a sound of some sort of solution, but you should have noticed one important element. So A is the right answer. We'll explain. Second is good passage, and B is the answer. Third was, what does the passage imply? It means does not say directly, explicitly, but meant to say. The author tends to say something. Fourth is easier. and D is the answer. Fifth is the easiest one, B is the answer. Now your doubts. The student who has chosen option A, all 5, and then you have chosen A. Okay. तो आपने सोचा कि 5 all 5 A करेंगे तो शायद कहीं ना कहीं तो कुछ सही हो जाएगा. I don't know what is the logic behind choosing all the same options. Maybe coincident. However, yes. So, passage number 1. You see, the passage is talking about the environmental factor. So, as we look to 2050, when we will need to feed 2 billion more people, the question of which diet is best has taken on new urgency. Okay, it's setting the context. जिस बारे में बात करना है उसको ऑथर ने यहाँ मेंशन कर दिया. The foods we choose to eat in the coming decades will have dramatic ramifications for the planet. So, ramifications means effect or impact. Generally negative. Have dramatic ramifications for the planet. So, author is concerned about the ramifications on the planet. Option B, as some students have chosen, says diets based on grains, fruits and vegetables are best suited for the health in developing countries. Okay, that's correct, that these diets are suitable. But passage is not talking about, author is not talking about the health factor, rather he is talking about the environmental factor. What is suitable for the planet? So there you are beaten, and always read the whole option carefully with full patience. Generally, all examiners add something wrong towards the end part of the passage. They don't add something wrong at the beginning part. So this part, as I have told many students, ki if the author has given problem and solution both, solution is more important there. So I think some of my students have just gone by that ki solution seems to be present in B option, but they did not notice here that health is given. So author's main point should have been mentioned there, the critical message of the passage. Now he explains, he simply put a diet that revolves around the meat and dairy and a way of eating that is on the rise and throughout the developing world will take a greater toll on the world's resources than one that revolves around unrefined grains, nuts and fruits. So no doubt that unrefined grains, nuts and fruits are suitable, but for the health of the earth, not the health of human being. That's why B is wrong. Option A is the correct answer. Increasing demand for food secured from source from animals puts a greater burden on our natural resources. This option does not contain the solution because the other options, are totally wrong. Like B, health is given. C says human beings change their food habits from time to time, irrespective of the health concerns. How do we know that from time to time they change? You do not have been given data, and that it does not include the message of the author. So, neither it's a valid inference nor a main point. D says from a global perspective, we still do not know which type of diet is best for us. Dear, we know, it's given there that grains, nuts and fruits. So that's why D is also incorrect. In this case, option A is the right answer. I have explained. Passage 2. अब देखिए second में क्या किया examiner ने. What is the main point conveyed by the author? Yesterday I told you now that when you read the passage, you should never miss out what the author wants to convey. And then understanding the question. So question says in the above statement, the author implies that, might not have said openly, but the main point you need to find out. So this is the conceptual difficulties in national income comparisons between underdeveloped and industrialized countries, any developed countries, are particularly serious. This comparison is serious. Why? Because a part of the national output in various underdeveloped countries is produced without passing through the commercial channels. So, of course, the researchers, the observers must not be getting the data when it passes through the, does not pass through the commercial channels in a disorganized way. अगर ऐसा होता है तो. without passing through the commercial channels. So the comparison is difficult. Now option A, the entire national output produced, notice the keywords, and consumed in industrialized countries passes through commercial channels. Passage is talking about the comparison and the difficulty there, because some part, and it has not said ki in all underdeveloped countries the same problem. It says various underdeveloped countries. Notice that. But it does not say anything whether, it does not give us the idea that entire national output. So this word should have been noticed, and option A does not hold the author's main point, because his main point is about the problem, the barricade, the barrier in terms of comparison of two incomes. Option A is trying to say कि it is in the what is happening in the developed industrialized countries, which does not include the main point. तो इसलिए option A is wrong. अब question होता है क्या option, तो first let me justify the answer, then I will take you to the inference of this passage. B says the existence of a non-commercialized sector in different underdeveloped countries, various is given there, renders the national income comparisons over countries difficult. Absolutely correct. It represents the author's point, main point. C says no part of national output should be produced and consumed without passing through commercial channels. देखो ये should be एक preaching जैसा हो रहा है, solution नहीं ऐसा होना चाहिए. The author is not saying that. He is talking in specifically for underdeveloped countries, various underdeveloped countries where it is happening, and the other. तो as an assumption कुछ तरह का ये option लग रहा है, but आप इसको main point नहीं कह सकते. D says a part of the national output being produced and consumed without passing through commercial channels is a sign of underdevelopment. Actually, this last part is too much. That it is the sign of underdevelopment. So it is not given here that all developing countries also have the same problem, right? Author has only said underdeveloped. Now, and option D is writing as it is, it's a sign of underdevelopment, even if a part of national output is being produced and consumed without passing through that. Suppose it is happening in a developing countries, and then even there it becomes an underdeveloped. So option D does not hold the main point of the passage. Author does not want to establish here what is the sign of underdevelopment. So option B was the right answer. Now coming to this, B holds the author's main point, but are there valid inferences and assumptions from this passage? Though inferences and assumptions are different from conclusion, main point, the main point होना चाहिए. अब देखिए option A को, even this option is not a valid inference क्योंकि entire की बात कर रहा है. We have not been given the data for all. Okay. I forgot to ask your score. Good that you remember that. Some students have got 5 out of 5, 4 out of 5, but 1 or 2 needs to push a little more. Option evaluation थोड़ा और ध्यान से करेंगे तो it will go up. अच्छा, coming to this point, entire national output, we don't have the data for this. हो सकता है, maybe, may not be. Option C, no part of national should be produced because it creates some problem there. Comparison is that, but author has not given his view very clearly that he wants it this way. He said that it creates problem. So it's somewhere, whether it's a valid assumption, author believes in this, it creates some problem, but author has not owned the passage. He just tells that कि ऐसा problem आता है, but you can take it, yeah. कुछ हद तक ये like it's like close to assumption authors. Option A was not even a valid inference, and D is neither an inference not an assumption. So I just wanted to differentiate between inference and assumption. That's the reason. तो आप हर क्वेश्चन में ऐसा कर सकते हो देखने के लिए. चलिए, look at passage number 3. It was a contemplative passage. Author says in a democratic state where a high degree of political maturity of the people obtains. जहाँ पे high ऐसे democratic state where a degree of high political maturity of the people obtains. So is he talking about all democratic countries? Answer is no. So the student who chose option A for all must have noticed the author is talking about a particular democratic countries, those particular democratic countries where a high degree of political maturity exists. The conflict between the will of the sovereign lawmaking body and the organized will of the people seldom occurs. Up from here, first line itself, you can dismiss A because it says in a democracy, force is the main phenomenon in the actual exercise of sovereignty. Author is talking about particular type of democracy, not in a democracy. General way में बात नहीं कर रहा है. Or this one is saying force is the main phenomenon in the actual exercise of sovereignty. Not at all. Because author is saying कि conflict between the will of the sovereign lawmaking body, it means you can say the government, the governing body, and which other word you use? The dominion. The dominion or the governing body, उनके बीच में and the organized will of the people, the public, there the conflict has seldom it occurs. Rarely there is a conflict. When there is no conflict or seldom conflict, of course, the use of force will also be marginal. So force is used by the government, by the sarkar, when there are conflicts. Take the example of the third world, right? Every now and then we come to know कि अच्छा, the police force is there, the army has been deployed and all. So force is used by the governing body, the dominion, when there are conflicts. अब इस point को देखते हुए, can you choose option B or A? A is said force is the main phenomenon, going against the passage. Let alone imply author कुछ और कहना चाह रहा, आपने बिल्कुल opposite option choose किया, contradictory. B says in an immature democracy, force to great extent is the main phenomenon. Again saying the same thing. So A and B are weakest. C says and D, two good options. In a mature democracy, use of force is irrelevant in the actual exercise of sovereignty. And D, in a mature force is the narrowed down to a marginal phenomenon in the actual sovereignty. Seldom word gives you the idea of frequency. बहुत कम होता है, rarely. So option C is not correct because it is talking about irrelevant. Use of force is irrelevant. Whether the use of force is relevant or irrelevant is another question. Is the question of to be judged on moral grounds, right? On propriety. But it is D option is talking about the frequency. So option D was the right answer. Passage 4 I need not to discuss. बहुत ही easy passage था. So some data is given during summer in the Arctic Ocean, sea ice has been melting earlier. Okay, you already know that. In the last 3 decades, the extent to summer ice has declined by about 30%. Then author tells you the effect of this. The lengthening period of summer melt threatens to undermine the whole Arctic food web, atop which stand polar bears. So the cause and the effect are told here. A crucial message of the passage. A says climate change has caused Arctic summer to be short but temperature to be high. Totally wrong. I don't know जो student ने A choose किया था. Is he reading? Are you reading the passage or you just कैसे आंसर निकाल रहे हो? अकड़ बकड़ कर रहे हो? क्या कर रहे हो तुम? ये A कैसे हो गया? Climate change has caused Arctic summer to be short but temperature to be high. जो going opposite to the passage. Summer is also lengthened. Lengthening period of summer is given there. It says summer to be short. B, polar bears can be shifted to South Pole. How do you know कि South Pole में सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा है? C, without the presence of polar bears, the food chains in Arctic region will disappear. अब now it is polar bear is on the top. So there will be some effect, but it will disappear the whole food chain. We don't have the data. D says climate change poses a threat to the survival of polar bears. Absolutely correct. There is a threat, right? So Arctic food chain will be affected, that food web will be affected, and bear is on the top. It's not at the bottom. That's the reason C is not the correct answer. Passage number 5, and its answer is very simple, written in the last line, second line. Author says, this is examiner has only done some distortions here. So in a free country, the man who reaches the position of a leader is usually one of his outstanding character and ability. So it's talking about the leader. So this passage is a comparison format, leader versus dictator. किन हालात में बन जाता है ये? He is telling you. Is a man of outstanding character and ability. So he appreciates the leader. Moreover, it is usually possible to foresee that he will reach such a position since early in life one can see his qualities of character. It means others can observe that. Up from this option, from this line, you can dismiss A because it says a leader foresees his future position. A leader himself foresees, not given. One can see his qualities of character that he will reach. It means others observe it, not the leader himself. So A is out. And then author says, but this is not always true. The case of dictator, in the case of a dictator, what he does, he often reaches his position of power through chance, very often through the unhappy state of his country. B says a leader is chosen only by a free country. Author has not said so. Only by a free country. So, maybe otherwise, but it is not correct. Data is not in the passage. The passage does not seem to suggest it. When Gandhiji was a leader, India was not free. But I am not using the external knowledge. I am just telling you that how this is not given in the passage. See, a leader must see that his country is free from despair. But author is not said that he must see this. Of course, a leader would say that, would do that. That comes within the attributes of leader, but D is the right answer. Despair in a country sometimes leads to dictatorship. This is the best option, seems to suggest this. Because only this option D comes from the passage's last line. Sometimes through the unhappy state of his country, it means despair in the country. So other options where the data was not given. Alright, so dear, after this detailed discussion, I think you now just note down a couple of points for main idea based question. So some tips for main idea based questions. I always suggest that, or while solving the main idea based questions, keep in your mind that you are supposed to find out the main point from the passage, not an inference or an assumption. So the correct option must reflect on the passage and it should always contain the crux of the passage. So the correct answer must have the crux of the passage. So always this analogy you should remember, orange and juice, and like an orange, the juice is the main component from the orange, right? You want the juice. Similarly, you have the passage, and if the question of crux is asked, you need to know the main point. Which option contains the main point? Like conclusion. जैसे आपने passage किए 5 passages and the other examples that I gave you. Here you must remember that you should not choose an option which is based on unimportant point of the passage, right? And at the same time, you should also remember that you should not choose an option for which nothing has been said in the passage. Oh, I'm so sorry. Acha, I realize now. This option, passage number 5, the answer should be D, not B. Leader is chosen only by a free country. Oh, yes. You are right. I thought of D, but wrote here B. D is the right answer. So, you can do the calculation, right? So, I have explained why D is right. Okay, coming to the point here. So, there are 2 points. Number 1, that when you want juice from orange, you want that it should strictly come from this particular source, the orange itself. So when you buy the juice outside, you are watchful that the juice wala should not add anything from the outside. Means any foreign material should not be there, water and all that stuff. So you are watchful because it is not coming from orange. Similarly, be watchful when you are evaluating the option. The answer should be given in the passage. And if something has been added by the examiner from outside, you should notice that and dismiss that option. जैसे ये passage कह रहा है. B, a leader is chosen only by a free country. It means that if a country is not free, then leader cannot be chosen. But it does not come from the passage, right? तो एक तो पहला point clear है कि the data must be there in the passage. It should not come from outside. Some students can remember or mental note बना सकते हैं. इस पे सोच सकते हैं आप क्योंकि orange and juice analogy simplifies it. So the second point, first point, outside source should not be there. Second point is that in the orange we know that seed and peel and all other stuff, pulp, they are also present, but we want the juice. It means the main content. Similarly, in the passage, the elaboration, examples, some context settings, more information will be there, but you are supposed to find out the main point, the juice. So in any option which is mentioning only the secondary or unimportant point that author has written in the passage, but they do not qualify as the juice of the passage, as the main point of the passage. So these two takeaway point you must remember. By and large, conclusion is like the main point. However, if they have asked you to find out the logical conclusion, it would be like an inference. May not mention the main point in that case. Otherwise, conclusion, what you conclude from the passage, what the author's conclusion is, he will go for the main point mostly. Right? So it may be or may not be. That is the answer. It depends. You just don't go for this word only. So if the word logical conclusion or what do you conclude from the passage, there may be some logical deductions. However, if what is the author's conclusion or something is written, it may represent the main idea also. So this is the first thing. Second thing you must remember is that identify the structure of the passage. Structure of the passage, like you look at an area and you look the lanes and by lanes and road and park and where there is school. So the whole map when you have, where exactly you are and where you should head to. So all these points you get to know when you have map in place. Similarly, when the author, when you try to map the author, you must notice what is the logical structure of his writing. What is the point he has proven, what he has used as an evidence, what he has used as a supporting point, whether some contradictions is also written. So structure is like identifying the author's various elements that are, various subtopics that are present. For example, if you have some author starts with their thought and then they write their explanation. They explain that thought and then they write the example. Very commonly found in CSAT passages that the thought means idea, the main point, then explanation, then examples are written. And similarly, some authors write they do not write their idea at the very beginning, but they start with some context. So we call that generalization. Means the context or the background, context setting. इसको आप context setting या background building समझ सकते हैं कि author does not start with a specific point, but he talks about the field, the area, and then he introduces the specific point. For example, the author wants to talk about inflation, high inflation, its causes and effects, but he does not start in the first line with the inflation. Rather, he talks about the economy in general, right? So generalization उसको बोलते हैं. And then author writes his specific point, जिसको मैं qualification कहता हूँ. Qualification means author's specific point. Specific point of the passage. Third thing, if you come across that author has written the problem in the country, problem in the world, or issue he has raised, whatever you call it, and then author has given the solution, suggested some recommendations. Solutions or recommendations like RX, doctors write recommendations or suggestions. Number 4, if you find that author has first analyzed what others are saying, what others' thought or opinion or philosophy is, and then author tells you that what their philosophy is lacking in, and then he writes his own corrected version, जिसको हम कह सकते हैं clarifying, clarification is written. So this is also a commonly found structure. So these 4 structures I have written here. If you come across any of the structure present in the passage, the author has started this way, you can follow this formula that if the author has started with this thought, idea, followed by explanation and example, then the most important thing is the idea, right? Similarly, if the author has started with this the generalization and then he has written the qualified point, then his important point is this qualification, the specific point of the passage. And the third one, problem and issue and solution, then solution is more important for the author. And analyzing, clarifying, after analyzing, he is analyzing others' thought and theory. Some authors write about how what Plato has said on something, but how Plato was wrong, right? So Platonic philosophy has been mentioned, then its loopholes are mentioned by the author. An author has given that he should have said this, corrected version है, तो ये clarification हो गया author का. I hope you all understand, because you all are reading newspapers, magazines, various stuff, and you must have come across these kind of passage structures. These are present in the passages also. I will show you once you solve it. The point to be noted here is that if any of these four structure you come across, then encircled parts are more important, and such options that do not reflect or do not include these encircled parts should not be chosen, right? So you can write down your answer, your notes. In your notes you just mentioned like this: if this is structure number 1, then idea must be present in the correct option, or such options that do not contain the idea should not be chosen. Yes, it is similar. And for the second one you can write down qualification, yani specific point of the author must be present in the correct option. Yeah, such options that do not contain the qualified point should not be chosen. और यही आप करेंगे problem and solution में. जिस option में author has given the solution and the examiner, the option does not contain the solution, only contains the problem, should not be chosen. Analyzing, clarifying is more important. So I hope you all have must have noted it. Let me give an example here. Passage number 1, you just look at. Here I told you that option B was incorrect, though some students chose it in a hurry, because this one was talking about that best suited for health, and passage was not talking about the health, or talking about the planet. That because of that it was wrong. However, if you look at the passage, the author has started with the problem. The problem is that how will we feed 2000 by 2050 when so many people will be there? As we look to 2050, when we will need to feed 2 billion more people, the question of which diet is best has taken on new urgency. So which diet is best? This is the problem, or this is the issue. Then author tells you that the problem is that our diet is more based on the dairy products or meat. It will take a greater toll on the world's resources. Toll is used for negative effects, adverse effects on the world's resources than one that revolves around. So it means unrefined grains, nuts, fruits are better in a form, they are solution, but they are better for the health of the planet, yani environment. So passage had there be, the author did not write, had the author written an option that diets based on grains, fruits, vegetables are best suited for the environment or for the health of the planet, that would have been an ideal answer. वो correct हो जाता, ठीक है ना, क्योंकि उसमें फिर solution आ गया. तो आप ध्यान रखेंगे आगे भी कि the solution must be present there. Let me now quickly take you to a few more passages. देखिए जल्दी से passage number 6 से अब start करेंगे. तो about the structure point, I have given the details, right? Now go from passage number 6, 7. कितना time हुआ अभी? Passage 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. So 6 to 10, next set of 5 passages you are going to solve. Passage number 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Make sure that you all score at least 3 correct. 1 and 2 नहीं होना चाहिए. अच्छा, पैसेज 7 we have already done, तो 8 कर लीजिए. Alright, so you must have solved by now. I'm going to write the answers first. तो अभी आपके total 4 questions you have solved because I forgot at first passage 7 you have already done. This is the answer for passage 6. Is option A. 7 is already discussed. B. Passage 8. B. Nine is B, and option D. So before the lunch break, I have to discuss the doubts, and so quickly I take you to the passage number 6. Passage number 6. Those students who have chosen option D should notice that this passage 6 is like the first structure: idea, explanation and example. The idea is written at the very first, in the very first sentence. ठीक है, तो इसमें आपका first sentence क्या? First sentence says monoculture carries great risk. Great risk it carries. Right? Great is big, huge. Then author explains that how it is risky. Because monoculture is like about a single same type of crop, one type of crop. So one type of crop can be affected by single disease. Like it will affect all of them because there is no variation in the crop. So single disease or pest can wipe out soil. So this way it is dangerous. After explaining this, he says the risks are magnified by the changing climate. The author is talking about the risk only. Changing climate has added to it. Then he explains how the changing climate will affect us in future as the planet warms and monsoon rains intensify. अब देखिए, looking at this option, you can't choose option D. Some students must have chosen because Asia and North America will be worst sufferers from climate change and the consequent shortages of food. This option D does not represent the author's crucial message, the whole idea, main idea. The main point that you should consider from this passage or the conclusion of the author is not towards D, because D is only talking about Asia and North America. And Asia and North America is mentioned here to convey the point of changing climate. How will it affect? However, the passage idea or topic is great risk associated with monoculture. This risk is strengthened by changing climate. So D is a part of example, not part of example or elaboration, not the idea. Idea is written in A option. Option B and C, why are they wrong? You see, C option is more and more genetically modified crops only can save the world from impending shortages of food. Impending means upcoming. So, GM crops author has not suggested genetically dropped. So it is being said, यानी ये जो है, this is the juice not coming from the passage, coming from outside. तो ये orange to juice वाला point नहीं है. Author has not suggested about the GM crops. He is certainly talking about the diversity of crops, because monoculture is mentioned, which is risky. So it means diversified. But genetically modified crops only can save. The author has not saying that. B said, despite great risk, monoculture is the only way to ensure food security in the world. This is going against the passage. Author's message is not about. Rather, it is opposite to the author's message. Option A, preserving crop genetic diversity is an insurance against the effects of climate change. Yes. Crop genetic diversity, monoculture, author has mentioned, is risky, so we should go for genetic diversity. It's an insurance, means you can bank upon against the effects of climate change. तो ये एक तरह का कुछ आपको खिला देता है, ठीक है? तो got it that when you have a structure of idea explanation part, make sure that explanation and example option you have not chosen, which is only mentioning the example. और एक और पॉइंट है, योर एबिलिटी टू नोटिस द की वर्ड्स, एक्सट्रीम वर्ड्स. जैसे यहाँ पे सुपरलेटिव डिग्री है वर्स्ट, एंड yesterday you wrote down that superlative degrees and other extreme words should be noticed. Chances are they will be incorrect. Author ने कोई comparison नहीं किया था. तो passage number 7 now we go to, already discussed, so I skip this. 7th, passage 8. Crux, here you have to tell. अब option author is talking about 3 different types of governments: aristocratic, oligarchic, and then even democracy. Even democracy. Even means that even other types of government may also have the same problem. Yani the same theory applies on others also. So everywhere we see that the excess of that governance actually destroys that particular type of government. Excess on the very basic features of that government, characteristics of that government. If option C cannot be the correct answer, as some students must have chosen, which says education of all citizens ensures a perfect, functional and sustainable democracy. Because education is mentioned related to democracy. Author has said why even democracy ruins itself by excess of democracy. He explains that. He says this is at first glance a delightful arrangement. It becomes disastrous because the people are not properly equipped by education. Those students who have chosen this C option are rather going towards the inference, like एक part पे base बस. It is asking about the crux, the main point. Suppose C is the answer, then why author is talking about aristocracy and oligarchy, and he says even democracy, it means other forms of government are also included. So instead of telling you all other forms of governance where the same rule will be applied, Plato is the author. So instead of saying that, he says even democracy, which looks positive, even there the same rule applies. It means every other forms of government is also included. So option C cannot be the crux. Rest of the option I am sure you must not have chosen. Like D says having a government is a necessary evil because tyranny is inherent in any form of government. Author is not talking about the government, talking about the excess of that particular characteristic or instinct of that government. वो उसकी बात कर रहा है. Democracy खराब है, oligarchy खराब है, ये नहीं कह रहा वो. He said that when you exert more, you emphasize more on the same attribute, characteristics, that particular attribute or characteristic of that governance, then it backfires. So option D is talking about something else. Talking government is fair, unfair. And option A, human societies experiment with different forms of government. Yes, there are different forms of government. We can infer it from the passages because the 3 are given here. However, we are supposed to find out the crux. So you are choosing option A is like, finding seed or peel from the passage. Though you have been asked to find out the juice of the passage. तो इस पैसेज का जूस है ऑप्शन बी में. Any form of government tends to deteriorate by excess of its basic principle. And deteriorate means becomes bad, retrograde, go down. So B holds the main point of the passage. Got it? So author here, what he did, you look at the structure of the passage, he started with the examples to convey his point. But he gives more space to the democracy. Such a democracy is a tyranny or autocracy. He's not talking about the democracy in general. I hope it's clear to you. Passage number 9, very easy. And you were supposed to find out the error part in the option. I told it yesterday, repeating it today, that all the students must approach the option with this intention that they are going to find out the error in it. तो जल्दी से देखिए 9th में क्या error है. We generally talk about democracy. It says A says our country has a lot of diversity with its many caste communities and religions, but it misses out the author's main point. तो ये एक तरह से आप कह सकते हैं कि based on connected to the passage, but it only contains the seeds or peel, not the juice. C says so far. अच्छा, D option, it will never be possible for us to establish truly democratic governance in our country. Author has not made such claim for future. It will never be possible. So D and A are weak options. C says so far none of us have actually understood the meaning of democracy. Author is talking about having effective democracy, not just understanding the meaning. Because even after understanding the meaning, there's no guarantee that the democracy will be ideal unless it is practiced. So author is talking about the practice, about activation, about imbibing those and converting those values and thoughts associated with democracy into actions by the people. So D, option C is misleading. B is the right option. True democracy could be established by providing equal opportunities to all. Because author is saying if we provide equal opportunity, we do not go by the nepotism and other stuff, regionalism and based on caste or creed, then there will be problem. Phony means fraudulent type of democracy we will have. Okay, so correct answer is B. You have found the error in other options. So your approach should be finding the error in the option. Passage number 10, it talks about Spanish ships in the late 16th century. They found something. They brought the potato tuber from South America to Europe. Okay. And after telling all this detail, author then says that the famine, in 1845, what happened? Spores of the deadly fungus began spreading across the country, destroying nearly all the numbers in its path. The resulting famine killed or displaced millions. But it was brought to Spain in 16th century. It means 1500 something. And in 1845 it occurred. It means it stayed there for a good 250 years or so. So your option A is incorrect, which says for introducing any foreign plant into a country, the soil and climate condition of that country should be suitable. Soil and climate condition, if they were not suitable, then how it became a staple food for them. A staple food is something that the population, main part of the population's diet, they by and large depend on it. So A is misleading. Climate condition and soil must have been suitable, otherwise how come for 250 years it was used by the people there. Option D is the right answer. B says as a staple food of a country, tuber crops like potato cannot replace. No comparison is given here, so B is weak option. C, some of the fungal infections of plants cannot be prevented or stopped from spreading across large areas. We don't know. D, relying on a homogeneous food source is not desirable, as it happened in Spain. And due to famine, many people died. All right, so that's it. So post lunch, we will discuss the remaining questions of main idea. I will discuss one more trick with you. 2 tricks I have discussed today, orange and juice, while evaluating the option. And I have told you, use the structure-based approach. All right, and then we'll discuss some other types of logical questions, implication and corollary as well. The first session you have solved, some 7-8 passages. Yeah, up to passage 10 we have solved, right? So I'll take you, will assign you more passages, but before that I will discuss one doubt of a student, and okay. Up to passage 10 we have done. Now this doubt has been removed. The doubt is related to the inference question. We'll discuss that inference question. And but before we proceed, I have told you that when you evaluate the options for main idea based questions, the tricks for main idea, questions. Number one, I told you that remember this orange and juice analogy. Analogy means similarity to evaluate the option. Number two trick, I told you that go for this structure, and I told you that 4 structures I discussed with you where you can apply that, right? So those structures are here: idea, explanation, example, generalization, problem solution, and analyzing, clarifying. Already we have discussed. Now third is when you apply this reverse approach, it may help you at times. When you get stuck up between two close options, you can go for this reverse approach. What is the reverse approach? Let me cite it with an example. When you are finding the answer for a question, let's say you are solving this this passage number 8. This passage was based on an abstract topic, aristocratic government. In case you are confused between the options, you come this way. Means that you try to solve the answer, choose the question and choose the option after reading the passage and the question, and then you focus on the option. So this is your approach. Reverse approach demands that if you are stuck up that whether A is the right answer or C is the right answer, or right, you can go into the reverse direction because you are stuck up here. So this stuck up, like both options are giving you a kind of positive vibe and you are confused whether one or the other is correct one. तो आप रिवर्स में जाके क्या हेल्प मिलेगी? रिवर्स says that choose one of them as the correct answer. Arrow shows go up. Go up means that if option A is the crux of a passage, what kind of passage you can imagine on this basis. So you will have to imagine that passage. So focus on the spectrum that come out of it, the message that comes out of this passage, this option. Human societies experiment with different forms of government. If this is the main point, then that passage should only talk about how human society experiment with different forms of government. Why do they do this? What are the different forms of government that they have experimented? The passage should confine or should be based on that. However, this given passage does not seem to be matching with that. So, because this passage author says that when a particular type of government which has a certain characteristic, if it forces or emphasizes more force on the same characteristic, then the government fails. Like in a democracy, people get freedom, but if too much of democracy is given, the democracy fails. Aristocracy is already power-centric. If too much power is going to be centered, in one hand, then it is going to backfire. So this is not matching, not reflecting by option A, which only hinges upon this that human societies experiment with different forms. So reverse will reveal something. What happens that after reading the passage, our examiner has worked on the option, and when you read it, apparently it seems कि ठीक है ये सही है option. लेकिन cross check and something new will come out if you go for the reverse. Option C Education of all citizens ensures a perfect, functional and sustainable democracy. If this is the C option is the right option, then the passage should talk about how education will make a democracy as a perfect democracy. But the passage is talking about aristocracy also, oligarchy as well, and then says even democracy. It means if the passage is only based on this education, how it is going to sort out the problem of democracy, then the passage at the first place should not have mentioned about aristocracy and oligarchy. It should have confined itself to democracy only. So author is not going after this cause and effect why due to the illiteracy or lack of education of the masses, the democracy is not doing its job. Rather, he talks about aristocracy and oligarchy also in the same way. Not in the same way, I mean that how they fail. So option C does not give you the true picture. So by going to the reverse, you can find some help, and that's the reason I said that this is the trick number 3. I suppose it's clear to you. Any form of government will not be it is like an extreme term. Otherwise, we will always question this term. But here it says any form of government tends to deteriorate by excess of its basic principle. And when author has said, but even democracy, it means the author has not written all other types of governance. He has mentioned aristocracy and oligarchy, and then he has come to the point that even in democracy it happens. So even words includes that. Something like democracy, which is considered to be a delightful arrangement, even there the same rule applies. That's why it's inclusive in nature. And even words should have been noticed. That's the reason this B is correct option. Okay. So guys, it's reverse approach. Fourth point is that, of course, your ability to notice the keywords. Right? The keywords, the loaded words by the author. They will help you. So main idea based questions, and these are the 4 points. Key or loaded words is like, suppose author has said while talking about when he says he's been talking about something and then says, however, the most important problem is, like India is facing various problems in a particular sector. However, the most important, this point should catch your attention. It means author's more important problem. So whatever comes after that will be catching. So loaded words or keywords where author emphasizes, like he says, above all, this is the issue. So above all is most important. When he says moreover, it becomes important. When author says exclusively, entirely, or other extreme words, they will play a key role. Okay. So dear, now is the time to go to passage number. So the student who had problem with the inference, I will address your doubt. However, as of now, you just focus on passage 11. So I want you to solve from 11 to 14. ये 5 passages करने, and it is new for everyone. 11 to 14. Yeah, 4 passages. So 6-7 minutes you should take. Reverse approach in short is, on the basis of the option, imagine the passage. So read the option carefully and then look at its orientation. Look at, it's like a seedling you have. और उस seedling के base पे you have to imagine the tree. Make sure that out of 4 are correct or 3 are correct. But ये passages they deserve that all are correct. RC questions demand practice. So I suggested that whatever question comes your way, you must try to solve. So PYQ should not be left at all. They will give you the confidence. And as some students were asking yesterday about the speed, time. So the speed and the time will be taken care of if you practice and follow the basic points to increase your speed that I discussed yesterday. So I told you to measure your WPM, words per minute, and I told you how to increase your WPM, right? Like I told you to use the pen and have the urgency, and when you read, don't read everything with the same fervor, right? Give it time as it is required. As required by it. If the author has given some complex idea, you can slow down, but if author is going to explain it, you can read faster. Example, you just have a glance. So this way you can customize your reading. And I told you don't read aloud, it takes time. So these are the some basic things you can do, and rest is about practice. And RC section you must work on to get it, to make it as a mainstay to clear a CSAT exam. It should be your mainstay and not new for you, and most of the questions, 80% of the questions can be done confidently. So remaining 15-20% you can leave. Don't invite unnecessary negative marking. तो काम कम है यहाँ पर आपको. You do not need to go for like maths or reasoning where 15-20 chapters are asked. So here it's a smaller section. So whether you are making your strategy to bank on maths and RC or reasoning and RC must be always there. However, needless to mention that ideally you must work on all three sections. Okay, fine. So I suppose everybody, many answers have poured in, and now I discuss the answers. चलिए, इसके बाद then there is another test of main idea, then there is a test of inference and assumption questions. It must have been uploaded on your portal, and I will take them once I have discussed 11 to 14. So passage number 11 talks about do sports mega events like the Summer Olympic. पहले तो answers note कर देता हूँ, yeah, so that you can see your score. After that we will go for explanation. देखिए अब 4 out of 4 वाले क्लब में आना चाहिए, ठीक है सभी को. And for passage 11, which option you have chosen? Mega events like the Summer Olympic Games benefit. Okay, all right. Central point in the first para is that the economic benefits of the Olympic Games are shared equally among the 3 organizing committee. Benefits, no. Accrue mostly through revenue from advertisements and ticket sales. Accrue to host cities if at all only in the long term. C is the right option. Passage 12. अच्छा, in the passage 11 to the student who was saying कि sir मुझे inference में problem है, like the student who must be there confused still with the inference. I just want to draw to your attention a small point, so that there should not be any distance between you and inference. This question, passage 11 says that find out the inference. Look at the question. It says the central point in the first para, though there is only one para, it means this examiner must have taken, this para as a first para. He must have taken it from some other multi-para passage. That's why this question is there, right? So the question is only based on the first para. So the first para, when only one para is given in the passage, gives this data to make the logical deduction that it is part of some multi-para passage. However, only one paragraph is given to you. So inference is any finding on the basis of the data. Chaliye, passage 12. 12 cities are the true fonts of creativity. All right. B is the right answer. Institutions created to promote creativity eventually stifle it. That is the irony given in the last part. Passage 30, during the frigid season. Frigid is something very cold, right? So the author uses blankets in the para as a device to. तो ये सारे evaluative level के questions हैं. You connect with the passage, and the correct answer should be C option. Draw an analogy means similarity between blankets and the snowpack. And 14th passage, prediction, the hallmark of natural sciences. Right. Author highlights here the mistake by the social scientists. It would neglect the data that are not easily mathematized and thereby would only distort the social phenomena. So the main conclusion is mathematics plays a more important role in the natural sciences than no, not at all. There is a need in the social science to improve phenomena in the social science should not be reduced to mathematical formula, and prediction is responsible for the success of the natural science. C is the right answer. So C, B, C, C. Write down your score quickly. Let me see how many of you got all 4 correct. Now we discuss the doubts. So students, you see this passage 11. Meanwhile, you are must be writing your score. Author has raised this point of organizing the Summer Olympic Games, which is a 17-day fiesta of the games into basis for long-term economic returns could be there. How much is generated? $4 to $5 billion is generated by organizing Summer Olympic Games, but author says lion's share means biggest share goes to the International Olympic Committee, the National Olympic Committees and the International Sports Federations. Itna part chala gaya. What is left for the host country, host city? He says any economic benefit would have to flow. This is the crucial line from the value of games as an advertisement for the city. The new transportation and communication infrastructure that was created for the games or the ongoing use of the new facilities. This is the benefit that the city is going to get, not an immediate collection of that money by selling the tickets and all. So that's the reason the correct answer is the central point in the first part is that economic benefit of the Olympic Games accrue to host cities, if at all, only in the long run. This is the author's point, in the long run. B is incorrect. Accrue mostly through revenue from advertisements and ticket sales. Author has already said the lion's share goes to 3 organizing. Are shared equally. How do we know that they are shared equally? And D are usually eroded by expenditure incurred by the host city. Author has not said so. So C is the correct answer, and it was a very simple question. So I have explained. Now please don't ask me again this question 11 because so easy, and you can reread and find the correct answer. Passage 11 I have discussed. D. So you have chosen an answer that there is no economic benefit for the Olympic Games. Author is not saying that there is no economic benefit. ठीक है बेटा? तो ये आप देख लो. Into a basis for long-term economic returns हो सकता है, immediate नहीं है. Passage 12. Cities are the true phones of creativity, right? Then author explains how they are, diverse population and all that. Then also says with their infrastructure for finance, organization, trade, and they allow those ideas to be swiftly actualized. So it becomes, hub of these ideas. As for what staunches creativity, staunches means support. Creativity that is easy if ironic. It is the very institution that we build to manage, exploit, and perpetuate the fruits of creativity. What they do are big bureaucracies, and sad to say, too many of our schools' creativity is disruptive. Schools and organizations are regimented, standardized, and stultifying. Something that becomes a barrier, stultifying, does not let the other thing to grow and promote it. And to be promoted. So B is the right answer. Institutions created to promote creativity eventually stifle it. Very easy question it is, right? And nobody should have missed it. Option A is not the meaning of the irony word. Irony is giving you the sense of contradictory things. The one that is made to promote it has become an impediment for its growth. So see, the larger the creative population in a city, the more likely is to be stifled. Not at all. He has not said that. Large bureaucracy in institutions are the inevitable outcome of successful cities, not given in the passage. 13th passage. Author is spoken about the very cold, frigid season. Then he tells you how blanket works. Similarly, for the plants, how that snow cover works, right? So from that, of course, it is the answer is C. Draw an analogy between blankets and the snowpack. He said, from here, many plants and animals similarly hunker down, relying on snow cover for safety from winter's harsh conditions. Though they rely, like we rely on blankets. The small area between the snowpack and the ground, called the subniveum, might be most important ecosystem that you have never heard of. So C is the right answer. Right. A option evoke the bitter cold of winter in the minds of readers. Not at all. It's not just narrated the winter. B, explain how blankets work to keep us warm. That's only one side. D, alert readers to the fatal effects of excessive exposure to the cold. Not at all. So it was very easy. Passage 14. Now this passage says prediction, hypothesis, prediction based on some facts or phenomena that the observer has come across. The hallmark of natural sciences, right? It is there, appears to have been possible by reducing phenomena to mathematical expressions. So mathematics is used for natural sciences to make predictions. But author's point is that some social scientists also want the power to predict accurately and assume they ought to perform the same reduction, and based on mathematics. But author says it will be a mistake. So point is that this would be a mistake. How it is a mistake? It would neglect data that are not easily mathematized and thereby would only distort the social phenomena. So don't use some social scientists who are using mathematics for the same type of production. They should not do that. It would be a mistake. Ab you are supposed to find out the main conclusion. Aapko pata hai conclusion, main point. A says mathematics plays a more important role in the natural sciences than it does in the social sciences. Don't be befooled by, trapped by such options which have some appealing element in them. Rather look for whether it is the answer to the question, because the question demands you to find the main point. An author's main point is to highlight how a mistake is done by some social scientists who are trying to use mathematics. His point is not based on, main point is not based on that how mathematics is more important role it plays for natural sciences, but not in social sciences. We can infer that as per the example, this is very different. But we do not know the other parts. Right? The other part, that emanates from this option A, जो इससे बाहर message आ रहा है. Actual emphasis of the author is on this point. After telling you the rule. So A is not the correct answer. Right? Does not contain the main point. B, there is a need in the social sciences to improve the ability to predict. You are being asked to find out the main point. So again, B seems to be making some inference. But, and we do not know, at the same time, we do not know. Some social scientists are doing it. So we do not know whether other scientists are doing it correctly, the prediction, without using mathematics or not. So that's why B is not correct. Does not hold the main point. C is phenomena in the social sciences should not be reduced to mathematical formula. Yes, because the author has called it a mistake. So he means to say that. Prediction is responsible for the success of the natural sciences. Nowhere we are told that prediction is responsible. It might have played a positive role there, but the main point is not held by this option. Alright. So folks, in today's class, I have discussed with you the main idea based questions. Right? We started with the main idea based questions and I discussed with you that how you should apply the tricks, orange and juice. Then structure, and then reverse, like on the basis of the option, think of the passage. But you are not supposed to apply reverse in all questions. No student should think so that in the CSAT paper already there is a short time and RC questions are going to take time. So need I apply reverse and all these tricks every time I solve the questions? This is for your practice regime before the exam. So you become habituated, and that's the reason you are supposed to apply these tricks. But once you have become habituated and you have applied it, you have understood, or rather, imbibed it, then there is no specific reason. Only when the doubts arise, you can apply it. So you are solving a passage and you are not very sure about a certain option, the other option is equally appealing, just go for that. So it may reveal something. Alright, key and loaded words, make it a point that you should always notice them. Underline them while reading. Alright, so some students got 4 out of 4, whereas the majority is 3 out of 4. चलिए, तो जो भी आपने error किया, you must have understood, and reading your errors is very, very important point. Now I want to take you to another type of question asked in CSAT paper. This question is the question of implication. Implication means conclusion, meaning, impact और effect. ठीक है, ये सारे इसका मीनिंग है implication का. So 1 or 2 questions have been asked in the CSAT paper, in all CSAT papers. In 23 there was one question, then there was one question in 21, then the question in 2018, 19, 20. तो एक question आता है. What you need to understand, that when the UPSC gives you this type of question, that a multi-statement is given based on the para, just do one thing, that when you are going to solve this implication question, it will save you time. And if the author has given you multiple statements, notice what is the issue that author has raised in the passage, or the problem that author has described in the passage, and then evaluate these statements on 2 bases. Such a statement that talks about the effect or impact of this problem or solution, this problem or issue, is correct. So if a statement you are able to establish the link that yes, the given statement is the valid logical impact or effect of this issue or problem, that should be chosen as correct one. Second thing, if the given statement is giving a solution to this issue or problem raised by the author, it's again correct. So there are 2 things, right? Implication, effect and solution. On these 2 bases, you will choose the correct statements. If the statement talks about something else, something else means not about these 2, that statement should be dismissed. तो impact, effect और solution, बस ये काम करना है. जल्दी से you solve passage number 1, 2, 3. After that we will have a test on main idea. Let's say passage number 1 we do together. For those students who are doing it for the first time, you see, the passage talks about monsoon and the monsoons which are not regular, how the rainwater is going to be, made available for the whole year. So many opportunities to harness. Harness means to take the benefit. The highly skewed, and which means uneven, right? The monsoon is uneven here. Seasonal and special distribution of monsoon. Special is related to the area and, you know, special distribution of monsoon flows which occur in a 4-month period from June to September actually have been lost. Many opportunities have been lost. So since these few months account for most of the rainfall and consequent freshwater availability, the need for holding rainwater in reservoirs for subsequently releasing it for use over the year is a necessity. क्योंकि कुछ ही महीने रहता ही है, June to September. So holding it to make it available for the rest part of the year, that's a necessity. Nobody can afford to overlook, right? So important. Climate change will continue to affect weather conditions and create water shortages and excesses. He's going into the building his argument, I mean giving more points to make you understand its necessity, how important it is. While millions suffer from droughts and floods, waters in the country's many rivers flow unutilized and are discharged into the sea every year. Fine. So what is not available? Monsoon and rainwater, how to preserve the rainwater so that it is available for rest part of the year. And climate change has created this extreme situations, unstable situations. Sometimes there is an excess, sometimes acute shortage, which makes it even more important to hold the rainwater, to preserve the rainwater. अब देखिए, आप first statement देखते हैं, interlinking of rivers should be undertaken because author has mentioned here there is floods and somewhere droughts, and then many rivers the water flow unutilized. कहीं पे shortage है, कहीं पे, तो interlinking is working. It sounds like a solution. We will accept it. So 1 is correct. Second, a network of dams and canals should be built across the country for proper distribution of water. Again correct, because it's again a solution and it's a valid solution. Water availability is going to be ensured. When you look at 1 and 2, you are sure about it. UPSC examiner has already given you the clue. So A is the answer because 1 and 2 together is not given in any option. However, for the sake of discussion, look at 3rd. It talks about farmers should be provided easy loans for digging bore wells. Passage topic is how to hold rainwater, not the groundwater. So see, 3rd statement does not fall either in solution or as an impact. ना तो ये effect बता रहा है nor a solution. These two are the parameters. The 3rd is out. 4th, usage of water for agriculture should be regulated by law. Again, it is not as connected with the topic. Should be regulated by law. Law is already. So law is there, law is not there, we don't know. However, it does not fall as a solution. फिर आप pairing of the options के हिसाब से भी help ले लेते हैं. 5th is distribution of river water among regions should be regulated by the union government. अभी law कह रहा था, अब union government. Why it should be regulated by the union government? There is no connection. There is no logical explanation for this is given here in the passage. कि क्यों union government? Why not a state government? So no reason is given. So again 5th is out. So 3rd is out. ठीक है? So that is the point you have to do. So passage number 16, 17 you solve quickly. जल्दी से 2 मिनट से ज़्यादा नहीं लेंगे. Passage 16 and 17. After that we'll discuss corollary, and next to that we'll start the test. The test has already been uploaded. Alright, so the answer for 16 is option B. Melting of summer ice in the Arctic leads to change in the geopolitics. It is an effect of the issue raised here. Author, after telling you the details, context, he says the distinct possibility of ice-free summer, last sentence. Ice-free summer has prompted countries with Arctic coastline to scramble for great chunks of the melting ocean. So these countries has prompted this free summer to scramble for great chunks. I mean, they will be striving hard to get bigger chunk. It is going to affect their relationship also. So geopolitics is valid answer. Ab India can have territorial claims because author is only talking that what the countries with the Arctic coastline they are scrambling. Ab India is not there, so C is out, A is out. See, the Arctic region will solve the world's future problem of resources crunch. Again, not correct because no data is given about this. Author has only mentioned that in the Arctic region there is no treaty in place to safeguard its resources, and that's the reason he is concerned. He has shown the concern on the vulnerability of this particular region. So he says there is no legal regime protecting the Arctic from industrialization, especially at a time when the world craves for more and more resources. But it is going to solve the problem of the world's future problem of resources crunch? No, we don't have been given what is the proportion of the resources available, how much the world requires, so we are unable to make up any prediction about that. तो ये solution भी नहीं है और impact भी नहीं है. D, the Arctic region has more resources than Antarctica. No comparison has been done. So your answer is B. For passage 17, this passage talks about, the author says that this commodification of technology in the future will create the conundrums, and he mentions it in the in this line later. This will pose conundrums. Conundrums means challenges, questions, confusions. Commodification of technology has increased. Author has given the examples in the second line onwards. Then he says his view is that this increased commodification of technology in the future will create problem and confusion, conundrums. How the confusion will be created? How the problems will be created? He gives the example with the help of a driverless car. He elaborates that point. So driverless car is a part of elaboration. So he tells you afterwards how the driverless car, suppose it is there in Dublin, will create the problem. Because it's in one country, however its code has been written by another country, California is mentioned, and its maintenance is being done in Hyderabad. Fine. So 3 different countries. Now what the problem will arise? He writes in the last sentence, if different national jurisdictions, because 3 different countries are involved, have different fine print on prioritizing a human life, how will it affect insurance and investments? Decisions, including transnational ones. How all these things will be decided, because not necessarily all the 3 countries are on the same page. They might have different print on the same point. So this is the conundrum shown by the author. When you go to the options, option 1 says too much globalization is not in the best interest of any country. We can't choose it. The issue we have understood, but author is not saying it is not good. And moreover, this statement is just talking about too much globalization, which is a very generalized term. Author has specifically spoken about commodification of technology. Globalization is there, and not just all about technology. It's on other front also. So that's why first is not correct, right? Because globalization may include the economic activities also. We have food grains, we have other stuff that we produce. Not just the technology is imported or technical products are imported. There are other technological products are imported. There are other stuff that's also play an important role. So one is neither in solution nor impact. Second is correct because it's talking about the effect. Modern technologies are increasingly blurring the economic borders. Yes, correct. As the driverless car, is going to show that. See, innovation and capital have impinged on the domain of the states. Yes, they have impinged means they have affected. They will have their, so it's again an effect. Second is an effect. Third is public policy of every country should focus on developing its own supply chains. It means they should not import it from other countries. Again incorrect. Fourth, because author has not given that idea. Fifth is geopolitics will have to reconcile to many ambiguities and uncertainty. Of course, the geopolitics will have to play an important role in future because of this transnational things and how the commodification of technology will bring people together. So fifth is like a solution. The answer आपको पहले ही पता चल गया because the moment I said one is wrong and one is present in three options, so A, B and D are out, C is the right answer. So that is the benefit of the multiple statements questions. There is a plus side, there is a minus side also with the multiple statement. The plus side, of course, you understand that if the examiner has given the combination in such a way that after being sure of one of the statements that it is right or wrong, you can get the answer. Like here it happened, one was wrong and one was written in three options. The negative side, you already understand that it is going to take more time because you have to solve 5 statements. So dear, implication question if asked in the exam, you must solve that with confidence. And in PYQs, when you solve on your own from 2015 to 23, you will come across some more 5-6 more questions of implication apart from these 3 that I discussed with you. Now the student who said that he could not understand the inference, or if there is anybody who is still doubtful about inference, have got this chance to actually polish and to polish their understanding. Logical corollary. Corollary is a type of inference. Corollary is a kind of is a consequence. So in the central idea question, the student you need to just look at those tricks that I told you and just focus on what the author wants to convey. Don't be trapped by the option which is based on your own interpretation, understanding, inference type of, like inferential nature it has, logically connected. Central idea question, before I discuss this in corollary, I need to address this doubt that you must have noticed one major difference, and that when you solve this main idea question, versus the logical questions, क्योंकि इसके बाद टेस्ट होगा मेन आइडिया बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस का, दैट्स द रीजन आई एम गोइंग टू डिस्कस दिस. अबाउट द मेन आइडिया क्वेश्चन, आई हैव टोल्ड यू दैट द पैसेज इज लाइक द ऑरेंज एंड यू नीड द जूस. It means the main component of the passage must be present in the correct option. But in the logical questions such as assumption or inference or maybe corollary, what you need to find out that the juice will not be here in the option. The juice must be here. Main point of the author, not your own inferential sense or your own logical interpretation. Here you will come across that orange flavor will be there in the option. जैसे होता नहीं कि you want juice from the orange juice you want, or you want that orange has been used, its flavor has been used somewhere, like in some cookies, in some ice cream, that orange flavor is there. It's not whole orange, So this is the difference between the two. जब आप इसका आंसर find out करते हैं main idea, it means what the author has said. You must focus on that. What the author wants to communicate. Don't apply your brain to make some interpretations. But when you go for logical question, you need to identify from the given option that which option has orange flavor in it, any based on the passage. That deduction can be made. So this is the basic difference. And I suppose that since you are doing the logical questions correctly, you must be doing this kind of error in the main idea, that you are trapped by the option which have some logical connection with the passage. तो आपको ध्यान रखना है कि flavor नहीं लाना है, juice लाना है, ठीक है? Fine. So corollary देख लीजिए जल्दी से. In 5 minutes we finish and then we go for the test. Corollary is the logical consequence or the outcome. Consequence of what? It is the consequence of the theory of the author given in the passage. What is the theory of the author? Corollary. It is the logical outcome, consequence, or upshot based on the author's theory. What is author's theory? It means what is the main point that the author has proved. Right? What the author has proved in the passage. So his proven point, and based on that you make a logical deduction or consequence. Fine. Which must remind you that almost the same thing we did in the inference. Yes, it was also based on the author's passage, but not necessarily the main point. But corollary is a specific type of inference. The corollary is also an inference. However, this inference is specifically, it rests on the author's proven point, theory, theorem, or philosophy that author has tried to establish or tends to establish. कुछ कहना चाह रहा, प्रूव करना चाहता, उस पे बेस कौन सा इंफरेंस आ रहा है, that inference is called corollary. So there is a rider attached with corollary, condition attached with corollary, that it is those inferences which are based on the author's main point. ठीक है? I hope it's clear. So the definition is clear to you. Now I'll show you an example. That's the reason that when you solve, when you apply corollary in maths, you are trying to prove something. I've given this example many times in the classroom, that being a student of maths, you are trying to prove something. And you hit upon a step where a particular theorem of a mathematician could be applied. So based on that, the corollary of that theorem is you applied that theorem there and you get the consequence. Yani you prove something. So that is corollary. I cite you one more example that I always use in the classroom because it gives you a very simple version. Suppose you have read the author and this author has written his entire research, experiments, and based on all these entire experiments, he proves a theory. His theory is, or his conclusion is, or his finding is, जो भी आप कहें, जिसको author establish कर रहा है, वो है that he proves that all liquids have a freezing point. So this is the author's theory proven on the basis of this whole. Based on that, this one, a logical corollary is that milk can be frozen. It follows directly. It is the next logical point based on the theory. Since all liquids have a freezing point, so of course milk can be frozen. So This is called corollary, which is a type of inference. Let's go to some questions. Look at this passage based on corollary, passage 18. So it says many pathogens that cause foodborne illnesses are unknown. Food contamination can occur at any stage from farm to plate. Since most cases of food poisoning go unreported, the true extent of global foodborne illnesses is unknown. Improvements in international monitoring have led to greater public awareness, yet the rapid globalization of food production increases consumers' vulnerability by making food harder to regulate and trace because it travels. We have the word on our plate, says an official of the WHO. Now, corollary based on this. So you must have noticed what the author wants to establish through his theory. And he says that it is very hard to trace, the food, the contamination, the vulnerability because making food harder to regulate and trace, right? So author's point, but he has mentioned here the many pathogens that cause foodborne illnesses. Food contamination can occur at any stage from farm to plate. And about globalization, he has said that globalization of food production increases consumers' vulnerability because now food is traveling more, and he has given the reason because it is harder for the food to be traced. So option D says globalization of food production should be curtailed. Curtailed means cut down. But this corollary will be accepted when if the author had proven that just due to or only due to globalization this problem has arisen. Right? Which is not the case here. So D is out. Globalization has increased the problem, but the problem is already there. Because in this first underlying part, he says food contamination can occur at any stage from farm to plate. So even if locally the food is produced, still it is prone to carry some pathogens and contamination is possible there. So by just focusing on this, curtailing the globalization will not sort out the problem. So D is out. C says we should not depend on locally produced food only, but locally produced food only is also not foolproof. So C is out. B, food processing is the source of all foodborne illnesses. Nowhere it is given in the theory of the author, let alone the theory. It is not mentioned in the passage. So how can we say that it is all foodborne illnesses? Food processing is the problem. There are unprocessed food also that has not been portrayed by the author as not prone to these pathogens. So A is the right answer. With more options for food come more risk. And author has proven that because globalization means more options, and there is now WHO official has also said something which is supporting that. Okay? So that is corollary. Identify. So what will be the step? कैसे आप इसको find out करेंगे corollary को? The first thing is that identify what is the author's theorem. First thing that the author has proven or is trying to prove. Unless you identify that, don't go to the options. The first step is that identify the theory. Step number 1. I'm talking about the approach. Identify what the author tries to establish. जो वो प्रूफ करना है, जो उसका थ्योरी है, identify that, and then only take the step number 2, evaluation of the options. वो इसके बाद होना चाहिए. You should not go to an option unless you have identified the first part. So this is the step number 2. All right. Identify and then proceed to the options. Solve quickly passage number 19 and 20. जल्दी से 2 minutes you have. लोडेड वर्ड्स माय डियर और की वर्ड्स. लोडेड क्या, ऑथर ने बहुत ज्यादा इमोशन दिखा दिया. उसने कहा अनफॉर्चुनेटली, he has said regretfully, he has said this particular process is cumbersome. जहां उसके इमोशंस, where the emotions are revealed and he emphasizes on something, he shows his feeling, his emotions, strong emotions. लोडेड है. भावनाओं को समझते हो तो बस लोडेड वर्ड्स भी आइडेंटिफाई कर सकते हो ना. तो माय डियर, गो फॉर 1920. जल्दी से करिए. टेस्ट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. मेन आइडिया वाला जो मुझे कंप्लीट कराना है, फिर लॉजिकल क्वेश्चन का टेस्ट है और योर एक्यूरेसी विल बी गेज्ड. Okay, so passage number 19. Passages only discuss flamingos. So we have the correct option as C. Social behavior in some species of birds. And I told you that some and often means that they are not equal to 0. It means their value could be anything from starting from 1, 2, 3, anything. So here one flamingo is given. Flamingo, one species. So some is correct. Other options are extreme options like mass nestling in all species of birds. So on the basis of one bird, one species, how can you make any corollary or inference about all species of birds? So A is out. B, only birds, same issue. D, all species of birds, same issue. So 19C is the right answer. I think there is only one student who has missed 19. How come you chose option A? It means you are not listening to me. Since you have not been listening, कि क्या कहा जा रहा है. Extreme options I told you, cross check. 20th. In India, the objective of macroeconomic policy is described. What is its objective? And then author gives his theory. That any one wing of such macro policy, monetary or fiscal, cannot independently work. Monetary or fiscal. So option A is right, the central bank, which is about the monetary and cannot independently work of the government, about the fiscal. Only A answer. If someone has chosen, like I noticed that someone has chosen D also, financial sector reforms. But author's theory is not based on reforms. He is talking a specific point that monetary and fiscal must work together, which is given in A. So in the corollary, because it's a type of inference, you don't expect that the same thing will be written, right? So that's the reason D is wrong. All those students who have chosen option D, they are not paying attention to the first step, what is the author's theory. That I told you that don't be befooled by the positive point written in an option. नहीं तो आप ट्रैप हो जाओगे अगर आप उसकी बिल्कुल पॉजिटिव चीज को देख लोगे बस कि ये so reforms it talks about. No. Whether author is suggesting making an advocacy for reforms, only then you will choose that option. So identify what the author tries to establish and then evaluate the options. So D is wrong because of that reason. C, market economy is not compatible with the socialist policy. Socialist policies are not discussed in the authors at all, let alone the theory of the author. B, government should regulate financial markets and institutions closely, but it has nothing to do with the author's theory. So if you solve corollary questions, it is just like inference. It's a type of inference, and corollary and inferences are connected in this way that corollary are those inferences which are only based on the main point. I can show you here that inferences and corollary have this kind of relationship, CR. Inferences could be based on any point, main point, secondary point. But when the inference is based on the main point of the author, the theory the author tries to believe, it's called corollary. And just like conclusion, you know, conclusion is outside. So conclusion is a wider word. Inference is a type of conclusion, logical conclusion, maybe based on some part of the passage. But corollary is the logical deduction based on the main point of the passage. So this is the correlation among these three words. Okay. Now, quickly let me know whether you have this particular test. This test must be there on your portal. But before that, I take this doubt. Know where the author has mentioned about increased odds of survival due to social behavior of the birds. That passage 19. Social behavior in some species of birds, and you are saying social behavior of the birds are not shown anywhere. Increases the odds of survival in an unsafe world. देखो corollary में don't expect कि ये सारी बात उसमें deduction होगा based on the passage. अब now flamingos in large flocks, in large flocks they live. Why they live in large flocks? Number one, in the wild, are social and extremely loyal. Social thing is shown. Ab how they are, author elaborates, they perform group mating dances. The group mating dances, yeah, you are enjoying this passage in fact. I believe so. यहाँ ये देख रहे group mating dance भी हो रहा है. Parents are very fond of their chicks, gathering them into creches for protection, while both males and females fly off to search for food. तो उनको एक साथ छोड़ के जा रहे हैं यार. Come on, C तो है होगा ना answer. The social behavior in some species of birds increases the odds of survival in an unsafe world. Children are, you know, their chicks are kept together. Okay. So more important point now is, okay, so I hope that this doubt is clear to you. Now, I want you to go to the portal and must find out this first. There is a file where the crux, central idea and message based questions are written. This is a test must have been shared with you, and there are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. 10 passages are given. Please write quickly yes or no. Have you got it? Crux, central idea and message based passages. I open it for you. This is this file I want you to open and quickly you are supposed to solve it. जल्दी से करेंगे, ठीक है इसको. अब देखिए ये फर्स्ट पैसेज है ना, तो दिस क्वेश्चन क्रक्स, सेंट्रल आइडिया, मैसेज. ओके 10 passages यानी 10 questions are given there. Crucial message में crux and main idea you are supposed to find out. You have a time limit to solve this test. इसलिए 10 passage के लिए you are going to get 15 minutes to 18 minutes, 15 to 18. But I think you all can solve this within 15 minutes. So read the passage. If you can notice the structure, very good. Evaluate the option. The juice needs to be there in the option. Passage is the orange. Orange flavor based options you should not choose. It should be out and out juice. Alright, so your time starts now. I have not got any acknowledgement. Have you got the passage or not? I'm just totally relying on you. Quickly respond. ये टाइम बाउंड टेस्ट करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके लिए. सो और यू हैव ऑलरेडी सॉल्व्ड इट. So I'm waiting for your response. Yes, sir. All right. So you all have this. Your time starts now. It is 3:23 by my watch and 5, 5, 10 and 15. Okay. By 3:37 you must finish it. It's on portal. You got it yesterday, right? You start it now. Your test starts now. 15 minutes are assigned. This test is based on crux or main idea. Time 15 minutes. Make sure that your accuracy is 80% minimum. Okay, very good. There are some who have solved it earlier. Anyway, I'll have to give the time to the two others. In case all of you have solved it, if there is anyone who has not solved it, I will have to give the time. But I'm going to discuss the answers afterwards. As some students do not watch the class on live and they watch it afterwards, so I would suggest them that at this particular point of video, when they listen to me about this test, they should pause it, take the printout of the test and sit down and solve it in 15 minutes. Afterwards they can cross check through my discussion. Right. So and those who have solved it can go for the second test. On the portal, logical questions are also given. Inference, assumption, corollary. So they can try that test. Is there anyone who has solved both logical and this one crux idea? 8 out of 10 means the answers have also been shared with you. बहुत बढ़िया, तो 80% accuracy तो है बेटा तुम्हारी. All right, 8 out of 10. What's your name? 8 out of 10. Solution PDF is provided, but is the explanation also given? Your solution and score, right? The student who has got 7 out of 10, I mean this 70% is a concern. Don't write your name. कुछ आपने ज़्यादा गड़बड़ कर दिया, that's the reason 7. Otherwise I think 9 out of 10, 8 out of 10 should have been the score. So RC must give you that launching pad. For whole RC, suppose there are 26, 25 questions, then 25 twos are 50, but it should be maximum 40, 45 minutes you should give to the RC section. Those students who are good at RC should give 40, 45 minutes. Those students who are weak at RC should give it less time. They should invest more time to their weaker to other section where they are strong. तो 40-45 मिनट चाहिए आपको फॉर आरसी सेक्शन. रेयर केस कहीं बहुत ज़्यादा डिफिकल्ट हुआ, कुछ हुआ तो 50 मिनट्स, दैट्स इट मैक्सिमम, दैट इज, बट 40-45 मिनट्स द आइडियल टाइम. यस, ये 2 लाइन में आपने पूरा सार कह दिया. Assumption is based on author, any author's assumption, author's supposition, and inference is based on your logical understanding, what you deduce from it. तो अब आपको ज्ञान की प्राप्ति हो चुकी है. So So dear, you all have those. I wasn't aware that you already have this on your portal. This test. I thought that it is shared today. So since you have got it and you solved it, some of you have got the scores. Let me know your doubts if there is any doubts related to this crux based sheet. How many are solving it? Because it's like one way, so I just want a student to spare a second and write down yes, solving it, so I can wait for you. If all have already solved it, then there's no point in waiting for your answers. So only crux based questions. In case you are solving, do mention. Already solved. Those who are solving, if there is anyone solving it, can mention. And then I wait. Otherwise, I just take you to the doubts and then can go for assumption inference. Could you please rephrase your question? Should we find out crux, conclusion, inference, and corollary in exam? Of course, there are questions asked in crux and corollary in the exam, so you need to find the answer. However, if you meant to say that since I was, you meant to ask As I showed you some of the passages, and while evaluating the option, I told you that it cannot be the answer to the main point, however it's a valid inference or a valid assumption. That was just for concept clarity. Alright, so this passage where the crux and main idea based questions are given, nobody has raised any issue, right? Answers I'm going to write, and explanations are already there in 2-3 lines given to you. So I hope that the point will be clear to you, and none of the questions was of the nature that it could not be contained in the option, or maybe in the explanation, and or maybe a student who has done the questions of main idea, the option would not be beyond your reach, I suppose so. So this first reading comprehension test on crux, central idea and message, it's already there, right? And none of you have raised any doubts. So that's the reason I am not going to explain this. क्योंकि explanation you have. What about the second test? This second one, in case you have any doubts related to this, which is based on assumption, inference, corollary. Anyone doubtful, or if you can mention your score in this second test? Those students who have solved these questions of inference, corollary, assumption can mention their score. Those who have not solved it should write here the message to me that they are yet to solve. So just you are supposed to write down the answer as not solved. So let me see how many have not solved. Not solved, and those who have solved it should mention their score. All right, waiting for your response. Quickly respond so that I can discuss other stuff with you, other important point for CSAT 2024. जल्दी करिएगा. All right, so some students have not solved it. Now, let me give you this first passage. The first passage asks about inference, logical, rational, crucial inference. You are supposed to write the answer for the first one quickly. Two minutes we have. What is the answer? Waiting for the first passage. Nobody has written the answer for the first passage. Is it that difficult? Okay. A is the answer. Yes, very good. As anticipated, you have given the correct answer. And you see here that for logical questions, your approach should be to find out the error in the options. Look always for the fault or error in the option. At the beginning, you should not start searching the answer, but when you read an option, look for the error. That's the approach. So this whole thing has been described in the passage. And in the first option, authors, the question is about the inference. Always read the question first so that you can deduce that information from the passage. A says environmental pollutants directly cause reproductive health problems in fish populations. Yes, it is given there. They cause, right? Throughout, author has discussed that thing in point of the passage. B option, introducing fish from contaminated water sources into uncontaminated environments can reverse the adverse reproductive effects. We don't know, data inadequate, whether it can correct the deficiency or not. See, fish residing in industrialized areas experience higher predation rates due to impaired reproduction. Again, the question is that this you don't have the data. In most of the question of inference, you will come across this data insufficiency case. And D, if fish in polluted environments experience reproductive issues, there is no hope for restoring their reproductive health. We don't know whether it can be corrected, cured or not. So again, a DI case. This is the most prominent in any conclusion based question, conclusion family based question. Conclusion family like inference, corollary, there will always be a question of data. तो इसका ध्यान रखेंगे, ठीक है? Yes, now I'm going to discuss the answer for. Student, tell me one more thing, that do you have this explanation for the rest of the question, or you only have the answer? So here I want to look at this passage number 2, because I suppose that its complete explanation may not be there. So this statement talks about deforestation, right? In a recent study, scientists investigated the impact of deforestation on a tropical rainforest ecosystem. Fine. What they find? They found that the researchers focused on a region where extensive logging has occurred, leading to significant habitat loss. The study found that the reduced forest cover has resulted in altered rainfall patterns and increased soil erosion. This in turn has adversely affected the diversity and abundance of plant and animal species in the area. Right? So the cause and the effect as per the study. This is part of the research or study, what scientists have found. So here you find the first statement says Deforested regions experience changes in rainfall patterns. Yes. It is given that altered rainfall patterns is sufficient for this first one. So this is a cakewalk for you. Second says study on deforestation entails policy implications. Obviously, policy implication is what? You know, policy implication is anything. Once a study is done, some of the question I know that this explanation is not sufficient. So that's the reason I'm discussing you the second passage. Second option, study of deforestation entails policy implication. This particular study, I was talking about this policy implication part. Policy implication is that when a study is done, some finding will always be there. So whatever has been found out, if you are going to sort out that thing, then it will be dependent on those finding. So the solution to those findings, policy implication actually demands the solution to those findings, right? Policy implication demands that solution part to those findings which are there after a study or a research. So here a study was done in a deforestation, investigate the impact of deforestation on a tropical rainforest ecosystem. So study on deforestation entails policy implication, absolutely correct. Why? Because you see here that it was found that it has adversely affected the diversity, abundance of plant, animal, soil erosion was there. So various effects are given. So the solution is demanded, right? It is like policy implication it has because these serious issues have to be taken care of. So second is a valid inference. Now, the next option is third one, deforestation causes the most adverse impact on earth. The question is that how do you know? Because the passage has only discussed the deforestation and its effect. But superlative degree, no doubt it causes adverse impact, but it is the most adverse impact. We don't have the data in the passage to say that it is the most serious one. So superlative degree or this extreme notion should have been noticed. General tendency is that as a reader, when you have read the effects of adverse effects of something like deforestation here, we do not mind this superlative degree, but you should always notice that where is the data for this superlative. So 1 and 2 are correct and C is the right answer. Now, I want you to go for one more passage. Passage number 7. So I'll give you time for passage number 7. Passage number 7 is the last one. Here you are supposed to find out an assumption. Deliberately I am giving you this question because there are 5 statements that you need to evaluate. It's a time taking thing, right? How you can save your time? Don't try to solve all the 5 statements. Just look at one and look at the option combination. Then go for second and option combination. Option combinations will save your time. So read this passage. You have got 2 minutes. In certain regions, passage 7, worldwide, the productivity of staple crops like rice and wheat. This passage. So, I suppose you must have evaluated the options. The passage talks about in certain regions worldwide, the productivity of staple crops like rice and wheat has stagnated, impervious to the introduction of new strains and advanced agrochemicals. The limited availability of arable land exacerbates this challenge. The looming threat of climate change renders some areas unsuitable for farming, and technological solutions, however, hold what they hold? They hold promise, right? So here you notice a major change in the author's point. Another positive side is going to talk about the technological adoption. So he says agricultural technology spurred by affluent Western and American farmers is evolving rapidly. Adaptation of Western developed techniques, especially for enhancing the productivity of tropical crops, is evident. Yet, the efficacy of technology hinges on its adaptation. So, adaptation is must. A principle applicable not only to genetic modification but also to existing farming practices in the developing world. All right. Implementing today's best agricultural practices alongside improved infrastructure holds the potential to substantially augment food's availability for smallholders in Africa and Asia. Now, so the passage has told you that there are some problems, some challenges, and he has listed those challenges in terms of the production of those staple food, wheat and rice in the beginning part of the passage. But after that, he tells you that some technological interventions can sort out the problem. And there he tells us the role of Western and American farmers, that they have brought in some technology. And then he has raised the issue of adaptation in developing countries, and he tells you the benefit if they implement best agriculture practices. Any technological advancement, if it is adopted, then it is going to sort out the problem to some extent. It holds the potential to substantially augment food availability. This, okay? So assumption should be the author's assumption. It should connect with the passage. Sufficient data should be there. Word-to-word copy should not be there. All these basic things you know. It should not be contradictory to the given passage. So first is the changed climate poses a threat to farming in some areas, making them unsuitable for cultivation. Changed climate poses a threat. Now where the changed climate is given, the limited availability of arable lands exacerbate this challenge. The looming threat of climate change renders some areas unsuitable for farming. Yes, so from this line, when multi-statements for assumption will be given, they will be connecting to different lines, different parts of the para. So we find that yes, first is correct. The first one is correct, right, is the correct answer. Now you look at the option and you notice that the option where 1 is given has the chance to be correct. It means the B cannot be the answer because 1 is not present there. Let's go to the second one. It says the poor farmers need to introduce some changes in their agricultural techniques. Yes, absolutely correct, because the author in the last sentence has mentioned implementing today's best agricultural practices alongside improved infrastructure holds the potential to substantially augment means is enhance, strengthen food availability for smallholders in Africa and Asia. The region is given, so of course the poor farmers, smallholders, and the names also suggest something, not the developed countries. So you know that 2 is also correct. So for 2 is correct and 1 is correct, we know that 1 and 2 combination is given and in 2 options, A and D, yani B and C are out of the race. Now third is the decider. So we read the third one. It says the developing countries neither invent nor adopt new agricultural techniques. Now the data we must find out from the developing countries, and author says here about the developing countries in this sentence. Yet the efficacy means efficiency of technology hinges on its adaptation, a principle applicable not only to genetic modification but also to existing farming practices in the developing world. But it does not say that the developing countries neither invent nor adopt The option is, this statement is being very, the kind of, you can see that extreme in its claim, and we do not have sufficient data in support of this. There is some doubt because the Western and the American, yani the rich countries, their farmers have invented something, some new agricultural practices and technological advancements. However, it does not give us the data that in developing countries they neither invent nor adopt. So third is wrong. Hence you have got your answer. But what is the error in the fourth one? Third one, it was a DI case. Fourth is the farmers from poor countries are averse to change. Averse means strongly against. But it is not given. Author has only said that farmers can get benefit out of it. But they are averse, which is a strong word. It means, so fourth is wrong. Fifth is adaptation of new agricultural technology and improved farming techniques will solve all problems of agriculture sector in developing countries. We can't say that it will solve all the problems, because there are other types of problem as well. So third, fourth and fifth were incorrect. So this options in test. Are they different? So the correct answer is, of course, for this question is option C. I would say that you go for, solve the remaining questions, and after that we can discuss, we can provide you. In case you are doubtful about any particular option, we can discuss the answer. I mean, I can give you the explanation for that. This was the question number 9, So the answer is option D. 1 and 2 are correct for this passage and question number 9. There is another question based on this passage which asks about question number 10. What is the primary obstacle to increasing food production in regions with stagnant crop productivity? The primary obstacle. So here for question number 10, here the answer should be D. The inability to adapt and implement existing best practices and technology suitable for local context. And because this is the obstacle given described in the passage, primary obstacle. Author has not mentioned any other obstacle, and the primary obstacle is this one, to increasing food production in regions with stagnant crop productivity. The inability to adapt and implement. Other options are incorrect here. The ineffectiveness of new crop strains and advanced agrochemicals, author has not said. And the scarcity of arable land and the lack of investment in agricultural technology development in developing regions. Right, so the correct answer is, only because author has mentioned, look at his point here. From here he has given the point suitable for D option. The efficacy of technology hinges on its adaptation. So it is adaptation to the new technology is the important point. And that's why this is going to sort out the problem. Alright, so this is the answer D. I would say that all of you just solve it, and afterwards can go for explanation. We will give you clarity on that part if you get stuck up even after reading the options. The student who has just written that option in test and the ones here in classes are different. Are they different? So I don't have the approach to this. There were two questions based on this passage. The passage that we have just done. Question number 9 and 10. So I gave the answer for 9th as option D, and for 10th again it was D. Alright, so that's it. I will just summarize this point, that this RC section in your whole preparation of CSAT plays a very, very important role, because it is something that you have done during your schooling. It is something that's not totally new to you, and by just working on basics you can improve on this particular section, right? And just read the questions. Always read the question first. It will help you. And after that you read the passage. So it will enhance your speed. If you read the passage first without reading the question, you will have to come back to the passage. So read the question first. Second, then you read the passage, the passage. And third is, then you should always apply evaluation and elimination method in the options. E&E, evaluation and elimination method. So read an option with this objective, that what is wrong there. Okay? So that on that note, I end this class for you, and I hope that you all will do good in RC section, and in fact you can do. And PYQs is something that you should not miss out. So that is very important. Will give you practice, and afterward you will get through the practice you will get the speed, और जल्दी आप solve कर पाओगे, right? And your target is that you are supposed to solve 40 to 50 questions in your CSAT paper. You must attempt 40 to 50 questions out of 80 questions. So do remember that you can make an inference that 30 to 40 questions can be skipped. It means that don't hesitate to skip a question if you are doubtful about it. Don't invite unnecessary 0.83 deduction from your score. Right? So one should be cautious. Quickly one should decide whether the question is within his reach or not, and then proceed to the next part of the passage of the paper. All right. Thank you so much. All the very best.